Fulda began life in 744 AD when Saint Sturm founded a Benedictine monastery here. Now, 13 centuries on, this appealing town is one of Germany's major transportation hubs and home to this country's biggest pool tournament. Welcome to the Esperanto Hotel Conference Centre, and welcome to day 2 of the European Open, another key ranking event on the ever-growing World Nineball Tour calendar. The prize is substantial, $30,000 for the champion on Sunday, and this trophy, last year held aloft by Austria's Albin Auschen, who survived day 1 unscathed. Today's star attractions include a couple of Spanish heroes, World Nineball champion Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz and a double World Masters champion David Alcaide. Then, representing Snooker, dipping his toe into the Nineball waters for the first time, it's former Crucible kingpin, Stuart Bingham. Really looking to see how Bingham will fare in this alien arena. So what have we got in store for you today? Well, on table 1, these are the first 2 matches lined up. 6 will be played. Lo Ho Sum takes on Bingham second. Lo Ho Sum from Hong Kong, youngster who's been deep in matchroom events before, so it really is a baptism of fire for the 2015 World Snooker Champion. And we start off with Kong Phan Nguyen of Vietnam against his fellow countryman, a more celebrated fellow countryman, Duong Quoc Hoang, who was a quarter-finalist in this year's World Nineball Championship in Kielce, Poland. Now over on table 2, you can see all of the action over there on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. The aforementioned FSR, Sanchez-Ruiz, will begin against Jani Sikkanen from Finland. First up, it's Ko-Ping Chung against Frank Hosman from here in Germany. And Ko-Ping Chung is coming off a big win in the Sharks International Open in the Philippines, another World Nineball Tour ranking event. Obviously, you saw those 4 TBCs on both tables. We'll let you know what the matches are going to be to fill those gaps as and when we know. Here on table 1, though, it's an all Vietnamese affair. And I'm delighted to say, joining me in commentary is a former US Open champion, Jeremy Jones.
Well, thank you, Phil, and good morning to all. And starting off with a man, Wang, that seems to be talked about towards the end of these tournaments, every event. Just a very consistent player and a player that can come with a shot. I don't know a whole lot about his opponent, Nguyen, but I'm sure he does and won't be taken lightly.
I think it's fair to say that Duong Quoc Hoang is one of the big reasons why we're going to Vietnam for the Asian Open in October. He's very popular over there, and for understandable reasons.
Yeah, and he's really made a name for himself on the World Nineball Tour, and seems like a guy that's going to get a big win soon. Always knocking on the door on the business end of these events.
So many interesting things today, one of which will be how this table 1 breaks. Now, the one ball found its way into the middle pocket there. It wasn't doing so on a regular basis yesterday.
Yeah, and one of, I wouldn't call it a questionable break when it comes to the forceful break there, but a little on the lighter side. And, for the most part, I think we agree that the firmer break, if you can do it, is the one that really wins the tournaments. But maybe taking a little speed off helps.
One of those situations, Jeremy, where there are so many balls to hide behind and immediate trouble for the favourite.
Yeah, he's very good with the jump cue. I couldn't imagine not playing the jump cue here. You want to secure the hit. With so much congestion and what that looks like a very difficult table to run in one inning, so hitting the ball here would help. And just don't want to put the 2 by the 9. Don't want an early win of any sort.
There's another difference in the pool and snooker terminology. You said 1 inning. In snooker we say 1 visit. Same thing, just different words.
Yeah, most of the lingo you could, if you know anything about cue sports, you can kind of decipher what they're talking about. And a big miss there, he may be able to have been able to attack on some type of 3-9, you know, rail first combo shot, something like that. And again, Wang's going to know a lot more about his opponent than we will. And of course, these players, they want to be in stroke the entire year. It's the type of sport that, you know, you can play well one day and for some reason just be off a hair. You know, like we talk about, like golf, players go out and shoot incredible scores and the next day not so much. But this is the time of the year with so many huge events coming up that they really want to be trending and, you know, in their best form. Is this going to get to the cushion? No, it's not. So a really important foul there with so much congestion. You probably want to send the 2 down by that traffic. Lock the cue ball behind the purple 5. Maybe a 3 foul situation.
And if you're thinking, well, hold on a minute, he made contact with the 2. Yes, that was true, but you have to hit a cushion as well, and clearly no cushion was struck.
Yeah, and he'd like to get this 2 and all that congestion here. Trying to cut off some of the angles to kick at. Oh, he's going to love this. He's going to leave him a little more of a long rail kick going to the top cushion maybe than he expected, but still nothing easy.
Let's just assume the 2 ball had bounced a little more and gone in between the 6 and 3. You're talking almost impossibilities.
Yeah, and that's why you want that congestion. You're cutting off sides of the 2 ball to kick at. Watch out for the 9 if you get some contact. Oh, yeah. It's just a little experience there with the slick table. That speed, it's always going to lengthen. And now 2-9. Looked like we'd have a really long game here to open, but now things have turned around. It should be fairly short.
Very useful player when it comes to combinations. And that was a very simple one for a player of his caliber. So Duong Kwok Wang gets the first rack of the day on the scoreboard. If he comes through in the next round, he will face either Jonas Kornmesser of Austria or Blidar Kochi of Albania. They're still involved in their first rack over on table 3. 26 tables in total are being used right now. On table 4, former world champion and US Open champion Alex Pagulayan has lost the opening rack against Fabian Bola from Austria. Plenty of matches, of course, played yesterday. One half of the first round is being played here this morning and early this afternoon. Then that first round will be complete. Koping Chung still involved in his first rack against Frank Osman. Kledio Kachi, the younger brother of Eklund Kachi, who can't make it because he's injured after that off-road accident. He's 1-0 up on Marcus Feistermuller.
Yeah, good to see that Kledio, after a great Spanish Open, did make the trip with some unfortunate, of course, after some unfortunate news back home. Good to hear Kachi back out of the hospital now and always good to be home. And it's going to be a little road to recovery, but he's a big, strong man, and he'll certainly do so.
And just a few seconds ago, Chang did win the first rack on table 2 against Frank Ortmann. I think he's going to be a contender this week, don't you? Especially after that confidence-boosting win in the Philippines.
Yeah, well, like I said yesterday, ever since that World Cup last year in 2022, where he really struggled and his brother really carried him a long ways in that event, it seems like Chang has been on a mission. Just great results each and every event. Hard to say, maybe coming a little more consistent than his brother. And there's 3 of them, by the way. The young co-brother in the building as well.
Yeah, he's playing today.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something about Wang, that the reason why I think he's always towards the end of the tournament being talked about and always in a big match of some sort that we always remember is he's one of those players that really possesses every part of the game. He can break the balls nice. He's had a few warnings in the past about maybe a soft break, but he does have the harder break as well. And one thing I always say about the guys that can win the tournaments, or the players rather, are the ones that can come with the big shots. Once they get the shot down and in control with the cue ball, there's so many that are great, but some of them come with the long shots and the big shots a little better, and Wang can certainly do that. A little 5-rail fluke there on the jump shot on the blue 2. Kind of straight and long on the 3, and I feel like maybe the 5-9's playable here in a few shots. Oh, look at that stroke, and that's another what I was talking about. He really has it all: power, finesse. Yeah, I really can't wait for October in Vietnam. It's just going to be, I think, an incredible atmosphere and something that maybe might take the cake as far as the fans and the attendance for the entire season.
Yeah, it's going to be a groundbreaking event that will change the face of pool, certainly in that nation. The interest over there is simply phenomenal.
Yeah, and you know, you got to figure the rest of Asia is going to be paying attention to that event, that big event coming there in Hanoi, and never know what more doors that will open for the World Nineball Tour. And a real nice stroke into the side pocket there.
I know one thing. Duong will be looking forward to that immensely, although it does have a negative side because he is the face of the tournament in many respects, and he'll be under immense pressure to perform.
Yeah, and that's where you usually see the extremes. Maybe it won't be as weak, but we may see something special as well. I'll tell you, though, there's a lot of tournaments leading up to that event in Vietnam that, you know, can further his chance of success there later on in October.
Very good start, 2-0 ahead. He had a very good start to the year, did Duong Quoc. We talked about his run to the quarterfinal of the World Nineball Championship, where in the last 16, Hill, he defeated Shane Van Boening 11-10. And then, lo and behold, next time on the international stage, at the Las Vegas Open, he beat Van Boening again to get to the semi-finals. So clearly, he is a world-class player.
Yeah, speaking of SVB, if you're not in tune, he did get through 2 matches yesterday and will play tomorrow. Many Americans playing today as well. Billy Thorpe, Skylar Woodward, Tyler Steyer, Tommy Tokoff, who's making, I think, his World Nineball Tour debut, and a very fine player from now living in Texas.
And there's a piece of the USA here in Fulda. I'll tell you about it after this break. a break that's worked just fine. Yes, Fulda has 6 sister cities and towns, one of them being Wilmington, Delaware.
Wow. And when you say sister cities, and what do you mean in regard?
Well, they're just twinned.
Oh, okay.
Twin
I got
cities.
you, yeah. Wilmington, Delaware. I haven't been there in a long, long time. It's just a short piece from Philadelphia. Well, so far the break's been okay here on table 1. We saw a lot of struggles yesterday, but all right, is he going to go forward here? Is he going to stun over? That was always going to be difficult. I'll tell you, he's gotten the roll so far.
You know, that 2-ball being kind again. So my take from day 1 yesterday, Jeremy, obviously we saw so much action. And when you think about it as a collective, I think my big memory of the day will be so many stars of the game could have lost, and none of them did. None, not one. All of them found a way to win in very unlikely circumstances. We saw some extraordinary comebacks, 2 from Fedor Gorst, 1 from Johan Chur. The point I'm trying to make is when lower ranked, lesser known players get on the verge of victory against one of the game's big stars, it's by no means a given they're going to get over the line. Not one of them did yesterday. As I say, Gorst was vulnerable twice. Chur was within, well, less than a handful of balls from defeat, and he still won. And that was the abiding memory of day 1.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Definitely the theme, and I kind of wonder how Hubler went on to play after that loss to Johan Chua. Johan, Roman played so well to get to that spot to win the match, and let a couple get away, and probably was a hard one to swallow, but had to get on with it and play another one-loss side match. Now he's a professional of some 20 years, so you got to figure he knows how to let it go, but that was a difficult one. Little off-angle combination here. Only reason is he needs a little cut on it, but the cue ball's going to go away from the 5. So maybe to get position on the 5 after pocketing the 7, he really needs to put some speed on this like that. Trying to get some movement on the cue ball. Confident stroke, and again, not much of a cut from the 5 to the 7, so hard to work the white ball. Well, this is the shot that I really think Wang excels at. I see him come with it a lot. He knew he didn't like it totally as soon as he struck the cue ball, but did to get it in the bottom end of the pocket. We've seen some incredible matches the last couple of years from Wang, and some of them towards the end of the tournament, not quite as many as we see at the beginning, but I think he's starting to come into his own and get a little more experience as he goes on. But just like Eklund Kachi, I think if you keep knocking on the door, the door's going to open.
Yeah, I think the great thing with him, he doesn't seem, and I use the word seem, doesn't seem to get nervous. Now, he might well do, and he just disguises it more than adequately, but to me, he seems as though he's in control of his emotions, and that really is a big thing, because we know that all of these guys have lots of skill. It's just a matter of harnessing their mindset and being able to produce it when it matters.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think Wang definitely gets nervous. I think all the players do. But, you know, nerves are a funny thing. I always say if you're prepared, they can do incredible things. Unprepared, it can get a little embarrassing, I think. But if you just watch Wang walk around the room, he's just not much of an emotion kind of guy anyways.
These are the matches going on at the moment. Plenty to digest. John Morra from Canada. He's 2-0 up on Klaus Richter. Dimitri Jungo, former world junior champion from Switzerland. He leads David Lilly, who is a member of the World Snooker Tour, 4-0. Nick Malai of Greece has lost the first rack against Sebastian Badkovsky. And Elliot Sanderson, the shouter, has got something to shout about. He's 2-0 up on Martin Foreman.
I'll tell you, a player to watch out for who hasn't had the results we're used to is Chang Jung-Lin. And, you know, during pandemic, when he came back to the States, I think it was about a year and a half ago, his first event there in Vegas, and could tell quickly he had changed his stroke a little bit to try and play a little more Chinese 8-ball, and just because they couldn't leave, right? So, but now watching him practice, it looks like the stroke's a little bit more like 9-ball, and we know he's one of the top 10 players in the world when he's in form.
Another thing we saw yesterday, many balls hanging right on the precipice. And there's another, the 3. How did that not drop? Wynn has to start going in the right direction. Otherwise, this could be very one-sided.
And he's got to subtly swerve this around the purple to play this combination. 2 should be okay. Did he fluke the pink? He did. And I say fluke the pink, Phil. He may have had a pretty good inclination of having a good chance to pocket that 4-ball. Kind of a similar stroke as his opponent, right? His countryman, very kind of soft backswing and real nice transition. Now the short cue coming.
Yeah, and jumping, position on that 5-ball, the purple, is by no means guaranteed.
Yeah, and this is where you may put a hair of right English, even though you're jumping the ball, trying to screw the cue ball over for the purple. And watch out, you could curve the ball a little bit. Watch out, 9-ball.
Well, it's an eventful inning.
Yeah, and a kiss shot on the 9 coming soon, trying to get on the board. Yeah, sizing up this kiss shot. There's 2 ways to play this. You can draw off the ball, or you can kind of play it with speed and use kind of a ricochet effect to kind of bounce off the right side of the purple. He played it with a nice controlled speed.
And so Wynn is on the board. 3-1 the scoreline. In the end, he judged that one ideally. Just chipping in the 9. Other scores for you. Oliver Ortmann, a great champion of yesteryear. Superb to see him involved in this tournament. He's on table 10 against a fellow German, Daniel Sturs, and he leads 2-1. Mario He is taking on Lawrence Thomason. Now, if you're a devotee of the Carl Boys YouTube channel, you'll know that Carl's been coaching Lawrence, his good pal. He calls him the average pool player. Well, it's been an average start, I suppose, today. He leading 3-0. Victor Zielinski, he's 3-0 up on Michael Jednak. He's another potential title winner. The Polish player, at his best, is sensational. Kristina Zlateva from Bulgaria, she's won each with Oliver Schumacher. João Grillo from Portugal, also sharing the first 2 racks with Christian Reimering. And Adam Stankiewicz from Poland, 3-0 up on Sergio Lagunas from Spain. 3-0 also for David Alcade over another Spaniard, Hector Iglesias.
Again, the one down, just like our opening break, but not near as much movement on the bottom end of the table. You know, a lot more congestion than we saw from the results of Wang's breaks. So definitely a few different ways to do it. Super difficult push out. I mean, it almost has to be a jump shot. So many balls on the bottom end, you're not going to push out to a pocketable, you know, offensive shot. And if you let them see the blue two, so easy to get the snooker. Looks like he's pushing out to just a piece of the blue two. And that's close to us giving up a shot, but I think probably let him see about a half ball. Yeah, hard to pass this. You just want to cross the two over, let it come off the left side rail and down to the bottom, and just run the cue ball up the left side of the table. Could leave a little piece of the two, but odds are you're probably going to get the snooker, and you certainly can't pass this back. Oh, he could see it, and that's what I thought, that maybe there was a shot there and a big mistake here in rack number 5 from Wynn.
The cardinal push out sin.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, and you see he had to use the thin side of the pocket. Very accurate.
Just noticed there on the back of Duong's shirt, as he misplays that positional shot, his nickname apparently is the Martian. I don't know what that's all about.
Well, nicknames come from all kinds of places, and sometimes they're just some fun ones that stick with you from a young age, maybe some of the friends. We're going to see a special one here, I think. He's going to attack this left middle side pocket, run the cue ball up and down the table. Oh, how's that?
I've got it. After that shot, well, it was out of this world.
Yeah. And Phil wasn't even intentionally setting himself up there, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I was genuinely bemused when I saw the name, and then I thought, well, I want to throw that one in. Apologies.
No, I love it. All right, you can see Wang kind of settling in now. Like I said before, you know, all these great players, once they get in line, they keep control, but the ones that can win the tournaments are the ones that can come with the big shots to get the run started, or maybe some of the big shots to keep the run going, just like we saw on the purple 5 there. like you said, a cardinal sin when you push out and your opponent runs out behind it. That's a bad push out.
And it's a bad situation now for Wynn. He's 4-1 adrift of a player who can front run with the best of them. Talking about front running, what about Ko Ping Chung on table 2? If you want to see his match, it's available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. He's taking on Frank Ortmann from here in Germany, and Ko leads 4-0. Tommy Tokov, originally from New Mexico, now residing in Texas. He's 2-1 up on Kan Salim of Turkey. Claudio Kaci from Albania, 2-1 up on Marcus Feistemüller. And a well-known face in the UK pool scene. Player I always love to watch because he's got such a wonderful cue action. Chris Melling, 2-1 up on Yuma Dormer. So much talent out there at the moment.
Yeah, I saw Chris this morning at breakfast and talked to him a bit. And he's a player that, of course, plays multiple disciplines in cue sports. He's been in China playing a little of the Chinese 8-ball, plays a little of the English 8-ball, and now back at it with the 9-ball. And again, seems like not much of a problem getting the one on the side. Yesterday, I can't remember hardly anybody making the one on the side.
But you did say, Jeremy, I remember on more than one occasion, it could change tomorrow, and it has.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple different types of breaks from each of these players, and both making the one on the side fairly regular so far anyways. Touchy little safety here. Seems like something that should be fairly routine, but I like him shooting at this myself for the right middle. Going to the left side rail by the pink and then up the table for the red. And this one here, I think you just need a, he's going to put a hair, well, looks like straight English. That's fine. May land a little on top of the 3. Got it just a shade thick.
Jeremy Jones says something, listen, and bearing that out, he was talking in glowing terms about Chang Jung Lin, who on table 13 finds himself 4-0 up on John Chapman already.
Yeah, he's a very, very much a business kind of guy. He's here to win, and very surprising results the last year or so, in my opinion, from Chang Jung Lin, and he's definitely, in my opinion, also one of the favorites once he's in form. Going for the jump here, awkward. Obviously feels good about his skills with the jump cue. Most would have kicked at that one. And I'm trying to remember, where did we see Wynn play before? Was it UK Open maybe?
It's certainly a first for me. There is another Wynn, of course, who plays on the tour.
Yeah, I know the face though, his face, and I feel like it was at an event this year. Maybe the Spanish Open, actually. Touchy little safety. Cueing down on the ball. I like this shot here. Played very natural. Didn't get the snooker, but kept a little control.
These matches race to 9 seem as though they're lengthy, but really, at this level, they can be over in no time. We saw a match yesterday, Joshua Fuller winning in under 40 minutes.
Yeah, and he had a bit of a test in his second match, I believe it was, with Tony Drago. Good to see Tony playing well.
Yeah, Fuller came through 9-6. It was tight, and then Fuller delivered in the crunch. But as you might imagine with those two, it was so entertaining.
How good is that? Needs to slow down a bit with the brown 7 there, but really kind of couldn't have played that any better. Not jumping at the ball, coming 2 cushions off a thin hit inside the pink. And this is where the camera will fool you. Obviously a little straighter than it looks. He's elevating the cue.
For a split second there, he was concerned about the scratch. That was avoided, but a tough shot left.
Yeah, the good thing here is you can level out the cue going forward with the cue ball. And the key to this shot, in my opinion, is don't baby it so much. Go ahead and put a little stroke here. Yeah, like that. That's the confident stroke you want.
Awkwardly placed cue ball and 5. He wanted to try and reach it normally, but gave up on that idea, so needs the rest.
Could get a little thin here on the 6. Oh, he went up and down, so very comfortable with the rest. And he's going to get thin in a little different manner than I expected.
You can only see a sliver of the green 6 ball. It might actually be a potting guide.
Yeah, I think he will attack. I think the concern here is really just the cue ball. Don't think he'll roll it being this thin trying to hold, so it'll be something about up and down the table. Don't really want to put much side on this either. Yeah, this is going to be overhit a little bit. So sometimes you just got to shoot your way out of it, Phil. Cross side bank coming on the 7, I suspect.
Yeah, when it comes to loss of position, it's a snowball effect, isn't it? Happens in snooker, happens in pool, where if you lose position initially, you get worse and worse and worse, and it's almost impossible to regain it in the end.
Yeah, sometimes you feel like you can go a whole year where you're just an inch out of line here and there, making things very difficult.
But that's the kind of silky shot, not just the bank, but with side on the cue ball to come off all of those rails nicely onto the 8. He's looking good.
Yeah, and the thing about the great players, and this is what I expressed to some of the Americans, it's not about, you know, changing anything or, you know, you want to make improvements where needed, but it's just about consistently getting better at what you do. And I think we're seeing that here from Wang.
More than halfway to victory. He leads by 5 racks to 1. Just 1 rack behind him, the great Oliver Ortmann, 4-1 up on Daniel Stuertz. Mario He, 5-0 up on the average pool player, Lawrence Thomason. 5-0 also for Victor Zielinski over Michael Jednak. Kristina Zlateva, she's doing well, 3-1 up on Oliver Schumacher. 3-1 also for João Grillo over Christian Reimering, who years ago had success on the Euro Tour. David Al-Kaidi, no issues for him so far. 4-0 up on Hector Iglesias. And Chang Jun-Lin, 5-0 up on John Chapman. Perhaps the most one-sided scoreline is over on table 2. Ko Ping Chung now 6-0 up on Frank Osman.
Yeah, Phil, and maybe all those top players that didn't play yesterday paid attention to what you brought up as far as the theme from yesterday, where so many greats were on the verge of getting beat. And those other top players that didn't play yesterday recognized that and came with their game so far this morning.
One of the scoreline which is pertinent to this match we're watching, the winner will play either Jonas Kornmesser or Bledar Kochi, and it's 4-2 to Kornmesser on table 3 right now.
Well, incredible. It looks like a carbon copy of where he was in the last rack, trying to cut the 2 in the side, going by the pink and then up table and back down for the 3. So we'll see if he improves. I think it's almost the identical shot.
In so many ways. As Yogi Berra once said, it was deja vu all over again.
Yeah, and he caught it fixed, so maybe after the match he'll go to the practice table and work on that one a bit. All right, it's kind of now or never for Wynn. One thing about our new break rules, the tighter pockets, everything about it that's been, I think it was here last year that we implemented all these changes and here at the European Open, but very, very much harder to make comebacks, even though we did see it from some of the greats yesterday. But you're really throwing your tournament position kind of up in the air if you trail by some 4, 5, 6 games.
What about this? Fabian Bowler from Austria leads Alex Pagulayan 6-0.
What?
I know.
Wow. Tell me the name again.
Fabian Bowler. Fabulous Fabian at the moment.
All right, big shot for Wynn here. He's really got to work the cue ball and make one heck of a shot doing so. Really nice stroke there. And again, very much, I think, like his opponent, someone he's maybe kind of tailored his game behind.
Oh dear, oh dear. By the way, the Alex Pagulayan mystery has been solved. He's not here.
Well, I was wondering, I saw his name on the list and then I didn't see him yet, which is kind of odd. You know, Alex usually in here hitting balls, hanging out with the guys the day or two before the event. So
Fabian Bowler is through. It was just that his score was going up rack by rack. I just assumed they were out there playing.
Yeah, he's gotten a little straight here with ball in hand off the 6, so he's going to have to power the ball a little bit. Of course, something he definitely possesses, but hit that very cleanly to the pocket. Got easy movement on the cue ball, and now what should be a 5-game lead here shortly at 6-1.
He's not encountering a great amount of resistance, but nevertheless, some of the shot making of Duong Kwa Kwang is eye-catching, and he leads by 6 racks to 1. 7-0, by the way, on table 2, Ko Ping Chung over Frank Ortmann. Here is Ko breaking off in rack 8, looking to complete a whitewash to start the tournament.
Yeah, continuing that form he had not long ago in the Philippines, taking down a huge event. And the more of these events that come along, you're just going to see these players play better and better. Now watch Wang's break. Been very successful with the 1 on the side, but you'll notice not near as much congestion around the racking area and the bottom end as his opponent. Much better spreads on the balls. That means the timing's just a little better. It's not so much hitting them that much harder. Now the awkward cueing may slow him down from staying offensive. I think he wants to attack here, trying to cut the 2 in and come 2 rails at the purple 5 and the red 3, trying to create something for that red 3 ball. And this is the type of shot you do like having a little speed. It's a little more comfortable to cut. Oh, he's going to love this. Short side on the red 3 just perfectly.
One of the premier positional shots we've seen in the tournament so far. Wasn't that a thing of beauty? Silky.
Yeah, and I think his technique very similar to some of the Chinese Taipei. Very great backswing, great transition, long stroke through the ball, even though not a huge man in stature. Should come straight across, trying to guide between the 5 and 9 for the purple 5 in the right middle.
Everything serene, sedate. Okay, it helps that he's playing someone who isn't performing brilliantly, and it helps the 6-1 ahead, but nevertheless, Duong exuding confidence.
It looks like he'll come some 2 rails, wants to come tight out of the lower right corner. Oh, maybe just 2 rails up by the right side. A little more coming into the line of the shot of the 7. I thought he'd come tight 2 rails out of the lower right, trying to play the brown 7 in the upper right, but it looks like he's going to check the cue ball. Took a lot of distance here, though. A little thin.
Being on table 1 centre stage is something that he's getting used to, and he'll be involved more and more, because when we go to the Asian Open in Vietnam, it's a given he will play on table 1 at some point, maybe a lot. $7-1 and very good value for it. I'm impressed. Not all of the big names, though, are finding it easy this morning. Chris Melling now 3-2 down to Yuma Dorma. Tommy Tokov and Can Salim 2-2. Claudio Cacci 3-2 up on Marcus Feistermüller. John Morra 5-1 up on Klaus Richter. Kostas Kukiadakis 6-1 up on Bartosz Rozwadowski. And Dimitri Ungo on the hill against David Lilley at 8-1. Also on the hill, Elliot Sanderson 8-1 over Martin Foreman. Oliver Ortmann rolling back the years, 5-1 up on Daniel Stuarts. Mario He having a walk in the park against Lawrence Thomason at 7-0. Same thing for Victor Zielinski, 8-0 up on Michael Jednak.
Yeah, and Michael, really good player from New York, so Zielinski probably putting on a clinic back there. All right, the cue ball is going to creep above, but the purple 5, I think, has impeded the shot on the blue 2. So maybe a push out coming. We'll see shortly.
Some nifty work required by the referee here to remove the template.
And now, more I look at it, maybe there's an alley to get at the blue 2. Maybe a bank. Maybe you can't see the right edge, but
went for the bank, and considering where the position of the 1 is in relation to the 3, perhaps just as well it didn't go in.
yeah, absolutely, and took a little chance there. I mean, heavy favorite with the scoreline at 7-1. It's had a couple little rolls, and they've all involved the blue 2, it seems like, whether a miss and a snooker or the fluke earlier in the match. Well, this is going to leave a combination, I think. Well, maybe not. Just going to roll a cue ball up behind the red 3 most likely. He's got a lot of options. He could cut the 2 to the rail, hold it on the 3, run the cue ball up the table using the 5-9. Could roll simply on the backside of the 3 here. That's the one you want if you're comfortable with it.
For perfection reasons, would have liked the cue ball pretty much welded to the 3. That's not the case, but the hook is still in place.
Yeah, and a tap on the table and a very fine hit there on the blue 2. And the way Wynn has played certain shots, like there, the speed was absolutely correct, whether he got the snooker or, you know, got away with the shot, whatever you want to call it. But a lot of shots he's played like really a top pro. It just hasn't put a lot together, you know, as far as continuing with those great shots one after another. Trying to go behind the 7-8 here with the cue ball.
Granite. By the way, silence from Elliot Sanderson, but a victory also. He's beaten Martin Foreman 9-1. Not worth a shout.
Yeah, waiting for a few bigger scalps for those shouts. Did leave a piece of the 2 here, it looks like.
And also a piece of the 2 left out there. By the way, if you want to see Koping Chung on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel over on table 2, best hurry on over there because he's on the hill against Frank Osman at 8-0.
Yeah, but there'll be 6 matches on that Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, as well as what we're watching right here. Looking at the cross corner bank, but he needs to apply a little right spin to avoid the double kiss. That may send the cue ball a little more towards the 7-8. May get away with just a straight high ball. Decent effort.
Just to repeat, next up it is Q Sports worlds colliding. Snooker against pool, Stuart Bingham against Loho Sum. I'll tell you what, I know Stuart very well. He's a real competitor. He will have given this a lot of thought. He will have practiced to a certain degree anyway. I wouldn't write off his chances. I think it's going to be an intriguing encounter, that. That's next up on table 1.
Oh, from what I know about him, very tactically sound kind of player, so he'll use some of that in the 9-ball, and he's got to watch it, though. I think Loho Sum, even though he hasn't had the results, I think he's made a few changes technically. Last couple times I saw him play, I liked what I saw, so it's going to be a tough match.
Absolutely, it really is. I think Loho Sum has to be regarded as maybe not a red hot, but certainly a warm favourite.
Yeah, you'd have to agree with that. Looking for the 2-rail kick here, and the one, kind of issue the players really seem to forget about is the second rail just doesn't want to take much of that right spin if he's going 2 rails in between the 5 and 6 to the left long rail. But the second rail just doesn't seem, like I said, to want to take that right spin and really open up that angle. Easy to kind of whiff this on the left side of the 2, our left side as a viewer. Looks like he's pretty high up the rail here, so should get the contact. Really good. Totally intended trying to put the cue ball behind the 7-8.
And as you mentioned, Jeremy, the 2-ball is right now Duong's best friend.
Yeah, it's been a nice running mate the entire match. That fluke, a couple fluke safeties when he has missed, it's been the 2. Hasn't missed much. Probably going to kick behind this. Trying to send the 2 up table.
Again, letting the stroke out to great effect. Thundered that one in.
Yeah, and it always amazes me with Huang. It's, you watch him, and I've watched him a ton. Just wouldn't ever think he was a player that possessed so much power, just the way he kind of nonchalantly goes around the table. A lot of times, like a snooker player, kind of drags the cue around. Wanted to contact the purple 5 a little bit, that whole position, so missed the mark on that one, but really has a lot of power.
Also, I think it's fair to say a complete player who has no glaring weaknesses.
No, that's why I think he'll definitely, hard to say. I mean, so many great players, but I think he's a guy that will get a win. It's just a matter of keeping on improving what he does. He's got all the parts of the game. And again, the biggest one to me, of course, the break shot's so huge, but being able to come with the long, tough shot, it's going to come up.
For a moment there, I thought the cue ball might be going into the pocket, but it just veered to the right. Can tell you, Mario He is through without losing a rack against Lawrence Thomason. Total 11, it was 9-0.
Looks like attacking the bank. Oh no, he's going to play a soft safety.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing with Duan Kwang. You have to earn your chances. He very rarely gives you anything as a gift.
Yeah, very solid between the ears, and he's an experienced player. I mean, also, you know, away from the tournament scene, he's a player at the pool room that doesn't back down from challenges, loves playing other great players. Nice shot there from Wen. Get something started. Kind of wondered the entire rack about this 7 ball. Looks like narrowly passing the 8 to the upper right. Yeah, used the left side of the pocket there nicely. Real confident stroke, even though trailing 7-1, but looking to get back on the board. This could get a hair thin. No, it's spread nicely. A little bit of a stretch for the right-hander.
Well done. After being frozen out for 70 racks when he got his chance after the bank, it was pretty efficient. So Duong's lead reduced to 7-2. If he does get through Duong, which is extremely likely, of course, he will play the Jonas Kornmesser or Bledar Kochi. It's 5-4 to Kornmesser at the moment. A little on further on down the bracket. Tommy Tokov, 4-2 down now to cancel him. Claudio Cacci, the teenage brother of Eklund Cacci, who impressed so greatly at the Spanish Open, 4-3 up on Marcus Feistermuller. Chris Melling has regained the lead against Yuma Dormer. Also the score there, 4-3. John Morrow 5-2 up on Klaus Richter. And Kostas Koukiadakis on the hill against Bartos Rod Watsko. Oh, I'll get this right in a second. Bartos Roz Vadovsky at 8-2. That's a tough one. I'll avoid him like the plague now after that.
You're a lot more of a man than I am, Phil, taking on all those names. And now Wen. Best break yet. Not so much congestion on the lower end of the rack, so a little better spread. Got the 1 down. Nice shot on the 2. Real natural to come 1 rail to the center of the table to get the 3 in the upper left. He's elevating here, so maybe it's a little flatter than I thought. Looks like the pink, I believe, does go by the purple in the right middle, so just kind of stopping your cue ball here. Oh, he had to come back, so that tells me the pink did not play.
Well, finding his feet, but is it a little too late? Just keep chipping away with the winner breaks rule. There's always a degree of hope.
And again, he may, shake off the nerves a little bit with the scoreline the way it is. Kind of maybe has it written off the match, but knows things can't get any worse as far as amount of games he trailed by. Now kind of getting the arm a little more loose. And it's amazing what these countries do in such a short time. It wasn't long ago that when you drew a Vietnamese player, you weren't too upset about it at some of these world tournaments and bigger events, but it was probably 10 years ago or something like that. But they've really come a long ways as a country in 9-ball pool.
Exactly the same applies to Poland. And leading the way for them, Viktor Zielinski. He has beaten Michael Jednak. Looked like being a whitewash. Jednak avoided that from 8-0 down. He won the next 2 racks, but Zielinski coming through 9-2.
Yeah, he got straight here, and he doesn't want to end up right on top of the 9, so he's just got to make an easy decision to get a little separation from the 9, but not too far. Looks like he can maybe stun out an inch. Yeah.
Oh, can you believe it? All of that hard work, and then the 9-ball is missed. And what's more, he's left it unmissable.
Yeah, and I don't know if you could notice, but his next to last pre-stroke, he kind of looked like he made a little adjustment on the aim, and that's the thing about being very close to the object ball. If you're a little off angle, the perspective can be a little funny.
8-2. So, Duong on the hill, and this is the 9-ball. The cost win. Cost win, I think, any hope of the win. Although we did see a comeback yesterday from 8-2 down. They are rarities indeed, especially when it's the lesser-known player who trails. A couple of players to tell you about on the hill. Oliver Ortmann, 8-1 up on Daniel Sturz. Dmitry Yungo, 8-4 up on David Lilly. If Ortmann comes through, which looks obviously highly likely, next up he will play Mario He. That's one to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if Mario's really ever had the pleasure of playing Oliver.
Yeah, it would be a battle of generations.
Great break off here. The cue ball's going to threaten that side pocket, but that's just part of it. Really a good spread. Maybe entertaining, adding a little speed there, thinking of future matches, and seemed like a little harder break off there from Wang. May cut this. Go back and forth and try and play for a cross corner bank on the 3 with the 4 kind of laying there. Those players are favorites with that cross corner bank, and I like his chances of cutting the 2 in. It's not easy.
By the way, it was assumed, although he never actually said it, Ko Ping Chung did complete the whitewash against Frank Osman at 9-0.
Just like that bank there. It's going to come out, I think. Oh, just short for a position on the 3. Now he may be able to get to the left side of it, and that's what he would do, just feather it, go up table and leave win on a long 3-4 combination. Looks like totally snookered now, going to the jump cue. Yeah, easy to catch a piece of this pink. 'Cause 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 'cause
No balls covering. The 3 is on.
Got a little straight, a little flat on the pink 4. So he's really going to have to work the cue ball unless he entertains maybe a rail first shot here on the pink. With it being up the rail a bit, you probably stay away from that. And that's the thing. Anytime you're flat, you have to get into the cue ball. Doesn't take much not only to lose the speed control, but also the line on the cue ball. I think he's fully snookered here and may see the jump cue.
Not too far away there from jumping over the 5. He caught the top of the ball, and now it could be end of match.
Yeah, I was looking at the overhead. We have so many good views here in what you would call our commentary booth or setup. And if you looked at it with the overhead, it looked strange because you couldn't tell he landed on top of it. But, so one big shot here away from probably closing this match. And there it is. Pretty good position on the brown.
Yeah, almost overcut the 5, so the cue ball travelled a little farther than he anticipated, but no great problem.
Well, this one's about over, but another great one coming up shortly afterwards.
Very nicely done, I thought, all around. That was a really good opening performance from Duong Kwok-Wang, who defeats his fellow countryman Kong Tan Huynh comfortably in the end by 9 racks to 2. He will take on either Jonas Kornmesser or Bledar Kochi next in that match, which is a little slower going on table 3. Kornmesser leading by 6 racks to 4. As for us, we'll take a 5-minute break or so, and we'll be back with match 2 of the day. It is Q Sports World's colliding Loho Sum of Hong Kong against Snooker's Stuart Bingham. Looking forward to that. I'm sure you are too. See you in a few moments.
This championship is being played with the new Arameth tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Arameth range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Arameth, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Welcome back, everyone. The action continues on day 2 of the second staging of the European Open Pool. The inaugural event was played here in Fulda last year. It was won by Albin Auschen of Austria. And now we're deep into the second staging of this World Nineball Tour ranking event. Some big names involved already this morning, and the overwhelming majority are winning comfortably, such as Chang. You can't win any easier than 9-0. His victim was Frank Ortmann from Germany. Next up on table 2, it is the World Nineball champion and runaway World Nineball rankings #1, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, taking on Jani Siikkonen from Finland. We will let you know about the upcoming matches on that table as and when they become clear to us. Meanwhile, on table 1, we started out with an all-Vietnamese affair between Duong Qua Quang and Kong Tan Nguyen. Duong, I thought, played very nicely, showed some good form in winning 9-2. Now, next up, it really is a captivating match between Lo Ho Sum of Hong Kong and a very familiar name from the snooker world, the 2015 world champion, Stuart Bingham, who, a little earlier, had a chat with our own Carl Boyes.
2015 World Snooker Champion Stuart Bingham joins us on the World Nineball Tour. First of all, Stuart, welcome. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, great. It's obviously a totally different atmosphere than it is at snooker. Everyone's chilled out. Everyone's so sort of welcoming as well. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
We're in the practice section. Has any pool players been giving you any tips?
Yeah, I've got a mutual friend with Hunter Lombardo, and Thurston Homan. They've been sort of putting me through my paces, so yeah, he's sort of been saying good reports, and sort of yeah, just obviously can't wait. Hopefully I can just sort of calm down and get out there and play.
You're still on a professional snooker store, obviously one of the best players still. What's made you come over and have a go at the Nineball?
I've been watching this game for years. I remember going to Festival Leisure Park, watching the Moscone Cup. I think it was about '96, before a lot of people were born, I think. But yeah, I've always been intrigued. Went to the UK Open at the Copper Box, see Jack Lazowski play, see Gary Wilson play, and I thought, yeah, I've got to give this a go.
You thought you're better than them?
I feel like, obviously, I think because I've watched it so long, I've maybe probably got a different array of shots. It ain't just, obviously, potting balls, stunning balls in. You've got to run it in with side and things like that. So, where I've been watching it for years, I think I've got maybe probably a little edge.
A lot of snooker players over the years obviously just look at Nineball, say, oh, it's easy, the pockets are bigger. Having a few practice sessions last couple of days, what's your views on it so far?
Yeah, no, obviously it's all changed. It's like some shots you actually can't even see the pocket. So, yeah, you just got to obviously go out there, and if I can enjoy it, then who knows. Also,
Stuart, recently you've played with the legend, 5-time US Open champ, Earl the Pearl Strickland. That must have been some experience.
Yeah, I ended up jumping in on an exhibition in Thailand, the Double Kiss, I think, club. Heard they were in town. It was like, oh, I'd love to play them. And they said, well, what about joining them and playing in a little sort of mini round robin? So, yeah, I ended up playing Earl, ended up beating him 5-2. Rodney Morris was there, beat Rodney Morris 5-0, which got me in the final against Rodney, but he ended up beating me 5-3 in the final. But it was, yeah, just an honour to be on the same table as him. So, and that's maybe what gave me sort of the thought of obviously joining and playing in this.
That couldn't have gone down well with Earl Strickland. How did he take that?
Yeah, he actually did take it well. I've heard reports that he's either hot or cold, and luckily for me on that night he was okay. So yeah, obviously a gentleman of the sport.
All right, Stu, good luck this week. Can't wait to watch you.
Cheers, Cole. Thanks.
Excellent interview. Excellent insights there from Stuart Bingham. Well, if you can beat Rodney Morris in a race to 5 and then Earl Strickland as well, clearly you can hold a cue and you can be competitive here. So many big names involved this morning. Ralph Souquet from right here in Germany. What a legend. He's on the hill, leading 8-1 against Torben Brunnen. Oliver Szolnocki from Hungary, 2-0 up on Michael Barr in a match that's only just getting underway. We had a 9-0 win for David Alcady over Hector Luna Iglesias. 9-1 for Chang Junlin over John Chapman. Adam Stankovic is on the hill against Sergio Lagunis at 8-5. Billy Thorpe is just starting out against Hannes Stiller. No racks played or certainly completed yet on table 19. Oliver Ortmann, what a performance from him, away from the major international scene for quite some time, and he comes back with a 9-2 win over Daniel Stuertz and will now play Mario He in the next round. That's a match to look forward to. So yeah, you could say today so far has been star-studded. Dimitri Jungo is a winner, 9-4 over David Lilly, and Roberto Bartol has beaten Ralph Zigarn 9-3. You can see there on table 21, Claudio Cacci 7-4 up, so at least the Caccis are being represented here. Now this is just a flavour of Bingham's practice. I know Stuart really well, I've known him for years, and I'll tell you what, he will not lie down here. Yes, it's an unusual situation for him, not accustomed to this, but I think he'll cope well.
Seeing the practice of the break-off, which is a big challenge for the snooker players, I think, and crossing over. And so far on that, at least practicing it, it's been pretty fair with the one on the side. And getting a little experience there in Thailand, playing a few exhibitions with some of the greats, that doesn't hurt.
his snooker career has been remarkable. He was a journeyman for the first portion of his career, and then all of a sudden, quite late on, he started to win things, really blossomed, and the highlight, no doubt, winning the World Championship in 2015. He's one of those players, Jeremy, half queue will travel. If there's a tournament on, no matter how small, how large, he will be there. He just loves the game. Yes, he's a professional through and through, but he's also got that Corinthian spirit.
Yeah, well, it keeps you young and keeps you playing well. You're still in love with the cue sports and the pressure, and you know, sometimes things don't go your way, but that's just part of it. Now both players have gotten their practice in and getting ready to lag to start their opening round match of this event. Lo Ho Sum, who really had some great results, kind of coming from nowhere, just not even a couple years ago, and you know, didn't quite have the results there last year, but I think he's in pretty good form, really.
Yeah, Stuart Bingham, his nickname on the circuit is Ball Run because the other players think he's lucky. Well, if he's lucky today, I think he could spring an upset. He will certainly need to improve his lag. I think it's important for Lo Ho Sum to immediately make his presence felt and place Bingham under pressure. And as with the first match, that one ball finding its way into the centre pocket. On this occasion, though, the two not playing ball. At the age of 25, Lo Ho Sum is 22 years the junior of Bingham. I think it's fair to say that the highlight of Lo Ho Sum's career so far was when he got the wild card into the World Pool Masters last year. He beat Shane Van Boning on the way to the final before losing to Joshua Filler.
Yeah, and really had a chance in that final. Didn't really, I wouldn't say let one get by or anything, but played hard and really pushed Josh quite a bit in that final. Josh obviously getting the win, deserving the win, but really Lo Ho Sum made a name for himself that week.
One of Stuart Bingham's great scoring attributes is the fact that he's made 9 147s in tournament play. Only Ronnie O'Sullivan, John Higgins and Stephen Hendry have made more. I think that underlines what a great player he is. He's made over 500 centuries in professional competition.
Wow, that's amazing. And of course, like you said, a long career. And one thing that I think will bode well for Stewart, he's going to probably go with what he knows a little bit more than maybe what some would say is the correct shot. Just like right there on that safety, not a normal safety you would see from most of the pool players, but understanding the very good control of the cue ball and getting the one ball snooker out in the middle of the table. Not easy, but well done.
You know the old saying in show business, he took 15 years or whatever to become an overnight sensation. Well, that was the case with Stuart Bingham. He didn't win his first world ranking event until he was 35. The Australian Goldfields Open down in Victoria beat Mark Williams 9-8 in the final. And from then on, went from strength to strength. So much so, Jeremy, that at one point he was number 2 in the rankings.
Well, that just shows you the resolve, you know, waiting that long, continual grind for many years before getting your first victory. And it's just, you know, cue sports, just like anything else, not easy to win. You know, you see some, of course, now we have so many tournaments, things are going to change as far as some players getting victories, but still few and far between.
Yes, and he's still a real competitor. Won the Masters, which is the game's biggest invitation event, only 3 years ago, and now he's got the first chance after the scratch, the unlikely scratch from Low Ho Sum.
Yeah, and you can tell the adrenaline for Stewart is going, especially not knowing him, but right into competitive mode. If you could tell the snooker players, they kind of stand instead of sitting, you know, especially when they know it's going to be a safety coming and they're coming back to the table quickly. You could see that from Stewart, eager to get back to the table. A lot of power coming here, and a little side as well. Needs a little bump on the red.
Well, 2 expansive shots, one after the next. Look at that.
Well, again, using just as cue sports, you know, kind of finesse and knowledge. That's another safety that you just wouldn't see a whole lot from our normal pool players.
Seemed there as though the felt had turned to Velcro with the spin he'd gone on.
Yeah, put a lot of check on it. And it's amazing when you raise the butt end of the cue what you can do with the cue ball.
Low Ho Sum very fortunate there, catching the red 3 ball too thin, almost scratching, in the end working out pretty well.
And I think Stewart can get a piece of the red, but can he do much with it? Well, really nice shot from an awkward situation.
I definitely think he's got the imagination to succeed. Whether he's got the experience, that's another thing.
Lost the ball in hand. Lost the cue ball again, serving up ball in hand. A lot more open opportunity now for Stewart. Try and knock a few balls in, clear the table, get on the board early.
Don't know whether this will apply in the world of pool, but I think it's worth saying this anyway. Bingham's one of those players, I've seen him have some terrible days where he looks awful, and then on others he looks phenomenal. I wouldn't say he's the most consistent snooker player we've ever come across, but at his best, wow.
Well, like you said in the interview, watching the game for so long, understanding the differences in a lot of shots. You run the cue ball so much more, a little side spin added definitely more often than you would see on the snooker table. Trying to use really the natural path of the cue ball a little bit more. And but you can see the class, just the way the cue ball kind of cozies and moves around the table.
Yeah, he strikes that cue ball with terrific authority. And there you go. Ball run Bingham is making a run, and the first to one. Loho Sum now realises that this is not some old veteran who's playing the game for the first time. It's someone who can play to a high level. You know, I suspected he was interested in playing 9-ball pool because over the last few years, when I've seen him at snooker tournaments, he's come over and we've had a chat and he's mentioned pool quite often. A lot of the snooker players, you know, are becoming more and more aware of just how good this game is.
Yeah, well, I think seeing more of the better players play the game a bit more with the tighter pockets and the rule changes, just like the fans themselves, you know. I think for a while the amateur fans back home, they thought the break and runs were the way to go, but once they started to see, you know, the exchanges between the players, and you're still going to have tons of break and runs and tons of run outs, but there's so much more to the game. Okay, missing the one on the side, did get a ball down.
Just a little bit of housekeeping for you. Having seen Duong Kwang when he's first match today, there was an unanswered question. Who would he play next? Well, it will be Jonas Kornmesser. The Austrian beat Bledar Kochi of Albania 9-5.
Overran a little bit with the cue ball, trying to get up behind the three, the red three. But I think what you're going to see from Stewart is recognizing maybe I don't know all the shots, but I'm not going to leave anything super easy. And there you have him again, engaged, not realizing that most of us pool players, we usually sit whenever our opponent's at the table, where snooker's quite different.
And also on that shot, one of the things that's hardwired into the minds of snooker players is the importance, when you're playing safe, of getting the object ball safe, and that's what he did with the one.
Yeah, and a couple glaring mistakes by Loho Sum in the first rack, so could start to feel a little pressure early.
Mark Bosch de Bosch, the big breaking Dutchman who reached the final of the Spanish Open recently. He's just starting out on table 25 against Ingo Lamberti. It's a cracking day, it really is. Young Claudio Cacci is through. He's beaten Marcus Feistermuller 9-4. Chris Melling in a battle with Yuma Dorma. It's 6-6 there. And another player we'll tell you about as he continues on, Skylar Woodward. Just starting out against Ragnar Gronston. from Sweden.
Oh, nice shot there. Just a little thin hit on the one off the rail first. May have left the combination, but the safety I was seeing from Stewart in the last inning, his last visit, as you say, in snooker, to the table. Again, not the most traditional safety, but very effective. I think Skylar Woodward may be a situation like we saw with Alex Pagulayan earlier during the break between the first and second match here on the main table. Spoke with Brendan, our tournament director, and he said that he was told good chance that Skylar's opponent didn't make the tournament, so we'll see.
I was at a tournament once, snooker event, and someone came up to a player, I won't name, and said, I'm afraid you've got to buy in the first round. Your opponent hasn't turned up. And the player said, well, I'm not afraid. I'm delighted. Can I have 6 more, please, and give me the trophy?
Yeah, I was thinking he may come down by the pink here. And that's where he kind of stunned off the ball, and that's what he's used to where if you understand you can apply a lot of side spin, you can kind of roll off of that one ball and really hold the one on the top rail rather than the one kind of escaping here and giving up a shot. But again, not leaving anything easy for Low Ho-Sum to get started. Doable, yes, but not easy.
Well, after a pot of that quality, he didn't really deserve to leave the cue ball banging behind the 6. Can't be too displeased about that one.
No, and another super thin hit on a jump shot. We saw his last. Trying to take on, I think it was the red 3 as well, in the right middle. In game number 1, I believe it was. Now, right on the fence here, being able to cut this ball in. It's another one, if you're used to side spin, kind of throwing the ball in, a little bit more of an opportunity to go offensive. I think you're going to see a safety, though, to come a couple rails by the 8. Oh, he did try to go for the yank. Almost let the cue ball get lost in this lower right corner. Now here he has to make a decision. Do I go right of the 6 or left of the 6? Looks like straight high ball may go into the 6, which could cause a problem.
Missed the 3 by a mile, and yet he walks away from the table with Bingham in a full ball hook. By the way, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, Table 2 action continues with Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz against Yanni Siikkonen, and FSR already 5-0 ahead.
Looks like some queuing to play this combo, trying to come back with the cue ball. A little bit of a backdoor safety. FSR, who was announced yesterday, as will an American player later in the week for the Mosconi Cup. So Europe's first on the board, and of course very deserving.
Yes, and despite all of his success, FSR made his debut in the Mosconi Cup in Las Vegas last year. Inevitably, you're going to be edgy because it's an atmosphere that's not created anywhere else on the planet. So I think second time around, he's going to be even more potent than he was on his debut.
Yeah, it wasn't his best Mosconi Cup, but I mean, that's just kind of how it is, especially, you know, so much expectation from him, even in his first Mosconi Cup, just because of how he's performed, you know, on the single side of things in our sport. But like Kachi, I think maybe. Kachi had struggled the first year, but then came on to be, you know, I think a very solid player for Team Europe, and I think the same for FSR.
Another clever shot from Stuart Bingham.
Again, it's not always going to be the traditional play, it looks like, but they all have merit and some value. And again, keeping low-ho some off of anything easy to get started here in this match. Does he go for this? Does he bang it around the table? Probably tries to make it. And he's consistently overcut every jump shot so far.
And consistently getting away with the misjudgments. Now that was the worst shot that Bingham's played so far. Don't know whether he anticipated the cue ball moving a little more forward to be behind the brown 7, or whether he went for the bank wholeheartedly.
Tell you, a little different than I thought he would play, going 4 rails here. Nice shot there on the pink, but nothing easy here on the green 6. He's got to draw the cue ball past the side.
He will be feeling better when this 9-ball enters the pocket. Loho Sum equalises at 1-1. By the way, the winner of this will take on Yannick Putsch of here in Germany, or the player who's travelled the greatest distance to be involved in this tournament, New Zealand's Sullivan Clark. They're just starting out on table 22. I think you're right about Skylar Woodward, by the way. His opponent hasn't shown yet. Woodward getting extra racks on the board. We'll get to a point in a few moments' time where the match will be awarded in his favour. Tommy Tokov 7-5 down against Kien Salim. Chris Melling 7-6 down against Yuma Dormer. That would be an interesting result if Dormer were to get the victory. That would knock Melling back on his heels immediately.
Yeah, and you never know. I don't know Dormer, but any of the German contingent that aren't the big names, you cannot take lightly. They showed us last year with so many impressive wins and then even some impressive losses against some great players. Some very close matches. Table 1 here definitely looks like it's breaking better on day 2 than we saw in our opening round matches yesterday. And it looks like the 3 passes the 7, so a big shot here on the 2 to the upper right. Trying to kind of wrap that upper left corner with the cue ball and coming 2 rails towards the center. It's a little touchy.
This is a real match. You can't say the same thing for table 2. We've already seen a whitewash over there, achieved by Ko Ping Chung, and now Francisco Sanchez Ruiz looks well on the way to another.
Now, of course, these players are at the table and they see it best, but that angle, I thought he could hit a high ball and get to the top rail with the cue ball, but he saw it differently, trying to cut it in with a low running English, low right spin. Caught it a little thin and lost the cue ball in the corner. Okay, in perfect position here to come 1 rail up to the center of the table.
Yes, and with Bingham's renowned cue ball control, this really should be 2-1.
He has options here. He can stun around the 5. I kind of like the 1 rail myself. Just maybe lost focus with the pot there on the red 3. It did appear part of the pocket was blocked by the brown 7.
Yes, it wasn't a full pocket, you're right, Jeremy, but even so, that was a real blunder.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what happens is, especially these 2 tables we have here for the streaming the first 4 days and then on into the single elimination round, but with the lighting and everything, the ball's cut a little easier, I think, and maybe that got Stewart right there. Maybe just a little lack of focus worrying about the cue ball.
And let's not forget that when snooker players started to appear in pool events, it was at the US Open with Judd Trump, and he's one of the most phenomenal potters on a snooker table you're ever likely to see, and he missed some sitters.
That's got to go a little bit. Not sure where he was trying to go exactly, but being the right-hander, he can reach this and maybe a little edge on edge taking on the cut. Very hard for the players to pass on an offensive shot like this. When they're close to it, they feel like the cut is about 100%. Cue ball's going to have a little speed.
I really wish I'd said something there. As he was lining up that shot, I was convinced he was going to overcut it. It just looked that way. The alignment was the problem.
Yeah, and it's funny, you can get the feelings just seeing so many matches, you know, that we work and seeing so many things. You know, usually, a lot of times you're right. It's not something that you're going to question as a commentator very often. But what happens is you just kind of see it from here time to time, and more often than not, you're right. All right, a little funny here. Okay, nice smart shot there, taking the angle on the 8 instead of trying to come around, maybe getting straight, maybe getting on the rail with the cue ball. Oh, this is going to have to go a little bit. This could get married onto the 9.
Nicely banked. When the cue ball and the object ball are close together like that, it is tough to judge sometimes the angle required. And the 9 just about crept in off that near jaw. It was questionable going towards the pocket, but it went in anyway, and Bingham leads by 2 racks to 1. His inexperience showing through. Even then, he's in front. we've seen a couple of the Ko brothers already negotiate their opening match. Ko Ping Han is trying to make it 3, and he's doing okay. He's 4-1 up on Hua Win. Sanyan Polovanovic 5-1 up on Jorg Velcher. John Morra has recorded a win, 9-3 over Klaus Richter. Same for Kostas Koukiadakis, 9-3. Pretty much all of the matches that started out at 10 o'clock this morning local time are now over. Zhao Griot, he beat Christian Reimering 9-4. Michael Schneider, 9-5 winner. And Billy Thorpe, how about this for a start? 5-1 up on Hannes Stiller. By the way, yesterday we were talking, weren't we, about a gentleman who appeared on our scoreboard. We were saying what a great name it was, Mountain Patrick. Well, it turns out that the names were transposed when they were entered. The guy's name is Patrick Mountain, which is still a good name, but not quite as good as Mountain Patrick.
Yeah, I agree.
If he's ever on the main table, we'll be hoping he hits peak form.
That's right. All right, not the break off just yet. We saw him practice, but hasn't been terrible. Just didn't get the one down. Same thing, a little short in the side. So Lo Ho Sum trailing 2-1 comes to the table with a shot on the one, but nothing easy. Cue ball near the rail. Quite a bit of traffic to get on a blue 2 that maybe narrowly goes by the pink in the lower left corner.
Lo Ho Sum not the only Hong Kong youngster involved at the moment. Robbie Capito on table 4 has shared the first 4 racks with Hassan Shahid. But he's just won the 5th, so Capito 3-2 ahead. Again, the balls could have gone anywhere. Overcutting is the theme for Lo Ho Sum in this match.
Yeah, and anything with any power has really been, you know, some bad miss-hits. Not the best execution. It looks like Stewart's just going to edge this over and run the cue ball.
By the way, table 2 has been whitewash central. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz wasted no time at all in beating Yanni Sikkonen 9-0.
Yeah, it's Stuart Bingham, I'll tell you. Of course, just being a great cue sports and cueman. Recognizing that Lo Ho Sum, even though not knowing him really, recognizing he's struggling a little bit, so just doing his best in any awkward situation not to leave something easy. Now this is the difference. You want to kick, if you can, to the top cushion and come at the one. That way the cue ball may bleed over behind the pink, could pocket the one. I think a little better chance of getting a snooker. I think Stewart's first ball in hand, he's surrendered here to Lo Ho Sum. And again, this is the type of situation for Sum. He can get, you know, get the arm a little more comfortable, make a little cleaner out here. I think he dropped his chalk into the upper right corner pocket. Won't be able to get that back for a while.
We've had the next two matches on tables 1 and 2 confirmed. Next up on table 2, it's a second round contest between Viktor Zelinsky and Kristina Zlateva. As for table 1 at the conclusion of this match, lucky there to avoid a self-imposed snooker. Next match here on table 1, Mario He against Oliver Ortmann.
Okay, he could come back for the corner, or the side is available for the green 6.
A more conventional rack falls to Lo Ho Sum. So for the second time he draws level. First it was 1-1, now it's 2-2. On table 24, Raina La from Estonia on the hill against Phuong Nam Pham of Vietnam at 8-6. Emil Andre Gangflo, who impressed so greatly. Well, he's done so on more than one occasion actually this year. He's 2-0 up on Andre Schickling. There you can see Kan Salim on the hill against Tommy Tokov, 8-6. Oliver Sholnocki, former World Championship semi-finalist, having things pretty comfortable against Michael Barr at 6-1. Robbie Capito, as I said before, was held to 2-2 by Hassan Shahid. Now it's 5-2 Capito. And Skylar Woodward's opponent definitely has not shown.
Well, there's been nothing wrong with the break from Lo Ho Sum. Struggled here early in the match. Nice run in the last rack. These are big shots to get started and keep, confidence kind of brewing and heading in the correct direction. Easy to hit this a hair thick and bobble this ball. And he did get it a little thick, but pretty good stroke, confident stroke. Opened the pocket up just a bit, just enough, let's say. What you can do sometimes is, if you feel like you're a favorite in a match, of course he knows that Stewart is a very capable cueist, but you can kind of over-grind every ball trying to make sure you're doing things right, maybe playing safe a bit more than you should. And now Lo Ho Sum maybe picking up the pace a little, trying to get some rhythm going.
Also, I think that he went into the match unsure about Bingham. He really was an unknown quantity. Having seen 4 racks, I think now he's at the point where he realises that in terms of know-how, Bingham's got an awful lot to learn. So maybe at the start he was intimidated, not so much now.
Yeah, and it's easy to have that little talk with yourself, like, hey, let's change things up. Let's get to knocking balls in. That's what we do. And looks like a lot more confident Low Ho Sum here the last 2 racks than we saw at the very beginning of this match. And like I said before, he's made a few technical changes, improvements in my opinion. The back arm not near as far forward, much more at 90 degrees and perpendicular, which is ideal.
And for the first time, he leads because Bingham was 1-0 and 2-1 ahead. Now, though, out in front, it is Low Ho Sum at 3-2. Fine Dutch player who's now back in the competitive field. Nick van den Berg 2-0 up on Simon Zappi of Italy. Besar Spahiu, who was Eklund Kaci's partner for Albania in the World Cup, he's 5-2 up on Holger Veer. Jan van Leerup 3-1 up on Isabella Laka from Poland. Tell you what, this is a fine venue, it really is. We're up on the balcony so we can overlook all of the tables. 26 of them in total, 256 players started out. Gradually that number is being whittled down. And when we get to the last 64, it will be single elimination. Right now it's double.
All right, a break and run in the last, but now a dry break. The one narrowly missing. So Bingham back to the table. Yeah, everything here in Fulda's been great and very convenient for the players. The venue's so close. It's really a quality spot we have here. Okay, probably crosses the 1 and runs the cue ball back towards the 2. And just kind of keep it simple. A little friendly bump on the 2, it looks like. Just shaving it to get a complete snooker.
Don't think I'm being one-eyed here, Jeremy, to say that Low Ho Sum has enjoyed some good fortune in this match so far.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a couple jump shots that really weren't his best. He got away with, excuse me. That was a little better, calmer stroke with the jump cue. I think all in all, he's settling in, and I think we're going to see a very close match here. Can't really pick the winner. Must be a little off angle. Can't easily push through on the 1 and get him up behind the brown 7. That would be ideal. Oh, he can, so that's definitely the shot. I don't know if he has a real 2-rail escape here, but around what would be the 3-5, just left of the 8 coming off the top rail, then the left side rail. I think this may kind of tighten up on him a little bit and end up missing a little right on the 1, our right side as the viewer. Yeah, oh, did he get a little piece of it? I guess not.
The action replay will confirm he did not.
Okay, Stewart with a very difficult out here. Difficult rack. The 3 a little covered up. The 4 down on the bottom. The 5 back up table. The 6 down on the bottom. So anytime you got to work the cue ball, so much up and down the table. That's what makes the racks, for the most part, the most difficult. Besides just, some really awful congestion. Did he get much angle here to easily work the rock? he can pocket this, come 2 rails to the center, that would be ideal.
Where the 5 was, I didn't think he would be able to overcut the 3, but he did, and it could be costly.
Yeah, and it's amazing how often that happens. You look at a shot and you're like, oh, let me get as much as this as I can. That's what's right for pocketing this ball, and it's sometimes more than you expect. I think Stewart was right with you. No way he could get in there and overcut that 3. Seen players have trouble with position play coming out of the pocket off of some of these balls hanging. Low Ho Sum could have done a little better there, and now should be all right to make the ball, but maybe a little funny with the cue ball. I'll tell you, he's had at times a pretty jerky delivery.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind he's under pressure, and I think it's because of the opposition.
I think he recognizes the class, really.
What you've got to realise is that snooker's a very big deal in Hong Kong. They played a tournament there last year, an invitation event, won by Ronnie O'Sullivan, which attracted world record crowds.
All right, that ball ran out just enough to make going forward not too awkward. And again, I think that's where Stewart will recognize the balls. The more he plays, the balls cut a little easier. And you'll notice really never have hit one thick to the pocket. It's always been a hair thin.
For the 3rd time, this match is all locked up. 1-1, 2-2, and now 3-3. Yes, that invitation event in Hong Kong last year on the Snooker Tour was a massive success. Something like 7,000 people watched the final. What made it, of course, was Hong Kong's top player Marco Fu had a 1-4-7 break in a deciding frame to win a match. That brought the house down, and with Ronnie O'Sullivan being so popular as well, getting to the final, it meant that all of the conditions were right, and so many people turned up for the final. It was the most watched snooker match ever.
Yeah, I'm assuming you mean in person the most watched ever. Yeah?
Oh yeah, not in terms of viewing figures, obviously, but yeah, actually in attendance at the venue. Never been a bigger crowd. Some of the photographs I saw were extraordinary. Of course, a snooker table is larger than a pool table, but it's still not all that big in a huge room. And some of the crowd were so far away it must have been very difficult to see what was going on, but nevertheless they showed up in record-breaking numbers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw some of those pictures you were talking about from that tournament. That's why I can't wait for Vietnam. I really think, maybe 7,000 will be pushing it. We'll see what big the venue and how many it holds, but I could see us getting definitely in the thousands daily.
You'll be mobbed, Jeremy. You'll need a security detail.
Well, I don't know about that, but should be fun. And looks like going a bit early for possibly another ranking event prior to the main event there in Hanoi. And this is what I saw when I saw him practicing. Very good break off. Much better than other snooker players when they're making their first time changing over. All right, he's got to just take the cut here. You got to think about the green 6 more than the 5 in this position here. Could go forward for a longer, straighter 5, but not easy position on the green 6. And this is where Stewart I've seen quickly already. Really simple. Just come across, take a little more length on the green. He's going to use and come to the second rail. Drawing the ball past the side.
Likey snooker doesn't waste time.
Gonna draw this a little more than he maybe wanted. So just a little 9-ball you got to pay attention to.
That was into the heart of the pocket. And once more, the lead changes hands. This time it's Bingham who edges in front at 4-3. There is a connection between these two because Loho Sum is part of the Hong Kong Q Sports program, which at the Hong Kong Sports Institute is overseen by a gentleman called Wayne Griffiths, who is the son of Terry Griffiths, who won the World Snooker Championship in 1979. So the name of Griffiths is on the same trophy as the name of Stuart Bingham. The story of Terry Griffiths was remarkable. He was the first player ever to win at the Crucible as a qualifier. It was his rookie season as a pro, and although he had a very good amateur career, no one really thought he could win the world title, and yet he did so in fantastic fashion.
All right, caught that one a little thick. Was Davis playing in that one in 79?
That might well have been his debut.
Okay.
Yeah, the defending champion in 79 was Ray Reardon, who is into his 90s now and still looking fighting fit. Ray Reardon won the title on 6 occasions.
Well, you said Wayne Griffiths, right?
Yeah, Wayne Griffiths is the coach in Hong Kong, and he's the son of Terry.
I feel like I saw some interview with him recently on the social, maybe, or...
Well, Wayne was in Spain for the Spanish Open and the World Cup as well.
Okay, maybe that's where it was.
Yeah, the Griffiths family are really wonderful sporting family because the other son, Darren, is a professional golfer who's head of teaching at Monterey Golf Club, which is in Portugal, and a Jack Nicklaus design and very highly rated.
Okay, just a 1-rail kick, it looks like, with a little, probably a light speed. That's the experience here. You want to try and get something awkward. Now, sometimes maybe he had to kick at that with more speed to straighten out the cue ball just to get the hit on the 2, but you'll learn if you keep playing it when there's balls near. The soft kick a lot of times really produces a lot of awkward situations for your opponent.
By the way, while I think about it, if you ever get offered a money match with Stuart Bingham on the golf course, a run for the hills, he's a club champion, he's an exceptional player.
Yeah, well, I have to have a little reference before I make a money match on the golf course. Just not that good of a player. Used to run around the country playing pool, playing anyone that would play, known or unknown, but not so much on the golf course, Phil.
Yeah, Bingham's to be avoided. He's very talented.
I wonder if he still plays a lot.
Not so much these days, although I think he keeps the hand in. But yeah, he was a club champion who had a very low handicap.
What part of the UK is he from again?
Well, he's from the same part of the UK as Ronnie O'Sullivan and Steve Davis from Essex.
Okay, better pull from Bingham. Seems like is bringing out better pull from Loho Sum. Already had a few lead changes, several ties. And like I said earlier, I think this is going to be one that goes down to the wire.
Jeremy, you and I commentated on a hill-hill match yesterday on Table 1, which was a real delight. Johan Chua coming back from 8-4 down to beat Roman Hebler. And as you say, I can see this one going to the wire also.
awkward flat, and the 8 a little far away from the rails. So he's got to hit this well to move to the side rail and get back out for an easy 9. And used a lot of the pocket, playing the 8 to the upper left side of that upper right corner pocket. Now a routine 9 to tie this match.
Never more than one rack in it. A match that's living up to expectations. Once again, nothing to choose between them. It's 4-4. What about some other scores? Well, on table 3, Petr Urban, who has represented the Czech Republic in the World Cup in the past. He's 3-1 up on Sebastian Rudek. Mark Bosch de Bosch. He's 5-1 up on Ingo Lamberti. Much further on down the bracket, Jan Schmeels has taken the first rack from Damien Massey. Sullivan Clark, the New Zealander, he's 4-1 up on Yannick Puch, and the winner of that will play the winner of the match we're watching right now. Tyler Steyer has made an agreeable start against Danny King. He leads 2-0. The third and youngest co-brother, Ko Ping Han, 7-1 up on Hua Win. Giuliano Smith leads the South African JJ Fall 3-0. And Sanjan Pilovanovic, very impressive, a 9-2 winner over Jorg Welsch.
Got a nice break off there. The cue ball on the bottom end, which does make things tougher. Does have a shot at the blue 2. Really ugly pink 4, which is next after he's pocketed the 1 and the 3 on the break. So a little bit of a difficult shot on the 2 in the side, but even tougher to draw some type of position on the pink 4. So we'll see.
For all of you watching in the good old USA, very good morning to you. Thank you for your company, and I've got some good news for you. Billy Thorpe, 8-1 up on Hannes Stiller.
Yeah, well, Billy getting back in form this year. He won a smaller ranking event. I believe it was in Florida, I think, in the fall part of the year. And, you know, just kind of grinding it out, trying to improve. And again, anytime power is needed, the transition hadn't been its best, and that was always going to be difficult anyways. I think getting any kind of shot on the 4 was going to be a tall task.
This is not a big statement, it's just true. Loho Sum playing nowhere near the form he showed to get to that World Masters final last year. Nowhere near.
Yeah, he really struggled in the World Cup this past year and just a month or so ago, and of course having those results at the Whirlpool Masters last year, maybe setting the bar a little high. Awkward here, banking the 2 towards the 7, trying to hold the cue ball behind the purple. He's going to play it lightly, trying to come behind the 8. Very nice. You could see it commended by Stewart, recognizing having to apply so much side spin from so far away.
The worst possible scenario, the scratch.
And I don't think he can get between the 7-9 to get at the 4, so he may have to open these. I don't know if I would open coming off the rail or if I'd set the cue ball on the rail gently behind the 2 and just kind of naturally go into those balls. I think you can depend on things happening how you want a little better, not using the rail here. Still should be okay.
Billy Thorpe has won 9-1 against Stiller. So not breaking sweat first time out.
Yeah, and Billy, who is a smart young man and has a lot of little different business endeavors, but has figured out, with some unfortunate things a couple years ago, that back at it and pulls what he really wants to do. Once you're away from it from a little while, it's an easy reminder how much you truly love it. All right, a little draw stroke here, shouldn't be a problem. This may be, I think, our fourth lead change of this match, just approaching halfway.
Yes, the ascendancy goes back to Loho Sum. He's 5-4 up. The victory just recorded on table 12 for Hungary's Oliver Szolnoki, beating Michael Bara 9-2. Robbie Capito from Hong Kong, 7-2 upon Hassan Shahid after being held to 2-2. Daniel Guttenberger 2-0 upon Herbert Köhler. Nick Vandenberg 3-2 upon Simon Zappi. And Besar Sparhiu, who was Eklund Kaci's partner for Albania at the World Cup. Yes, he was the number 2, but he was most certainly not a liability. I thought he played some really good pool. Well, Besar is 8-2 up on the hill against Holger Veer.
Yeah, I agree. I was super impressed seeing the Albanian teamed up with Albania's best Eklund Kaci, but Besar played really some phenomenal pool. Had a few mistakes in the match. They lost, but to get knocked out of the event. But overall, see he's improving. And watch out, cue ball.
No one can gain any domination in this match. It's one step forward, one back.
Yeah, whether it's a little mistake or a little bit unfortunate there, anytime, we're going to have what looks like a lot of unfortunate scratches just because of the break rule, but these are set up super nice. I mean, not a whole lot of work here, not a whole lot of extra thought needed. Maybe a little work from the 5 to the 6 to the 7. But still a lot of options there. Kind of similar technique as Chris Milling, right? Very long backswing with a very obvious pause in the back.
Yeah, the one thing he does a little unconventionally in snooker terms, if you notice his bridge hand, the fingers on the felt aren't sort of straight out. A couple of them are quite bent. There you see, look.
I noticed he had pretty big hands as well. It looks like the backhand. I was watching just the cue action and the grip and whatnot. And looks like it just kind of swallows that cue stick, really. Nice shot there. Looks like a perfect cue ball to once again tie this match.
And this is what we like to see. Punch and counter punch. Nothing between them. 5-5. Very different story on table 14, where Ko Ping Han is on the verge of victory against Hua Win at 8-1. Tyler Steyer after a flyer against Danny King at 4-0. The winner of our match will take on Sullivan Clark or Yannick Puch. It's 4-2 now to Clark. Very ambitious New Zealander who wants to rise to the top of this game and believes he can do so. And you've got to have belief. You've also got to have skill, patience, dedication, the whole package. There you can see on table 17, Mustafa Alner has taken the first rack from Robert Hart. If you don't know the story about him, well, he is Kevin Hart's brother, the American comedian.
Yeah, he and I talk quite often. Just on the phone the other night before flying over. And it's funny. Rob, of course, great guy and really funny guy like his brother, but he's very analytical. He's very much picking things apart, trying to improve his pool game, and there's no stone really left unturned when it comes to Rob Hart and Nineball pool.
I know, Jeremy, the family are from Philadelphia. Does he still live there?
Yes, he does. Yeah, actually, last year before the U.S. Open, I went and stayed with him for 4 or 5 days and sparred with him a little bit, just trying to work on a few things, and really enjoyed my stay over there, and may do it again this year. We'll see. That's what we talked about the other day, and it's going to be a beautiful time of the year to be in the Northeast of the United States right there at the end of September.
If you're unaware of the geography, Philadelphia's a very short drive from Atlantic City.
Yeah, about an hour's time is all, and very easy drive as well. One of the more common places to fly into to get to Atlantic City. A really nice shot here. He's put together a break and run earlier to take a lead, and now looking to do the same, crossing the halfway point of this match. And now recognizing, trying to set up natural angles to move the cue ball from one ball to the next. That's what you want to start to kind of naturally look at when playing 9-ball pool. Can go one rail or two. And I don't think this would be a shock to you, and just knowing the two players, not so much of a shock to me, but maybe to some. But you can recognize a little cleaner striking from Stewart than you would say overall from Loh Ho Sam in this match.
Absolutely. You can make a powerful argument to say that Loh Ho Sam is the better pool player, of course. But I think when it comes to the quality of cueing, the superior player is definitely Bingham. And he leads 6-5.
Yeah, and to be fair, I don't think we've seen Loh Ho Sam's complete best here in this match so far, so his cueing will improve given the opportunity.
Tyler Steyer continues to march on. He's 5-0 up on Danny King. Giuliano Smith 3-1 up on JJ Fall, a South African who plays in a lot of these events. He's a good player. Doesn't live in South Africa these days. He's based in the UK. I think he's a club owner in the great city of Manchester. Simon Corral and Vincent Gomez in round one, locked together at 6-6. And Yanni Uski, who goes under the radar always. He's 5-0 up on Martin Kramer.
Well, I think Yanni Uski is a player we're going to see. I don't know if he'll ever, or I shouldn't say ever, but anytime soon win one of these real big ones. But I think he's a guy that can slowly go up the rankings higher and higher each and every event, and maybe shock the world one day with a big win. 2-6 combo, very playable. Just go around the 4-5 for position. A little distance on the 2's okay. Now there's half a pocket. Remember early in the match, a 3-ball that got away. So now he's going to size up a 2-9 combination. Now he's probably going to shoot this with some speed. So if he makes it, good chance the 2-ball comes back into the cue ball if he does shoot the combo. So we could have something kind of crazy happen with the cue ball here on a double kiss. He played it light, so he's a confident man cueing.
And that is a first in this match. It's the first 2-rack gap. It goes to Bingham at 7-5. I thought he played this one really nicely, actually. So Loho Summer's got every reason to be a little concerned. All of the pressure on him. This isn't Bingham's territory. He's here to enjoy himself. And I think the distribution of pressure in this match is undoubtedly one-sided. All on Loho Sum, very little on Bingham. He's got nothing to lose.
Yeah, well, I think Bingham, he wants to win, maybe. You know, being in so many situations on the snooker side of things throughout his career, pressure is just something he holds in a bit better. Like you said, a journeyman for a good part of the start of his career with no wins. Sticking to it, so been through it all. And probably a little unfortunate. Both times he had a break and run, it's been a dry break to follow, so he can't really follow it up and put more heat on Loho Sum.
For fans of the Ko brothers, I can tell you Ko Ping Han has beaten Hua Win 9-1.
Watch out, cue ball. Oh my.
Just skirting that purple 5-ball.
Now the draw stroke, trying to draw him a straight line to the rail and in between the pink and the blue. And you can immediately tell, you know, the class is just how the cue ball moves. It's easy to recognize a good player, in my opinion, just because of how the cue ball moves. It goes a long ways, but it's never going that fast, it seems, right?
Yeah, he generates spin and movement easily.
And as he said in the interview, Phil, maybe a little more comfortable getting through the racks initially than the other snooker players when they first hit the scene.
Yeah, he's a very humble fellow. Likeable, popular on the circuit, Stuart Bingham. The year he won the World Championship in 2015, as he plays a poor positional shot there, but the year he won the World Championship, when he got to the semi-finals, that means it goes down from a 2-table situation to just 1 in the Crucible. And he was emotional about that, actually shed a tear because he wanted to be there so badly.
Big shot there, and he'll learn a little something from that previous shot. Anytime the ball's near the pocket, you get into the cue ball a little bit, really arcs the cue ball, and that's what cost him the position, but a great recovery. And I know it may be an obvious statement, but you can feel and kind of see the momentum rising here for Stewart.
The Essex Cueman making his debut in a World Nineball Tour event is on the hill against a World Masters runner-up. Stuart Bingham leads Lo Ho Sum 8-5. A smile of satisfaction there. He loves it. He really loves competing.
Well, I'll tell you, blood smells the same, right? No matter what discipline you're playing, and I think he smells a little blood here coming from Lo Ho Sum, and a chance to advance here in this first round.
Thing is, though, as we mentioned earlier, it's all right getting to the hill. Then, though, you've got to convert. Yesterday we saw lots of matches where players were nearly home and couldn't quite open the door. In the background there, interesting, you've got Wojciech Szewczyk and Konrad Zhushin watching on. The two talented Poles want to see how this snooker fellow's doing.
All right, the one down. The two agreeing openly. And really the rest of the work besides the two is on the bottom end of the table, all fairly near each other. So you may say it's a big shot on the blue two to probably get through this rack and end this match. Well, that was center cut. And very confident.
Gary Wilson's had some success in nine-ball pool. He's beaten the likes of Thomas Kaplan, David Kioy, James Aranas, Mario He. But it wasn't immediate. Oh, as Bingham misses the three. I was about to say, if he were to beat a player of Lo Ho Sum standing in his very first outing, that would be something else. But the three stays on the table.
Yeah, and I think he, for once in this match, he kind of shot in between, trying to hold the ball, maybe not get to the second rail so much. I think if he lets the stroke out, he backs off and understands I can handle the four from way up the table. Really no chance of him missing that three ball. And what a nice shot there from Lo Ho Sum. All right, do you play this? Do you come off the left side, trying to come some 1, 2, 3 rails, dropping the cue ball behind the purple? It's not easy. And when it's not easy with the safety, you're on the fence. Normally the players will go offensive. Difficult situation here. May go for the cut. Safety again, not easy. Yeah, looking to get him behind the 8, but man, that puts the 4 in a spot to where if you don't get behind the 8, you're probably giving up a nice shot on the pink. Let me just go for the cut here myself and let the cue ball run. He's going to put him behind the 8. Yeah, I like this right here. Take your chances. Odds are you're not going to get snookered. Now here he may have to kind of draw the ball into the 6, so a lot going on here. Could come out 2 rails and take the cut on the 6 and go up and down the table to get on the 7. Like this. Smart play. Really smart play. It's not easy, but at least it's in your hands.
Bingham, by and large, not falling into the trap that snooker players sometimes do when they play 9-ball pool, not trying to be too precise.
This is going to be overhit a little bit. It's going to make a difficult 7 and maybe even more difficult to get on the 8. All right, does he try to come back behind the 8 off of 1 cushion? You would kind of doubt he takes on the pot to the upper right, but it's not the worst in the world. Nothing to it, Phil. Never touched a rail.
I'm proud to be a snooker man, Jeremy. He's flown the flag with distinction. Stuart Bingham, how about that? Dynamic debut or what? Low-ho sum feeling a little low right now because Stuart Bingham, 8 years removed from being the world snooker champion, has defeated the man from Hong Kong by 9 racks to 5. What a start to his pool playing career. Next up, he will play either Sullivan Clark or Yannick Puch. Clark leading 6-2 right now. As for us, well, our third match of the day on table 1, coming up in around 6 minutes' time, will be a battle of the generations. Mario He against Oliver Ortmann. Michael McMullen and Carl Boys will be guiding you through that one.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Our second year here in Fulda in Germany, such a success in the inaugural staging of this European Open 12 months ago, and great to be back here. We're into the second day of what has already become a firm favourite among the pool community on the calendar. Lots of action already completed today. Across all the tables, let's see what's been going on the main stages. Vuong Quoc Hoang comfortably winning the all-Vietnamese clash to start things off. And then just a few minutes ago, the 2015 World Snooker Champion, Stuart Bingham, a 9-5 winner on his 9-ball debut against the former World Masters finalist, Lo Ho Sum. Next up, we'll have Mario He against Oliver Ortmann. That one's along in a few minutes' time. And over on table 2, Viktor Zielinski is just getting started around now against Kristina Zlateva. Earlier today, a couple of 9-0s. Ko Ping Chung, who's been in good form recently, enjoying that margin of victory against Frank Osman. And world champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz also winning without the loss of a single rack against Jani Siikanen. Afterwards, we spoke to the world number 1.
Francisco, routine 9-0 win for you there. How is it to get back out on the table?
Yeah, I mean, after yesterday, after the new I'm playing Mosconi this year, I feel more comfortable. I feel very confident, and the first round is going to be important always. But I play really good. I'm really happy.
You play again later today. Do you find that you gather a bit more momentum when you get to play twice in a day rather than playing today and then tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you play the first one, especially if you win the first one, I mean, the second one is going to be probably the same. I hope I can continue like this, and I hope I can win.
We obviously heard yesterday that you are in the Mosconi Cup. You touched on it there about the fact that it's relieved a little bit of pressure. Just expand on that feeling, knowing that you have that bit of security and that you can play with freedom this week.
Yeah, I feel like that. Yeah, last year when I made the team, I feel really good. I put off all my stress. You know, I enjoy. I think I can continue like this. I hope I don't have pressure right now. I mean, I feel really good. I enjoy every single moment when I'm playing. So that's really important.
Francisco, good luck for the next match.
Thank you.
Yeah, always good to get the thoughts of Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. And we'll also be hearing from Stuart Bingham, who's created arguably the biggest story of the day so far, in a little while. Now, as we were mentioning in that interview, FSR was confirmed yesterday as having already clinched his place in the Mosconi Cup team for Europe. The first place will be confirmed on both teams this week. As you can see there, Eklund Kachi in second place. Even if he won the $30,000 first prize here, would not be able to catch Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. So the highest placed player other than FSR after the US Open next month in Atlantic City will then be confirmed, and the final automatic place will then be decided at the Asian Open in Vietnam in October. Remember, it's 3 automatic qualifications on both teams and then 2 captain's picks. The American situation, as far as this week is concerned, is still in the balance. Shane Van Boening, as you can see, only about $10,000 behind the current leader, Skylar Woodward. So SVB still with every chance of claiming the first automatic spot. Speaking of the Mosconi Cup, big announcements coming later this week about the captaincy. I know people have been waiting all year to hear what's going on with the captaincy for both teams. We will have big announcements on that in the coming days. So Carl Boyes is alongside me. Carl, I know you weren't commentating on the Stuart Bingham match, but I saw you were out there for a lot of it watching. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I think overall, you've got to look at. There's always the first thing I sort of look at when a snooker player makes a little bit of a transition and comes over. It's, how comfortable are they with a pool cue? Stuart Bingham looked very comfortable with it. He made a lot of good pots. Overall, he probably put in the best performance I've seen in a first round match from a snooker player.
You talk about him looking comfortable with a pool cue in his hand. Stuart is the biggest cue sports obsessive I've ever met. I remember him saying once that even when he goes on holiday, the first thing he does when he gets to the resort or the hotel or whatever is look for a pool table. So he's well used to having it in his hand, and I think you're absolutely right, it was reflected there. And some people might look at that and say, when he was playing Lo Ho Sum, who's been a World Masters finalist, it's not a good look for the game that somebody can just come in and win a match against him. first time out. But potting balls is potting balls, playing under pressure is playing under pressure. So it's no disgrace for Low Hosum, in my view, to get beaten by someone like Stewart. What do you think?
Yeah, well, the thing is, Low Hosum's not the top tier on the tour, so even though he got to the final of Masters a couple of seasons ago, he's not really done much else. He's obviously a cool operator. Things could change. He's a young man. He's trying his best to, break into that top tier bracket, but he's not SVB, Sanchez, Ruiz, Albin Ocean. But having said that, Stuart Bingham had to do a job, and that's what he did. It was a good performance overall.
Yeah, and we've seen a number of times when snooker players have made their debut on the pool front. We saw it with Judd Trump, we saw it with Gary Wilson as well, in fact. When they do, in that first tournament, eventually come up against one of the top players, they're generally comfortably beaten. So that could be the challenge that lies ahead for Stuart Bingham later in the week. For now, though, he's had a great result. And we're now on to our next match, and this is a clash of someone who's very much on the rise. He's been around a while, but over the last year or two, seems to have just stepped up to another level. Mario He in action against Oliver Ortmann, someone who is an absolute legend of the game, and great to see him out here at the age of 56.
Yeah, this is a match I'm looking forward to. Never had the pleasure of commentating on an Oliver Ortmann match, simply because he's not really been playing in the big pool tournaments over the last few years. Know him very well, played him a lot back in the day. Really nice guy as well.
Just as we get into this one, a couple of results to bring you up to date on since the previous match finished. Mark Bijsterbosch, who went so close, about as close as you can get really, to winning the Spanish Open a few weeks ago, has come through 9-2 against Ingo Lamberti of Germany. And Tyler Steyer has also had a pretty straightforward win, 9-0 against Britain's Danny King.
Yeah, as you were talking about the Mosconi Cup rankings and the placings there, Michael, of course, Eklund Kaci is not here. He's had some form of off-road car accident. He's injured his playing arm, so he's out of action for, well, a good few weeks, maybe a few months. So it's going to be interesting to see at what point he can get back into the ranking events to try and qualify, if even possible at all.
Well, he had become a bit of a Mosconi regular, missed out in the team last year, and it looked for all the world, given the form he's been in, that he was heading back into the team. And as you say, those events of recent days may end up costing him. The main thing is, at least he's safe and reasonably well, and we hope to see him back soon.
That's all he could really do there. He was trying to use the purple 5 and the red 3 ball as a blocker. Felt he couldn't really get the cue ball close to the 2 balls, which is always going to leave the jump shot. The jump shot pot is something that's vanished since we've gone down to 4-inch pockets. Yeah, it's just not as easy to get the ball into the centre pocket anymore. So you don't actually see many jump shots where they're actually potting the ball when it's near the pocket. Yeah, they may make the ball then, but that type of shot there from Mario, not easy, and he actually got very close.
Second match of the day for both of these players. Ortmann is a 9-2 winner against his compatriot Daniel Sturz in the 10 AM session. Whoever wins this, that will be their last involvement today, and we'll see them again in winners' qualification tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got the likes of Oliver Ortmann, Ralph Suke, Mika Immonen, these players who have won world titles years and years ago. I wonder if any of these sort of elder players could win one of these majors in the modern era. Because we talk about the Fillers and the Gorse and the Sanchez, the younger players, but what do you feel like the age sort of bracket would be?
What, the cut-off point?
Yeah, I've been trying to think about this the last few months, because obviously, if you look at snooker, the fact that Stephen Henry retired quite young. Obviously, Ronnie's late 40s, 47, 48, is he, Ronnie O'Sullivan?
Yeah, he's 47.
And he's still mixing it, of course he is.
Well, he was world champion last year.
Yeah, so snooker seems to have gone that little bit more where you can cut it as you get a little bit older. I was trying to think, what is the age of pool? Because these can still play, you know, Ralph can still play, Niels can still play. He's had a bit of a decent run in some of the events this season, but they're not winning the events, are they?
I think Niels could win an event. Someone like Ralph, he's continued to play, and it's not like he's been getting close to winning anything, so maybe his time has passed. But it'll change over time, you see, because you talk about snooker there, and you weren't seeing players in their 40s winning tournaments not that long ago. Now, it's become very much par for the course, because that strong generation is still there, and the next wave of players haven't been as good as them. And I think maybe the reason that the top pool players from 20, 25 years ago aren't still winning tournaments is because a whole new wave of younger players has come through, particularly a lot of young European players, who have basically just gone past them. But you look at someone like Chang van Bonen, and obviously he could still win a tournament. He's only just turned 40. It would be no surprise at all. Equally so, it would be no surprise 10 years from now to see him still able to win tournaments. So if there is an upper age limit, I think it changes over time, and it depends on the quality of the players in each age group. But what we do know is that 56-year-old Oliver Ortmann has won the opener here against Mario He. Ortmann was world champion in 1995, beat Dallas West 11-9 to become the first of 4 German winners to date. He's been playing since the age of 6. His parents ran a restaurant, and there was a pool table in the basement, and to amuse himself while they were working, he went down there and played, and well, here he is half a century later. Now, in the first round, Sullivan Clark is on the hill at 8-2 against Yannick Putscha. The winner of that, it looks like being Sullivan Clark, will play Stuart Bingham in the next round.
Is he going to get a look at this one ball? He isn't. So it's going to be a push out. Another prime example where I'm sure you've heard myself talk about the break rule. This is why it was changed, because things are not as guaranteed. Here you see another look. No shot on the 1. The red 3 balls tied up with a 9. So if you're wondering why that is important for the game, it's because we get to see a bit more creativity, a bit more safety play. So that's going to bring the skill out. I think Mario will play this shot. I don't think he can see the 1 ball full. Oliver would not have played that push out, because that would be easy for Mario just to stun the cue ball in behind the purple 5. But he might try and play the 1 off 2 rails and kill the cue ball onto the top rail. Try and get the 1 back down the bottom. Doesn't have to play the shot, of course. He can simply put Oliver back to the table. That's what the push out is about, but he is playing it. He can also play thin off the edge. Could even pot it, you know, in the top right pocket. That's not easy though. Well, he has put him back. Oliver will have had a plan in his mind when he played the push out. And he simply has the same options Mario did. He's actually looking at that first shot I suggested, trying to get this 1 ball on the bottom rail, draw the cue ball or a little sort of stun shot off the left rail near that top corner pocket and kill the cue ball on the top rail. The beauty of this is he knows the red 3 ball is a problem ball at some point in the rack. It was actually a very obvious basic shot. I was a little surprised Mario didn't play the shot, if I'm being honest. I could understand not playing the shot if the 3-ball was, let's say, over another pocket and all the balls are in the open, but the fact that that is a dead ball, that was a surprising one for me. Just looking around the tables near us, Michael. There's a lot of legends out there. Ralph Souquet's in action as well, another World Nineball champion. David Alcaide's out there playing. Victor Zielinski's on table number 2.
Yeah, he's actually lost the opener against Kristina Zlateva. Talking about age and the fact that Ortmann is 56. Mario He, who's coming to the table now with this chance, has only recently turned 30. Just last Thursday, in fact.
Yeah, hard to believe Mario He has not played in the Mosconi Cup as well. That just shows you how difficult it is to get in that team. Only 5 players represent Europe every December.
Yeah, he did make it into the team 5 years ago, but had to withdraw for personal reasons. So he still hasn't played. He's currently in 5th place in the European Mosconi Cup standings. He's only about $10,000 outside the top 3, so he's got every chance of qualifying this time. And of course, even if you don't make it into the top 3, if you finish 5th or particularly 4th, you put forward a strong argument for yourself to be a captain's pick, so every chance he could be in the side for the first time this year.
Yeah, also I think the beauty of the qualification now is, a few years ago, you know, I remember qualifying one year where it was the top ranked player on the Euro Tour, so just one player got in. Now Mario can pick and choose to go to a lot of events, not just, you know, the big open events that we stage. He can go to some of the lesser events. There's a lot of pool tournaments now, so if he's, like you said, 10,000 down, maybe he could go to an event in Europe that pays 4,000 or 5,000 to the winner. So it's going to be interesting to see what the players pick and choose to play in. Missed that one though. Cue ball's close to left centre and he's scratched, so this is going to be over this rack because he's going to pot the 9-ball with the 3.
So, the legend of the game, the senior man in this encounter, Oliver Ortmann, is off to a very positive start here. He leads Mario He 2-0. Could be a big story in the offing here. There was a very big story a short time ago when the former world snooker champion Stuart Bingham beat Lo Ho Sum on his 9-ball pool debut, and afterwards, Carl spoke to him.
Stuart, congratulations, your first ever match on the World Nineball Tour. How was it?
Yeah, obviously a bit nerve-wracking. I think the first couple of frames or racks helped me really, because it was just sort of playing a bit of nip and tuck, a bit of safety, and obviously my snooker safety sort of gave me a good sort of head start, I think. Yeah, missed maybe 1 or 2 shots that were pretty easy, but other than that, I think, yeah, it's pretty good.
Overall, it looked like, you know, when a snooker player comes to play 9-ball, we've seen like Lazowski, Gary Wilson in the early days struggle a bit. For the first ever match, you probably look like the best snooker player who's gone straight out and played. Is that how it felt?
Yeah, like I say, I've been watching it for, nearly 30 years, I suppose. Just sort of watching it, and even say coming to the Copper Box, the UK Open, just watched it firsthand. I think it gave me a sort of maybe an edge on maybe the other players. I suppose I've got that maybe that game to sort of move the white around the table, a bit of side here and there. So that's what I've sort of seen and learned over the years, maybe watching it.
And how was the break shot? Because the break's a lot different now. Within the last 12 months, it's been changed to try and make it a little bit more difficult. How have you found the break?
Yeah, it's like you say, it's everything. I think the way the ball's spread, I sort of made my fair share of obviously the one ball. Yeah, it's obviously tough. You've got to really concentrate on trying to hit the yellow or the one where you're trying to hit it, and hopefully something goes in.
You've just beat Loho. Som, he's a steady player. He's had a few decent results on the tour. Now you've played that match, how far do you think you could go?
Who knows? Obviously, I enjoyed every second of it out there. If I can keep enjoying it, like you say, who knows? Sort of talking to sort of people like Tony Drago, sort of Dave Lilly, sort of obviously the other snooker players, they sort of said that should sort of do okay, and obviously beating a good scalp in that guy, it was it's only going to give me confidence.
Right, okay, Stu, thanks for stopping by. Good looking round.
New Zealand is a country which has always been very special to Stuart Bingham, because that was where he won the World Amateur Snooker Championship in 1996. And that's where his next opponent will come from, because Sullivan Clark has clinched a meeting with him by seeing it out at 9-2 against Yannick Pucha. Back here, Oliver Ortmann, 2-0 up.
Lost the cue ball a little bit. You could see it come off the pack and went low. Here's another look. Just watch the angle the cue ball come off. See how it went down. It actually had some of the opposite spin on as well. So it's going to be another push out. It's a great side of the game, the push out. I really do like this, because Oliver can literally do what he wants with the cue ball. So there you see he's rolling it up top. He'll make sure it comes away from the 8 ball so you can see a piece of the yellow 1 ball. And it's as simple as this. Mario can play this shot or give it back. He decided to give the last one back in the previous rack. So this will be interesting to see if he plays this one now. There's not much option for him on this shot. If he takes it, maybe it's still trying to use that 8 ball as a blocker, but it's never easy to get a full ball hook just using 1 ball.
Quiz time for you, Carl. Which players have played in more Mosconi Cups for Europe than Oliver Ortmann?
Can I get one small clue? How many players?
No, that's part of the question. I knew you'd ask me that. It's not many, obviously.
Well, it's definitely Ralph Suke. I'm going to say Mika Ina.
Yes.
I'm going to say one more player. Would that be right?
That would not be right. It wouldn't be far off. Come on, I'm helping you here.
Niels Fine.
Yes.
So there's one more.
There is one more, yeah.
I'll give it some thought.
Meanwhile, Mario He back at the table. A good chance here to open his account. I mentioned earlier, Ortmann was a 9-2 winner in his first match against Daniel Sturz earlier today. Mario He got through with even less difficulty. Didn't lose a single rack against the British player Lawrence Thomason.
should know the answer to this question, but...
Well, it should be you, shouldn't it? If you
No,
played
it's
on a bit
definitely-
longer, you could have been up there.
Yeah, I'd have been double figures, but never mind. You're going to tell me how many he's played in? Is that a clue?
I don't think that would help you very much.
Well, go on, tell me, it might.
I don't actually know.
All right, that's my question to you then. If you give me how many he's played in, I might get it right.
Yeah. I think it's 9. Well, let me check that.
Looks like he's going forward with the cue ball. Yeah, this is a nice shot. A little bit of an exhibition shot. Look at the cue ball spinning away. This is an important rack for Mario. Don't want to start trailing 3-0 to anybody, especially Ortmann.
So Mario He, somewhat belatedly, off and running. And that's 2-1. Okay, so Ralph Suke played 17, Mika Immonen 15, Niels Fine 14. They're the 3 you've already got. And I'm actually a little bit surprised, as I said, I knew who the other one was who's played more than Ortmann, but this other player has played 11. Which actually surprises me a bit that it's quite as many as that. So that might even throw you off the scent a bit. You've got till the end of the next rack.
How many's Ortmann played in?
8.
Well, Appleton played in 8 or no?
Yeah, Appleton at 8 as well, I think. Yeah.
Well, the only player I can think of is Vandenberg, but...
I think he's on 8 as well.
Right, so it's not Vandenberg.
Yeah.
Surely it's not Steve Davis.
It is Steve Davis.
Is it? I was going to say Davis, but I just couldn't
Yeah.
think back in the day how many he played.
Yeah. I knew he was ahead, but as I say, didn't think it was quite as many as 11. Anyway, Mario He would be very happy just to get to 1. Good run here, just as he had 12 months ago. Would help in that regard. He's opened his account now in this match. 2-1 down.
Well, he's finding the 1 ball a lot better in this match. In the first match, I spoke to him. He said he just couldn't get the 1 ball in the centre pocket, so he's made some adjustments. Sometimes you see the players move the cue ball across the box. It's all about finding the sweet spot, and I think he's made 2 from 2 so far.
Speaking of Nick Vandenberg, who you mentioned there, he has, within the last few minutes, joined the list of winners. In his opening match, he beat Simone Zappi of Italy, 9-2. And will now play Oliver Szolnoki of Hungary, former world semi-finalist. Janiuski has also won 9-0 over Martin Kramer.
Well, this is another good chance here for Ortmann. Mario's let that one slip. As long as you pot the 2 ball, this looks like it could be the most difficult shot of this rack. Just get this one right. It's not difficult, but he wants to make sure the cue ball doesn't land on the left rail. It's got to bounce off a little bit. You want a little bit of an angle on the red 3 ball.
Nicely done. It's been a good start to this session for legendary players from Germany, because Ralf Suke is leading 2-0 against Rainer Lahr. 4 Germans, as I was saying, have won the World Championship. The 2 younger ones, Torsten Homan and Joshua Filler, are both already through to winners' qualification after they won a couple of matches apiece yesterday. In those 8 Mosconi Cup appearances that Oliver Ortmann made, he was only on the winning team twice. It wasn't a great era for Europe. The Americans dominated the early years of that tournament. Fair to say times have changed. Played in the first ever Mosconi in London in 1994.
This is very thin now. It's gone from a great chance to got to pass a little test here. Oh, this needs to travel though. Needs to keep travelling. And it's landed a little bit short like the previous one. This feels like a big moment early on in the match here. If Ortmann can get the job done here, just stamps a little bit more authority and just makes Mario sit in his chair thinking, okay, Ortmann can still play. Such an unorthodox cue action as Oliver. Didn't take his chance there. Big moment in the match for me this now.
Looked as though he was half thinking about jumping over the table and blowing it in, though he followed it there. Oliver Ortmann was 2-0 in front. The opportunity was certainly there for him to still be in front at the end of this rack, but instead Mario He drawing level. It's 2-all. And this is the second round. Let's look at some other scores. Matches going on. In round 2, Duong Kwok Wang 5-1 up on Jonas Kornmesser of Austria. Ko Ping Chung, who's won a big tournament quite recently, 4-1 down against Can Salim. Claudio Cacci, who made such an impact at the Spanish Open. That's going to be one of the interesting things this week, to see if he can build on that. He's taken the opening rack against the former Mosconi Cup player Chris Melling. Dmitry Yungo flying along, 6-0 up against Roberto Bartol. Elliot Sanderson, British player who we saw alongside Jason Shaw at the World Cup a few weeks ago, leading Nick Malai 2-0. Viktor Zielinski lost the opening rack to Kristina Zlateva, but now leads 2-1. David Al-Kadi 2-0 up against Adam Stankovic. Chang Yong-lin, very experienced player, level at 1-all with Andreas Daniel. And that's how we stand in the other matches. Back here it's 2-all. Although I will also give you a first round result. Typhon Tabor, part of the huge German contingent, has won 9-6 against Ramazan Akdag. Tabor now faces Janiuski.
We're only 5 racks in, 5 breaks. And nobody's really getting a good look off the break yet. You can see here there's this little cluster. It's like the balls, maybe they're hitting the pack a little bit too thin. The balls are not really spreading. The cue ball's down the bottom end of the table again off the break. So it's going to be push out, but this time it's going to be Mario to play the push. This is why the shot clock is a thing in the game of pool. We don't use it for the early stages just because there's too many matches going on. But there has been talk about just using it on the main table. That could be achievable, because it's not so much that the game's slow, it's more the players thinking is slow. I mean, I bet he's been over a minute here, hasn't he? Wondering where to push the ball to. The shot clock would just speed the shot up, speed the thought process up.
Yeah, and sometimes you see players when there's no shot clock, if they haven't got the position they're looking for, before they start trying to figure it out, they walk around the table, throwing their eyes to the heavens for about 10 or 15 seconds. That's part of it as well. I do think, though, if you are going to have a shot clock, my feeling would be it has to be round by round. Would it really be fair to have a player under the shot clock when someone else is playing in the same round of that tournament who isn't?
I agree, but I think for the good of the game, we're trying to grow it. It's still early days. At the end of the day, if you're on the main table, you've been put on because you're one of the top players, you're one of the names. You're used to playing under the shot clock because you go deep in the events, so everyone's done it. So I think for growing it, this is the feature table we're watching. So for me, you just put it on.
Yeah, that's a valid point as well. Sometimes absolute fairness has to give way to the greater good.
Obviously it's little things as well. We're not saying it's disastrously slow, it's just that shot clock just does speed up the thinking time. Yeah, I like this. This is a nice little shot he's playing here. Very inventive there. Always wonder if the other player spots that. You know, it'd be interesting if Oliver, when he's walking to the table, thought, oh, I didn't see that shot. I'll let them go. He may well be in trouble again, but kind of keeps him alive in this rack for 1 or 2 shots. The brown ball, the purple and the 9 are going to play a big part again here. Here comes the cue ball. Oh, he flicked the 7. Just flicked the 7 ball. If he'd have missed the 7, he'd have probably got the hook.
Around such a long time, Oliver Ortmann. It's a career of massive numbers in terms of, as I said, Mosconi Cup appearances and tournaments he's won on the European scene. And the first time he ever travelled outside Europe was all the way back in 1989 for a big event in the States, and he won it, beating no less a figure than Steve Mizorak in the final. Started winning titles at German national level a few years even before that. Just love the idea that someone half a century after taking up the game, and when his best years are clearly well behind him, can still have the enthusiasm to want to come out here and compete on the big stage.
Where's the 9-ball going? Has it stayed right over the pocket? Ooh, interesting. He may well be tempted here. If it's close enough over the pocket where, as long as he hits the 2 onto the 9, he will play it. Doesn't need to play it. He could pot the 2 and get close to the 3. Maybe he could then pot the 3 and then play the 4 onto the 9 as well. It's a funny one, that. It looks to me like if you put the cue ball behind the 2, it does look unmissable. I'm not saying it's right over the pocket, but now he's got to play another shot. He's perfect on the 3 ball though. There you go.
Can't let Mario He run away from him. He had lost the previous 2 racks, but now he's back in front. Oliver Ortmann leads 3-2. Some other scores in this round. Duan Kwok Wang still going well, 6-1 now against Jonas Kornmesser. Ko Ping Chung, winner of the recent tournament in the Philippines, 6-1 down against Khan Salim. Claudio Cacci now level at 1-1 against Chris Melling. Kostas Kukiadakis of Greece, 3-2 ahead of John Morra, who we saw playing for Canada at the World Cup recently. Dmitry Ungo going really well, 7-0 now against Roberto Bartol. Elliot Sanderson 2-1 up on Nick Malai. Winner of that plays the winner of the Ortmann He match. 4 racks in a row now for Viktor Zielinski after losing the opener to Kristina Zlateva. David O'Cady, who's also won a ranking tournament of late, has a 3-0 lead now against Adam Stankovic. Chang Yong-lin 2-1 up against Andreas Daniel. And Rainer Lahr has taken the 3rd rack. Seems to have been a very long one to get back to 2-1 down against Ralph Souquet.
Not quite got the break dialed down, Oliver. That was a little full, hence the cue ball went high. So the story of the match so far continues. Nobody's getting a shot on the lowest ball after the break.
Maybe just elaborate on that a bit, Carl. What do you mean, a bit full?
Like from where he's aiming the cue ball, onto the 1. If you think about hitting it as full in the face as you can, he needs to be aiming a little bit thinner, because the fuller you hit the 1, the higher it goes up past the middle pocket. If you hit it too thin on the left-hand side from where Oliver was breaking, it would go below the middle pocket. So there's a real sweet spot to it. I know some of the players make the 1 ball time and time again, but it's actually not that easy. It's something that you really have to dial down and practice with.
A bit too full in Fulda. Carl's gone very quiet now.
You've actually been very tame so far this week.
Just warming up, Carl.
That was a nice shot. Don't know if you'll get to have another look at that one, but you played that very good. Arc the cue ball into the rail. Watch the cue ball. And it arcs, just goes up towards that rail. Purposely sending the 1 ball around the 4 rails. Nicely done. The thing with as we was talking about before, Michael, with the older players, you know, the legends, if you like, the guys, you said, World Nineball Champion 1995, that's a lifetime ago. They've got the knowledge is still there. It's fair to say, I think the older you get, you may start to miss a few more balls that you never used to, but that knowledge never goes. Look at this for an effort. Look at this for an effort. Needs to hit the rail. What a shot that is. Brilliant escape there from Mario. He will be in trouble though. But nevertheless, what an escape this was. After contact, he must hit a rail.
Well, you were right. He is back in a bit of trouble. Imagine how different this game would be if that rule about having to make contact with a rail didn't exist. Particularly in situations like this, it would be so bogged down.
Well, it's funny you should say that. Over the years, I've spoke to a few snooker players, and I said I think snooker would benefit from having to hit a rail after contact. So imagine how much that would change their game.
Also because it's a bigger playing surface, so it would have much more impact because it would be harder to do. And
oh, he's played another beauty. That's exactly how he played it. He knew if he hit the left side, that's why Ortmann's tapping the table with his cue. That's a sign of appreciation for the shot. Showing his kicking class to stay in this rack, Mario.
what we're seeing here is a number of these shots in this exchange are being made that much more difficult by the fact that you've got to make contact with the rail, and it's all the more entertaining to watch for that.
And I know we've said it and we're repeating ourselves, this is why this break rule has come in, because you get to see a little bit more of this side of the game. Back in the day when the one ball was on the spot and the wing ball was flying in, you may make two balls, all the balls are in the open. I went to Singapore the back end of last year to commentate on a tournament there, and the one ball was on the spot, and I think for the full 5 days I might have seen maybe 5 kick shots, or it just becomes a bit too monotonous, a bit boring. This is what we want to see. We're seeing some good classy shots here from both players.
Do you think the fact that we're seeing more tactical exchanges in the game now, do you think there are some players who are struggling to come to terms with that and their results have declined as a result of it?
Possibly the players where they are full on attacking players, where they go for the shots. And obviously the pocket, the fact that it's now a 4-inch pocket. If you play the game on a 4.5-inch pocket, well, I think you could come straight from the nightclub and not really miss many balls, because you can kind of just point the ball and it'd wobble and sort of fall in, so you're going to play more attacking. Now you can just play a bit more defensive.
You look at someone like Jason Shaw, very attacking player. His results in these events over the last year or so haven't been the best. Could he be an example?
I think the thing with Jason is, I think he will openly admit his attitude and his mindset when he's been at the events. He's been a little bit negative, feeling like things are not going his way and this is happening and things like that. I think the fact that we're now on the 4-inch pocket, your cue ball's got to be a little bit better as well. You're not just going to keep potting your way out of trouble. Mario may well be attempting to, he'll have it in the back of his mind, maybe he's actually looking to see if he could pot the 3 there. Is that what he's playing? I think he is. He's trying to pot the 3 ball here with the purple. Oh, it's all gone wrong here. At first I thought we were going to flick off it and play the hook. He felt he could pot the 3 ball. He's missed it, and look what he's left. Also looks like there's a little bit of an angle there, so he can get back down towards the blue 2. and the red 3 is not quite over the pocket, so playing the 2 onto the 3 doesn't look like it is available. So now he's looking at playing the 2 into the rail to then cut the 3 in. This is the beauty of the game. You look at the table there and you think, oh, it looks easy, but it's not. Oliver's got the best seat in the house. He can see, you know, the angles and what's available.
You mentioned earlier, Carl, we've not seen much of Oliver Ortmann in recent years, and I know you know him well. Have you got any idea what he's been spending his time doing in recent years? Has he been coaching, working on that side of things?
Yeah, he actually has a billiard company where he sells all the equipment. He's got an online store. I think he's had that a good few years, to be fair.
Yeah, you can see that being advertised there, actually, on the back of his shirt.
I'm sure he still plays a lot of local tournaments.
Well, that's such a strong scene in Germany. Some of the really good German players that we see competing regularly in these events still go back and play at that level in their home country. It was a very lengthy visit to the table that didn't involve very much in the end.
Struggling to decide what to do here, isn't he? I think he's trying to get the cue ball on top rail and try and squeeze the 2 round. That's what he's played. He's actually played the bank, but again, it kind of looks like it's been a bit of a swipe from Mario Heat. Not quite at the races in this match yet, is he?
Certainly seen plenty of body language from both players. No need to guess the emotions of either of them. Showing them all with their actions and reactions. This big matchroom event we were at was the World Cup of Pool just a few weeks ago in Spain. It's a tournament that Oliver Ortmann has a decent record in. He was a semi-finalist with Germany in the inaugural staging in 2006, and again 4 years later.
Just feel he lost the cue ball a little bit there. He's ended up quite close to his work. Now he's swapped hands. Does have an angle. I'm surprised he's not just going to top it off the top rail. It looks like he's aiming low. Yeah, he's going to try and stun the ball out. It's not a massive angle. Oh, he's done well here, by the way. He'll be delighted when that's finished.
Do you think after so long away from the big stage, it's almost like a case that every rack at the moment is helping him rediscover his touch and settle in that bit more?
Yeah, maybe so. Cue ball needs to slow down. Yep, he didn't pot the 6 clean. He's got away with this though. He's landed straight into the side. It could have been a lot worse. Obviously, he was playing for the brown 7 in the bottom right corner. Now he's looking to even see if it passes the 8. So, has he got away with it? I think that'll sneak off that top jaw. But what angle is he faced with? Because, yeah, it looks like he could stop the cue ball and then play the 8 in the side, but that would be a little tight one as well. So is he going to try and roll forward? Yeah, he is. Oh, the flick has helped him. The flick has helped him. That's okay. So it's been a little bit sketchy, this rack. But it's going to be this 8 ball, guaranteed to be on the 9. And he's missed it by a mile. Both players struggling a little bit, but you feel it's Oliver Ortmann who's had more chances to get the gap, get a bigger gap. And he is not taking advantage. Mario He will play the bank into left centre.
So frustrating for Ortmann. He'd worked so hard, sweated blood in this rack to try and go 2 clear again, and having done most of the hard work, just a fairly straightforward 8. A huge margin.
Yeah, good shot there. Really punished the Ortmann mistake. That will hurt Oliver. He'll be sat there fuming.
Well, he could have had a pretty significant lead at this stage when you look back over the last few racks. As it is, he has no lead at all because Mario He has levelled once again at 3 apiece. Still a bit of business to take care of in the first round. Emil Andre Gangflo of Norway, who beat Joshua Filler at the Spanish Open just a few weeks ago on his way to the last 16. He's on the hill at 8-5 against Andrei Schickling. Winner of that will play Mustafa Alnar of Cyprus, who was a winner 9-5 against American Robert Hart a short time ago. In this round that we're watching here, round 2, Duan Kwa Kwang is on the hill at 8-3. In fact, just as I say that, he's finished it off at 9-3 against Jonas Kornmesser, and will now play Daniel Massey in winners qualification. Ko Ping Chung still with a lot of work to do. 6-2 down against Can Salim. Young Cledio Kachi leading 3-2 over Chris Melling. Dmitry Yungo on the hill at 8-1 against Roberto Bartol. Elliot Sanderson 3-2 up on Nick Malai. And Victor Zielinski has won 5 of the last 6 now to lead Kristina Zlateva 5-2. David O'Cady 4-1 up on Adam Stankovic.
Well, this might be the first visit after the break where one of the players has got a look at the pot. When you're struggling though, these just seem like an impossible task to pot this ball. But it's the type of shot, if you do pot it, you feel like you've improved. You feel like you're back. There's nothing really to think about here. You've just got to pop this ball. He'll play like a little kill sort of drag shot that'll hold the cue ball for the red 3. It's not going to go. It was all a bit shoulder droppy, that one. You could see it. The first 6 racks of this match have been woeful. No one's just, no one's going for it. No one's stamping authority on this match. It's almost like they want to fall over the line.
Yeah, no question, Mario, he is getting bogged down in it at the moment. You have to feel if there was a shot clock on this match, that wouldn't be happening to him. He wouldn't have time to be thinking about it, would just have to get on with the next shot. It's all dragging a bit for him at the moment. Can you remember any particular matches you had against Oliver Ortmann that stand out?
Not really, no. We spoke about this yesterday. I've just got a real bad memory with stuff like that. We've definitely played, but couldn't tell you where.
A lot of Euro Tour meetings, I would assume.
Yeah, maybe even some 8-ball events. I just can't put my finger on it. This is a big shot coming up. Yeah, that was better. Struck that very nicely indeed. Right in the middle of the pocket. I mean, it's fair to say Oliver will have grown up on the massive pockets as well, where you know, you get away with a lot more. Doesn't want to be straight on the 8. Does not want to be straight on this ball. This is going to cause problems now, because to go forward and spin the cue ball off this bottom rail, you've got to hit this ball so clean. Other than that, he's got to just stop the cue ball there and play a tough 9. This is why your cue ball's got to be a lot better now. If we was playing on a bigger pocket here, you could simply roll the 8 forward and you wouldn't miss the 9. Well, he's decided to fluke it, but where's the cue ball going to go? Is he going to get away with it? He is. That is unbelievable. What a fluke. Look at this. How's this even got in that pocket?
That's the second rack in a row where he's missed an 8-ball by a long way into that very pocket. Got away with it this time, but was of no use to him in the end. And so Mario He, in strange circumstances at the end of that rack, finds himself leading now for the first time in the match, 4-3. Well, he looks slightly seething there.
Yeah, the referee was just telling him, just let Mario pop the 9 Oliver, but heat of the moment, this is what you do.
We had that at the World Championship, of course, earlier in the year, where FSR never got to pot the winning 9. Different circumstances, though. I don't think there was any petulance on the part of Sufi in that instance. Emil Andre Gangflo still got work to do. He's here looking to build on his good showing in the Spanish Open. But Andre Schickling has closed to 8-6 in their first round encounter. In this second round, Ko Ping Chung is dangerously close to defeat now, 7-2 behind against Can Salim. 3-all in the generational clash of Claudio Cacci and Chris Melling. Kostas Kukiadakis now 5-3 up on John Mora. Victor Zielinski 6-2 ahead of Kristina Zlateva. And Ralph Souquet now 4-1 up on Rainer Lahr. First dry break of the match for He.
He'll be tempted with the bank shot here into the middle pocket where he stood. There's the cue ball.
I bet it was in the previous rack before he had the wild miss on the 8 and the outrageous fluke that it led to. Just starting to look like he was maybe building a little bit of rhythm for the first time in the match.
These are the shots what are going to catch you out. What he should really do is play it quite soft and just stay at the table, really. Whenever you start to try and spin the ball like that or play it very hard, the pot has to be more accurate.
It's starting to look like this is just going to be a feature of the match that he can't shake off, that he's going to keep throwing in misses. Some of them at unexpected times, and some of them, as we've seen, by big margins.
Watch out, 5 ball. I think he's just okay. I think he can pop this 4 ball. This could have gone all wrong, it really could. It's a game of fine margins, and that just proves it there. Still need to knock this ball in, mind, but you should do. You should be putting these at this level. Surely that's not snuck behind the 9. His body language will tell us all we need to know. He could, yeah, I mean, he should still be alright. He could swerve it a little bit. He could swerve it into the rail and then hit the ball to pot it as well.
We were talking earlier about the prospect of Mario He maybe making his Mosconi Cup debut later this year. I think he'd be a very good addition to the side when you look at his record in team play at the World Cup. Twice for Austria. And between those 2 wins, they also got to another final. Mario He and Albin Ocean did well again in this year's staging. Survived a scare against Australia in the first round, then beat Bosnia and Herzegovina in the second. They were 8-4 down against the Philippines in the semi-finals. Mario He had a golden break along the way of their recovery to 8-all. Then he scratched off the break in the decider, and the Philippines saw it out from there. It was another good team performance that he was part of. He might just be starting to feel that things are going his way in this match. Really got off the hook. And he looked to be going 4-3 down in the previous rack, and on a couple of occasions in this rack he's been very close to losing position. He's just managed to stay at the table. And now He's going to be too clear for the first time in the match. Was 2-0 down. He's won 5 out of 6 since then. And Mario He is now past the halfway point in his quest to find 9 racks for victory. He leads 5-3. Andre Schickling continuing his recovery against Emil Andre Gangflow. It's 8-7 now to the Norwegian. That's in round 1. In round 2, Ko Ping Chung still a couple of racks away from defeat. 7-2 down to Count Salim. Kostas Kukiadakis now 6-3 up on John Morra. Nick Malai has gone 4-3 up on Elliot Sanderson. Viktor Zielinski leading 7-2 against Kristina Zlateva. David O'Cady 4-2 up on Adam Stankovic. Chang Young-Lin gradually taking control against Andreas Daniel. He now leads 5-3. Ralph Suke is 4-2 up on Rainer Lahr. Had his first dry break of the match in the previous rack. This time he's scratched. And a chance for Ortmann to stem the tide here, Carl.
Yeah, very good chance. Just having a quick glance around the table, there's no problems whatsoever. And just looking at where the balls have landed, it's up there with one of the easiest racks you'll see all week, just because the balls connect to the other ball. The purple 5's near the pink 4, then the green 6 is near the brown 7. And look where the 8 ball is, you could just play a stop shot and you're on the 9. This is very nice. He's not happy with the first shot though. Must have landed a little straight. It's all about angles. Yeah, look at this. It's all going wrong off the first shot for Oliver. He had ball in hand, and he left the cue ball dead straight on the pink 4, so he had to roll the cue ball forward. Unbelievable. I mean, if he doesn't clear up here, we may see something get thrown. Okay, so he's managed to rectify it and get back where he should have been.
This goes back to what I was saying just a few minutes ago. When he finds himself having to play 5 or 6 competent shots in a row, it just seems to be very difficult for him to do that today without getting himself in trouble at some stage. Hardly surprising. Massive rust to shake off. But he's got himself through this rack. Mario He scratched from the break, sat down for the rest of it. So Oliver Ortmann still in this. It's 5-4. I'll tell you the next match on the main table. We were talking earlier about the Mosconi Cup races on both sides of the Atlantic. First automatic place to be confirmed for both teams this week. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz already guaranteed to take the European spot. Skylar Woodward out in front in the quest to be first American to book their place at Alexandra Palace. And Woodward will be along to play Damien Massey, the British player, next up on this table. Ko Ping Chung won the 10th rack against Can Salim. He really needed to. Salim still well in charge of that one though at 7-3. Dmitry Yongo has been on the hill for quite some time now. Roberto Bartol is making him wait. It's 8-3.
Oliver's just not got the break dialed down, has he? It's another break where It's dry. One ball's not gone in the side. Needs to find the gap, boys. He done well there. That was not easy.
Talked earlier about Oliver Ortmann's extensive Mosconi Cup playing record. He's actually been captain as well and was pretty close to being the first European captain to win in America 20 years ago this year. They were 8-6 up going into the last day in Las Vegas, but then the Americans took charge really and won 11-9.
Going for the jump cue. He will hit this ball. He's getting it safe though. Good effort, could see what he was trying to do. He was just trying to get the one on that top rail. Not an easy shot, he was very close to nailing it. Chance for heat. We're just approaching the latter stage of this match, so it's been a bit of a mess so far, but he will know. It's just all about getting the win. He'll have been under a little bit of pressure. He's probably not played Ortmann for a good few years himself.
Mario He back in a venue with generally good memories for him from last year. All the talk going into the inaugural European Open was about Joshua Filler playing in his home country, coming in great form after winning 2 big titles earlier in the summer. Mario He stopped him in his tracks though, with a comprehensive win in the quarterfinals. He had a really good chance to beat Alban Ocean in the semis, ended up losing. Overall, it was still a very good week for him. Perhaps been a bit disappointed with how he's done in the other 2 Matchroom Open events there have been so far this year. Went out in the last 32 in both London and Lugo. He did well in a Matchroom big field event right at the start of the year, the World Championship no less, when he was looking very good for a place in the final. Then Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 7-2. And only won 1 further rack out of the next 10 as FSR went through, and later that day became champion of the world. Been a year when he's lost a number of close finishes. He's one rack away from the semi-finals of the World Masters. Eklund Kachi beat him there. It's really a theme through 2022 as well. I mentioned that match against Ocean here. He was also just pipped in the closing stages of his UK Open quarter-final last year against David O'Cady, and then similar situation when he went down 10-8 to Si Cha Chen in the last 16 of the US Open. So a slightly better record in close finishes to big matches. He could have been at a whole other level in his career over the last year or so. Back to the present day, and for the second time he's gone a couple of racks clear in this match. Mario He leads Oliver Ortmann 6-4. He needs 3 more to advance.
Yeah, the winner of this match will be in winners qualification round, so they will get 2 goes at qualifying for the final 64.
Andrei Ionescu of Romania is looking good to be in that winners qualification. 4-0 up now against the Austrian player Fabian Bohler. Can Salim on the hill against Ko Ping Chung on the brink of a really big win. 8-3 there. 4-all between Claudio Cacci and Chris Melling. Kostas Koukiadakis just ahead of John Morra at 6-5. And another Greek player leading by a single rack is Nick Malai, 5-4 over Elliot Sanderson. They're playing for the right to meet the winner of this match. Dmitry Jungo has finally got over the line at 9-3 against Roberto Bartol of Croatia. Viktor Zielinski finished off with 9 of the last 10 racks to beat Kristina Zlateva, 9-2. Ralph Souquet now 5-3 up against Rainer Lahr. 6-4 here to Mario He.
Stuart Bullrun Bingham and Sullivan Clark have just entered Table 2 arena. They will have a quick warm-up, quick practice before they get their match underway.
We were talking earlier about how sometimes when these snooker players come to play in the pool events, they get through the first couple of matches, as we see Stuart there, and then they run into one of the very biggest names and it becomes a step too far for them. Well, if Bingham gets through that match, very good chance he'll be playing Skylar Woodward in the next round, as the winners of those 2 matches will face each other.
Yeah, it looks like he can see the potting angle, but it is not an easy pot, even if he can. That was his worry, Michael. He was worried about the cue ball. He fancied knocking the ball in, but it was all about the cue ball. I can only think he was just trying to glance off the top side of the 8. To flick back out into the centre wasn't easy.
Just can't get any momentum going in the match. Mario He might have fancied, once it got to 6-4, that he could kick on from there. But with ball in hand now, it's a chance for Ortmann. Send another signal that he's not going away in this match. He can get back to only one behind. Emile-Andre Gangflow has finally brought the first round to its conclusion. Struggled to kill it off against Andre Schickling, but he's there now. He's won 9-7 and will play Mustafa Alnar of Cyprus in round 2.
He's still in this match, Oliver. Somehow. He's still there. If he can just pinch this rack. Only one behind.
Absolutely still in it. And look at a couple of racks that he lost that he might well have won. Think of the position he could have been in. He's played that nicely, and this looks pretty straightforward from here. I was saying earlier, it feels like maybe after so long away, every single rack is another important step in terms of feeling his way back in. Looking relatively comfortable here. Once again, he's back to only one behind at 6-5. Fabian Bowler has gone off the mark in this second round against Andrei Ionescu, but the Romanian still looking pretty strong at 4-1. Ko Ping Chung has won the 12th rack, but his opponent Can Salim is on the hill. It's 8-4. Chris Melling just ahead of Cledio Caci at 5-4. David Al-Kaidi now with a 6-2 lead over Adam Stankovic. Andreas Daniel, one of the German contingent, giving a good account of himself against Chang Yong-Lin. Chang leading 6-4 at the moment. Ralph Souquet managing to stay ahead of Rainer Lahr of Estonia. That one is 5-3.
Well, look at the difference here, Michael. He's made the one in the centre pocket, and look at the split he's got. What a chance this is. Watch the one go in the middle, straight in the middle as well, in clean. Just overrun the cue ball a wee bit here. Now this is a lot thinner than this looks, and when you're not where you want to be, this is when you make mistakes, and he's made mistakes. He's missed another one. The 4-inch pocket, the poor cue ball control just seems to me like it is going to be the unfolding of the former world 9-ball champ Oliver Ortmann. They see, look at the difference. That tells you how thin that shot was, the overhead.
Yeah, he's had so many chances in this match, but the way things are going for him, you feel the number of chances he would need to actually get 9 racks on the board would be astronomical. Well, it's been a real slog for Mario He. Been full on struggling at times in this match. But now he might just be starting to see the next round appearing on the horizon. Because he's 2 away from victory, he's 2 clear. It's 7-5. Another opportunity passed up by Ortmann in that rack. Fabian Bowler was 4-0 down to Andre Ionescu. He's won 2 in a row since. 5-all now in the match between Claudio Cacci and Chris Melling. So interesting to see if young Cacci can build on his out-of-nowhere successful run at the Spanish Open. 6-all in the match between John Mora and Kostas Koukiadakis. Nick Malai 6-4 up on Elliot Sanderson. Michael Schneider has won the 5th rack to go 3-2 in front against Zhao Grillo. Chang Yong-lin closing in on victory now at 7-4 against Andreas Daniel. And David O'Cady leads Adam Stankovic 6-2. Ralph Souquet 6-3 up on Rainer Lahr now.
Decent enough break. Got that cue ball, got that arc going, didn't it? Can pot the 2, but he has problems with that red 3 ball. Another one of these instances where Mario's been stood there well over a minute now. I'm not saying it's an easy position he's in, but you ain't got many options. You either pop the 2 ball in the top left and then do something with the 3, whatever that may be. The thing with Nineball is it's a funny game unless you've played it and you've played it to a certain level, like a good level. It's fine margin, so he's looking at potting the 2 and then he's actually been thinking, well, could I bank the 3? But banking the 3 is not going to be easy. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. He's going to try and play the bank, I think. Cue ball's just run a little bit too much. I don't know if you can even run the cue ball in behind the 8. Good pot though, here's another look.
Well, it's taken him a long time, but he's still making progress in this rack. Oliver Ortmann showing his appreciation for that shot with the little tap on his chair. Hoping Chang would have come here with so much confidence after his recent tournament win in the Philippines. Well, if he's to feature in single elimination, he's going to have to win 3 matches on the loser's side, because Kien Salim of Germany has beaten him by 9 racks to 4.
Kien Salim won a qualifier to get here as well. Emily Fraser, the CEO of Matchroom Multisports, she spoke a lot about the vision and the fact that these open events at some point, maybe next year, they will be hosting a certain amount of qualifiers to qualify for the main event, and that's what Kien Salim has done.
Well, so much of what's going on in the game at the moment is about opportunity for players, no matter what they're standing in the game. That really underlines those possibilities. Playing in a qualifier, next thing you know, you're up against one of the form players who's in the top 10 in the world rankings, and you're beating him. So Kien Salim will now go through to play either Claudio Cacci or Chris Melling. They're currently level, 5-all. It was a bit of an effort to get that far, but hasn't been able to keep it going. Claudio Cacci has just won the 11th rack to go ahead of Chris Melling at 6-5.
Boy, he's got to hit this one good. With pace, it's got to go centre of the pocket. Didn't quite get enough draw into the cue ball, but he'll take that. He's got to look at this 6 ball now. Actually, a nice shot there from Oliver.
Yeah, I think a classic example of shot that didn't work out exactly as he wanted to, but can still be filed under the heading of good effort. And from good effort to good chance. And look at the mistakes he's made and the chances he's passed up. The fact that he's likely to be still right in it at only 7-6 down in a couple of shots' time really is quite inexplicable. Well, Mario He was looking to get to the hill. He was looking to establish the first 3-rack gap on either side in this contest, but it hasn't happened for him. Oliver Ortmann still right in there. It's 7-6. Mario He is looking very frustrated with everything. This is the second round, trying to get through to winners' qualification. Once we're in this round, Stuart Bingham has taken the first rack against Sullivan Clark. And Ralph Souquet has a 7-3 lead over Rainer Lahr. Stuart Bingham in action, as I was saying there. There's his fellow snooker player, Gary Wilson. And Gary's wife, Robin, taking in the action.
doesn't want to flick one of these balls and stick it over near the corner. Maybe that's what he's just done. It's not all bad though, because getting on the 2 is brutal. Don't even think the 2 passes. He can't draw into the 2 and all to try and make something happen. It's just been one of them games, Michael, hasn't it? No one's played at their best ability. The balls have been awkward. It's been a real grind. Whoever wins this will be delighted to see the back of this match. Just unscrew your cue and pretend it never happened.
We'll be seeing Gary Wilson again tomorrow in winners' qualification against Alex Kazakis. And I know you and Gary are best buddies these days. Carl, have you been talking to him about his chances? Is he coming to events now thinking, I want to be going further, I want to be in semi-finals and finals?
Yeah, I think the fact that, we've not seen one of the new breed of snooker players go real deep yet and do major damage, but what they do have is they've got the competitive edge, haven't they? Because obviously they play on the snooker tour week in, week out, more or less. So coming to this tournament, a pool tournament, they're still going to have that. Some of them will play with a little bit of freedom, but that always changes the deeper you get into a tournament when you get into a real match. But he's feeling confident. He's getting a little bit more used to things out there. It's always interesting as well to see how the snooker boys get on. I mean, we speak about it a lot over the years. It does wind a lot of pool players up. But obviously, it's not like we can go and play on, their game, because it's a closed shop. If you don't get on the tour, you don't play, do you? I suppose that's the beauty of what we've got going on. I mean, Oliver Ortmann, we've not seen him for a while. He's entered and here he is playing. And we go from all sorts of age ranges, don't we? We've got women playing the event, juniors are in it. I wonder who the oldest player is in the field.
What age is Ralph now? I mean, he's older than Oliver, isn't he? Or is he?
No, I'm gonna say he isn't.
I think he's slightly younger, actually. So maybe it's Oliver.
Yeah, I mean, there might be another player out there that we're not familiar with that's older. But certainly, a player that we're familiar with, the players that have won some of the majors and played in the Moscone Cups. I think Ralph's mid-50s.
Yeah, Ralph's 54. He'll be 55 in November. People talk a lot about diversity in sport these days, and sometimes it can be a bit forced, a bit contrived. It just happens naturally in pool. The open format is a big part of that.
Yeah, Christina Zlateva, Pia Phillip. Was the only 2 women in the event? Or have I missed somebody else?
I think there might be others, but the point is, when players like that come to play in events, they're not really seen as separate or as lady players. They're just part of the scene.
Yeah, just pool players. We was with Christina last night. We were out for some food. She was there. She's just another pool player. She's a good pool player as well. Another instance here of just sheer undecisive time wasting. Just the game has done this match. It's been a grind. The shot clock would actually help the players here. Look at this mad cue action going on here. It's just unique, isn't it? It really is.
Do you think it's much the same as when he was in his prime, or has it changed in your view?
I think it's got worse. I think from what I remember years ago, I think it developed because I think he had issues with his back. So obviously he's got to stand how he feels comfortable in order to play.
Yeah, there's a good view of it there from side on. Stuart Bingham has won the second rack against Sullivan Clark, so leads 2-0 now. Interesting one to keep an eye on. Ko Ping Han is just starting out against Tyler Steyer. Steyer, of course, with big ambitions of being in another Moscone Cup team this year, and coming down to the last few big events in that points race. It's a big match for him. A really close one going on between John Morra and Kostas Koukiadakis. 7-all in that one now.
Well, we've seen it at the last event with Gary Wilson missing a straight 9. I was just glancing at Stuart Bingham's table. He's just missed a straight 9. I couldn't believe it. Such a great potter and cueist. Unbelievable. That match is now 2-1 to Stuart, so he still leads over Sullivan Clark. But what a ball he's just missed there.
Yeah, and there he is. Looking a little embarrassed about it. I think with Bingham, his snooker career over the last year or so has really taken quite a dip, it has to be said. And I wonder, is he just playing here, feeling it out, and thinking that perhaps Poole could give him an opportunity to still be doing well in tournaments of some sort over the coming years? Could be a big shout emanating from table 7 sometime soon, because Elliot Sanderson is now 7-6 ahead of Nick Malloy. We're keeping a particularly close eye on that one, because the winner of it will play the winner of this one.
Not really sure what Oliver was attempting there. It was all a bit strange out there. This does look like a chance though, doesn't it? If he puts the 2 ball. Well, this match has just been a complete disaster, Michael. Both players just struggled from the get-go. There's been no let-up. All balls have just seemed difficult now.
You'd expect that with Ortmann though, wouldn't you, after so long away? And do you think perhaps it's been a case of him dragging Mario He down a bit?
Yeah, I know in his first match, Mario, he won 9-0 against my friend Lawrence Thomason, and he didn't break great, so I'm not sure if he's fully feeling confident in his own game, and this is not going to do him any favours. But you can play your way into any tournament in any sport, really. Sometimes you just don't feel right, and the next day you play like a world beater. I think there's just been no rhythm, has there? It's just been so stop-start and just, again, just a complete grind. But what's actually amazing is he has a chance to tie the match up.
Well, he would have been coming into this, playing the guy who's ranked number 6 in the world, and thinking, okay, I might have a chance if I play really, really well here and bring back some of the old magic. He hasn't done that at all, but could still get the W. But he just keeps doing things like that. And it doesn't look as though there's any chance at any point of the match of him just managing to keep his head and keep his consistency and keep playing competent shots for half a dozen shots in a row. It just keeps catching up with him.
I think it's easy to sit here and criticise. That's what we're paid to do, of course, so we'll continue to do that. But I've been out there where things have just been a nightmare, and you could have the first chance in the first rack, make a mess of it, and then you're thinking, how have I done that? I would never do that in practice, it's impossible. And when you do it, things just start to build up.
But it might not bother him so much if he was way behind in the match. I think it's the fact that Mario He's own struggles have given Ortmann the chance to actually win this match, and he's doing his best to pass it up.
Yeah, also, let's just say Francisco Sanchez Ruiz was making a few mistakes. He can sort of just bounce around the table still. You know, he's having a good couple of years. He's the, the #1 player on tour. He's the first man in the Moscow Cup team. So there's a lot of things like that going on. So Ortmann's coming in, the European Open's in Germany. He's from Germany, and he's decided to have a go. He doesn't want to play out there and play bad, does he? And he's in the match. Regardless of what has happened, we're at the end of this match and he can still win. And there's a decent crowd dotted around. You often don't see it on the camera angle because you can only see the sort of tiered seating behind the arena, but right behind our table there's a flock of people. They're all sat round the side. They're behind the TV where the score is, so it's a match people wanted to see. People wanted to come and see what Ortmann could still deliver. And look at this, Mario He has missed the 8-ball. Both players in this match have completely gone.
It looked as though Mario He was going to complete the act of struggling his way onto the hill. And then out of nowhere he's opened the door for another Oliver twist.
How long have you been waiting for that one? How long have you had that one planned for, Michael?
Well, he won the World Championship 28 years ago. Since around then.
Well, he's left this a little tricky. He's not the most compact of cueists, but it's in the middle.
Yeah, that definitely came under the head. Oh, hang on. Oh,
Mario
wow.
doesn't know. Mario doesn't know. He doesn't know. He was packing his stuff up to take a time out, and the 9-ball has gone in, but the cue ball has. Wow. Look at this. I wasn't even looking at the cue ball. That was unbelievable. What has he done there, Michael?
I should have saved the Oliver twist line for that moment, because that was massively unexpected. I think it would have been less surprising if he just missed the 9, given what we've seen before. And Mario He, after an extraordinary rack, is now on the hill. Well, it's not been a match it's going to live long in the memory for its quality, but if you were to write the story of everything that's happened, probably would add up to one of the great novels. And it was like slow torture there for Ortmann, because I'm watching it there in replay. It really just seemed to be rolling forever before finally dropping in, and wasn't entirely sure that it was going to have the pace to get there. And look at that face. Oliver Ortmann biting his finger there. I don't know whether that's for anxiety or just wanting to stop himself from letting out a scream of frustration. Okay, so let's look elsewhere in this round. Andrei Ionescu of Romania reasserting himself now after losing a couple of racks to Fabian Bowler. He's won 2 in a row to now lead 6-2. Claudio Cacci just ahead of Chris Melling at 7-6. Stuart Bingham has put that mistake in rack 3 firmly behind him. Won the next 2 now. He leads Sullivan Clark 4-1. Tyler Steyer has taken the first against Ko Ping Han. John Morra and Kostas Kukiadakis level at 7-all. Michael Schneider, 5-3 in front of Zhao Grillo. David O'Cady's on the hill now, 8-3 against Adam Stankovic. And Chang Yong-lin, he's certainly someone who could win a tournament like this. He's won his match against Andreas Daniel, 9-5. Jan van Lierop has taken the first rack against Bizarre Spahiu. Robbie Capito of Hong Kong, level at 2-all with Daniel Guttenberger. And Ralph Souquet is through. He's won 9-3 against Rainer Lahr. And he is going to play Torsten Homan in a clash of German former world champions in the winners' qualification round. Well, we're sitting here absolutely stunned by everything really that happened in that last rack. Mario He with the unexpected miss. And Oliver Ortmann leaving himself a testing 9. Certainly missed easier balls than that in the course of this match. He didn't miss that one, but he didn't manage to keep the cue ball on the table. Mario He has left the room for a moment, which is only going to add to Ortmann's opportunity to sit there and stew on what's just transpired a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I can only think he was just putting too much thought into the pot because the cue ball was near the rail. He's just completely forgot about the middle pocket. What has he done? Mario's had to get himself out of there. He's seen enough. He'll be disappointed with his own performance, but it can happen. These things do happen. This is table 2, Stuart Bingham for Sullivan Clark. 4-1. He's going along nicely.
Yeah, if you're not aware, Stuart Bingham on his 9-ball debut beat the former World Masters runner-up Lo Ho Sum earlier today. Looked to settle into the game very quickly. Mario He has not settled at all into this match, and yet he's breaking on the hill. Claudio Cacci now on the hill, 8-6 against Chris Melling. That would be another significant step forward for Claudio Cacci, who's very new to the scene himself.
Yeah, he's a tidy operator. He's the young man, the younger brother of Eklund Cacci. If you've not heard, Eklund Cacci's not here. He was involved in an off-road car accident. Luckily he's okay, his arm's not okay though. So he's out of action for a couple of months, Michael.
What an awful time for that to happen really, because we've got 3 of these big open events coming fairly close together. US Open next month, Asian Open a couple of weeks after that.
Yeah, it's a shame, but the main thing is his health, and we wish him all the best. I'm sure he's watching, keeping an eye on his younger brother.
And not only that, of course, the fact that he'd been playing so well in recent times, almost won the World Masters, did win the UK Open. He was just starting to find that consistency that has perhaps eluded him over the years. But yeah, of course, we wish him well and hope to see him again soon.
I wonder what point in your pool career, when you've achieved so much but clearly your game's dropped, you decide enough's enough? Or is it not a case of just play on freedom and what will be, just accept, you know, what level you produce? But Ortmann still looks like he's hurting because he wants to win this match. He wants to prove he can still play the game.
But as you were saying earlier, it's so hard, no matter how much you're practicing and no matter how much local level pool you're playing, to come back out here into this environment. You've got to expect you're going to miss a few unexpected balls. Now granted, he wouldn't have anticipated missing quite as many as he has today, or making the mistakes that he has in all aspects of the game. But no matter how good you've been, you can't just come out and play big events in isolation. You look at the example of Tiger Woods, probably the greatest golfer of all time, and he'd love to be playing more, but because of injury problems he can't. And you can see in the few tournaments he does play, he goes there talking up his chances to win them. And then it becomes clear that it's just not possible to go out and compete like that. You're only performing on an occasional basis. Elliot Sanderson on the hill now at 8-6 against Nick Malai. Kostas Koukiadakis on the hill, 8-7 over John Morra.
Okay, after what feels like an eternity, Mario He's going to have a chance to win the match. If he gets this shot right, if he gets near the top rail, it should be over. I'll play this with a bit of right spin, check it up one rail. And it's just a case for Mario He won't put too much thought into this, it's just one of them. It's just been a struggle, it's been a grind. He's obviously got himself through to winners qualification round, so he'll probably have a practice and just think it is what it is. He's a very easygoing character. He's the type of character that can easily forget about this. Probably just laugh, to be honest, knowing Mario.
And he was 2-0 down. He later trailed again at 3-2. A couple of times in the match it looked as though he was going to establish a big lead. Oliver Ortmann, rather in spite of himself, kept hanging on in the match. But he's just made too many mistakes. Mario He's made a few of his own. But in the end, his greater experience in recent years and his lofty world ranking position told quite a story, I think. Mario He then wins the last couple of racks to close it out against Oliver Ortmann, 9-6. And his likely opponent in winners qualification at the moment is Elliot Sanderson. He leads Nick Malai 8-6 in their match. Skylar Woodward has been having a very good 2023. We'll be seeing him on the main table in a few minutes' time.
This championship is being played with the new Arameth tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Arameth Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Arameth, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Welcome back to Fulda on the second day of the European Open, where we've seen Mario He in a match of really low quality just get through there against Oliver Ortmann by 9 racks to 6. Here's what's been happening on table 2. Whitewash wins for Ko Ping Chung and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Ko Ping Chung, though, has since been beaten and sent over to the loser side. Viktor Zielinski lost the opening rack to Kristina Zlateva, but was dominant after that in a 9-2 win. And Stuart Bingham is leading Sullivan Clark 5-1. Bingham playing his first ever 9-ball tournament. Beat Low Ho Sum earlier today. He might have been even further in front there because the one rack he lost, he missed an absolute sitter of a 9-ball. On table 1, Wong Kwok Wang winning the all-Vietnamese clash to start the day. That was Stuart Bingham's victory earlier on that I was telling you about. I also mentioned that Mario He match that finished just a few minutes ago. And next up, we're going to see Skylar Woodward, who's having a very good year. He's playing Damien Massey. It was also a pretty good 2022 for Woodward, and that included playing the Matchroom fans' shot of the year.
So they've had a little chat.
It's awkward, as you said, Carl.
Oh my, what a shot. Didn't see that coming, buddy.
I didn't see it as well, but I'll tell you what, they're going to need things like that. I think Skylar actually mentioned maybe the 9 would go. Certainly get contacted, but he was trying to get the cue ball round. So, rack 1, fluke 9, day 4, the Mosconi Cup. Is that a sign of things to come?
Unbelievable shot there from Woodward. He did mention that the 9 was going to have a little bit of action off of the 2, but I don't think any of us saw that coming. Have another look at it. Banks the 2 rather flush into the 9, slices it in the bottom left. I mean, what a shot.
Swing so clean as well, didn't he? Look at this.
Well, after Coventry in 2020 and then London in 2021, Europe did complete the hat-trick in Las Vegas late last year. But that was one special moment for Skylar Woodward to remember. He's something of a Mosconi Cup veteran at this stage. He's been MVP in the past on a couple of occasions, and he's currently leading the race for the first automatic spot on the American team for this year's Mosconi Cup. As you can see, just over $10,000 ahead of Shane Van Boning. Whoever's top of that American list at the end of this tournament will get the first automatic spot, and then the second place will be decided after the US Open next month in Atlantic City. The final automatic spot after the Asian Open in Vietnam just a few weeks after that. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz arrived here already certain to claim the first automatic spot on the European team. Eklund Kachi couldn't have caught him even if he'd won the tournament. Kachi, as we were saying earlier, has been involved in an accident, and although he's okay, he is sufficiently injured to not be able to play here. But even if he had been, FSR was uncatchable. So 3 automatic places, 2 captains' picks on both teams. And speaking of the captains, big announcement coming there in just a few days' time. And there is the current leader of the American Mosconi Cup points race, Skylar Woodward, having a very consistent year in 2023, and here for another crack at finally landing a big title. And this one will be starting in just a few moments. While we're waiting, let's look in. On table 2, Stuart Bingham has now made it 6-1 against Sullivan Clark. Bingham looked very good earlier on against Low Ho Sum and seems to be picking up from there in this one. Could be joining his fellow snooker player Gary Wilson in the winners' qualification round tomorrow. So we'll obviously keep you posted on that one. Back here, time to get things underway. Between Skylar Woodward and Damien Massey. What can you tell us about Damien Massey, Carl?
Yeah, he's been around the English 9-ball scene for a few years. Always played on the GB9 tour. Super nice guy. Good cueist, good solid cueist. Probably lacks belief and maybe a little bit of bottle in the big matches. But he is a good solid cueist, as I just said, but he needs to get off to a good start. He's not really used to playing in this type of environment, although he does enter as many of the events as he possibly can. And he seems to have a very flashy shirt on. So we'll try and get a closer look at that. He actually played the Spanish Open, and he had a picture of me and Emily on his shirt. I don't know what that was about, but he did. Very bizarre.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. He had a picture of you and Emily Fraser?
Yeah, on the front of his shirt.
Wow. Trying to curry favour with the establishment. And that includes you now, Carl.
Yeah, but I don't think putting me with Emily's going to do him any favours. The break shot from Skylar looked like it was a complete miss hit. Does the cue ball go through the gap just to pop the one and try and do something with the two? Clearly doesn't.
There's a bit of a theme going on there, isn't there, at the Spanish Open? Because was it Gareth Esprit who came into the arena for one of his matches, basically dressed as Darth Vader?
Yeah, and then got beat 9-1 off Shane Van Boden. Listen, you've had a bit of fun and games, haven't you? Talking about shirts, Skylar's looking very loud and jazzy today as well. Back-to-back semi-finals in the previous 2 Open events. Getting very close, Skylar. He has got the game. Regardless of the shot he's just played, he definitely has the game. Skylar's one of them players where if he's going to get beat, he gets beat early on. He plays his way into the tournament. Plays on confidence and instinct. He's the type of player where he could lose on table 24 to you, Michael, but then beat SVB on centre court in the quarters.
If he was losing to me, he'd have no hope of coming through the loser's side, let alone getting to the quarters. Yeah, but, you know, going back to what you were saying, you talk all the time in various sports about players knocking on the door. It's often said if you knock on it and keep on doing that, it will open eventually. I mean, that's just not true, is it? Because you see people in various sports who go close time and time and time again. He's not so much knocking on the door of late as doing that and then going home and bombarding the host with phone calls to try and get in.
Yeah, Damien Massey was down south in England. This is what I do love about the game of Nineball. I love the fact that our attire, you know, what the players can wear, is a lot more relaxed than the game of snooker, where they wear, you know, the waistcoat and the dicky bow, the long sleeve shirt. Now we've got, you know, onboard sportswear who design a lot of the players' shirts, and this new form of making the shirts, you can pretty much have anything you want on them.
Just to clarify for anyone just joining us now, this is not the clothes show you're watching. We do seem to have been talking a lot about shirts since the match began.
Okay, he can pot this ball, but because of where the cue ball is, he's got to sort of slow roll this. It's one of the worst shots for a professional pool player to play. The old slow roller, can't trust it. But he's done a good job of making the ball.
Just like Mario He, who we saw in the previous match, Skylar Woodward has recently entered his 30s. He started the year down at number 41 in the world rankings. I think it was clear that he wasn't going to be staying there for very long. With the results he's had since then, he's managed to get himself all the way up to number 13. Feels a bit of a culture shock to see a rack like this and what Woodward's doing at this visit after the absolute slog in the previous match where neither player got any momentum at any stage.
This needs to keep travelling. It's got to get past the 9. Oh, this is very sporting. We wouldn't expect anything else on the professional tour. Q must have just nudged the 9 ball. If we get another look, we will see that. There's no referee. We have a floating ref between table 1 and 2. Now, players can call a referee. We have little segments of the arena, 4 tables in each segment. Some segments we have 2. So you can get a referee over to watch a close shot. But Skylar Woodward delivering the cue through must have flicked the 9 ball.
No, I didn't notice anything in real time. Don't think you did either, so all credit to Skylar Woodward for owning up to that and basically handing the first rack over. Damien Massey leads 1-0. Let's look in on some other scores then. Mark Bijsterbosch, who so nearly won the Spanish Open a few weeks ago, level at 1-1 with Petr Urban of the Czech Republic. Claudio Cacci and Chris Melling have gone to a hill-hill finish. Winner of that will play Can Salim in winners qualification. Can Salim, who beat Ko Ping Chung a little earlier this afternoon. Stuart Bingham is now 7-1 up on Sullivan Clark. Tyler Steyer is also going well with a 4-0 lead over Ko Ping Han. Sanyan Pelovanovic has taken the first rack against JJ Fall. Michael Schneider on the hill at 8-6 against João Grillo. Simon Kural of Poland has taken the first rack against the former American Mosconi Cup player Billy Thorpe. David Al-Kaidi has won now 9-3 over Adam Stankovic. Robbie Capito with a 4-3 lead early on against Daniel Guttenberger. Oliver Szolnocki leading 3-0 against Nick Vandenberg. Back to this one.
This will give you a good look at the compact cue action from Mr. Massey. Testing shot, got to get through the cue ball, a bit of right English will pull it back. He's actually got into it real good. He's actually okay. Got into that super easy.
Had a decent showing at the UK Open in London earlier this summer, got to the last 64 there. Talked about Woodward reaching the milestone of his 30th birthday this year. Damien Massey will be 50 just before Christmas.
Seems to be a lot of noise coming from somewhere. Ah, I've spotted it. Raphael Val's playing. He always gets a bit of a crowd round his table. He's the young German player who, if you remember last year, Michael, he played Joshua Filler, something like 8-4 up. Filler come back and won. There was a massive crowd around that table, and then we kind of found out that during his youth playing days, Raphael and Filler used to beat each other up a lot in the junior events. He chose a different career path.
When we say beat each other up, we don't mean physically, we mean on the table.
Yeah, it's not boxing. I just mean you win, I win, you win, I win.
Well, Raphael Val is certainly landing some heavyweight blows at the moment. He leads Fabian Negline 4-0. That one's on the loser's side.
Yeah, Massey's just got back off the shot just because somebody must have walked past. This arena's set up so people can just walk and get to any table they want. So that was a smart move. You should always get back up if something's caught your eye line.
Okay, very nice. It was a bit of a miracle, really, that he won the first rack. Woodward letting him in with that foul that he called on himself. Well, that was a very clean kill, so Damien Massey leads Skylar Woodward 2-0. So much to try and keep an eye on. Matches going on in different rounds. Mark Beisterbosch is now 2-1 down to Petter Urban in this round. Simon Corral has added the second rack. Now leads 2-0 against Billy Thorpe. Robbie Capito and Daniel Guttenberger are level at 4-all. Mustafa Alnar of Cyprus 2-1 up on Emil Andre Gangflo, who got to the last 16 of the Spanish Open earlier this summer. And Chris Melling has won that deciding rack and has struck a blow for the oldies, beating young Cledio Caci by 9 racks to 8. So Melling will play Can Salim of Germany in winners' qualification. Back to this one, 2-0 Massey.
Chris Melling wins a lot of deciding racks, you know. I've noticed that with Chris over the years. Whenever he gets hill, he has a big percentage of wins. What about Ballroom Bingham, by the way? 8-1 up on table 2. He's on the hill.
I know I was saying earlier you've made great friends with Gary Wilson since he crossed over from snooker. The same thing is not going to happen with Stuart Bingham if you keep calling him ball run. He hates that, which is why everyone says it all the time.
Well, I'll keep saying it then. Oh, I thought just that was his nickname and he didn't mind. Better stop that then.
No, it's all in good humour. I think it does annoy him a little bit though. He has a bit of a reputation for getting a bit of the run of the ball in snooker.
Which, in fairness, is probably nonsense, no? I know people often say that about certain things, but obviously he's a class snooker player, isn't he?
I asked him about it once. I think it was just like one day. It wasn't even in a match. It was in a practice room somewhere, and he had a bit of run of the ball, and someone said, "Oh, there goes Ball Run Bingham again." And you know what it's like in the cue sports scene. Once something like that gets in there, it sticks for life.
Yeah, I've never met Stuart before until this event, and having spoke to him 5 or 6 times here this week, he's a very nice guy. I can just tell he comes across like a nice guy, and I know you said earlier on that he loves cue sports, and that was the impression I got. He was just, you know, he wasn't thinking anything else other than just trying to win and do well. I know certain snooker players over the years have slated the game of 9-ball, saying it's nonsense and all this, but he doesn't come across like that at all.
Well, he's just never changed a bit. I mean, even when he had his year as world champion, he was just exactly the same guy. Never any attempt with him to polish up what he's saying or cultivate any sort of image. Snooker actually is Damien Massey's original background and played to a high level. Nowhere near the top of the professional game, but he's won some matches in qualifying for the World Championship. Made a bit of an impact in some of the Challenge Tour events some time ago, but was never anywhere near, as I say, really making a breakthrough. I think you can see that snooker background in Massey's technique. So, a bit of housekeeping to be done by Skylar Woodward. Wouldn't want to find yourself doing that if there was a shot clock in operation. Bingham's really getting into the spirit of it now, by the way. He's just made a 3-ball combination. He looks for the one more rack he needs. But he's missed now. Attempting another combination to follow.
Okay, things may just start to get a little interesting here on the main table. Woodward was in first in rack 1. Fouled, nobody seen it. He owned up to it, of course, the right thing to do. And now things could start to get a little bit dicey for the American, because Massey's got ball in hand. And not much work to do. A couple of positional shots needed, mainly 6 to 7, 7 to 8. But what a chance this is to win the opening 3. The big shot's going to be the 7 to the 8 ball. Just landed a little bit short there. He didn't pop the ball in the centre of the pocket. Kind of went in near the jaw. Probably play a little soft stun into the 9. But now he needs to make sure he's got an angle to get up for the brown 7. And where he's moved the 9 ball, that cuts out the path for the cue ball to come back down the right hand side. He could have gone either way before he moved the 9.
Massey has already played a match today, beat Jan Smeels of the Netherlands, 9-5. Big Dutch contingent here this week, 19 in total.
Yep, this was the shot we spoke about, Michael. This was the shot we spoke about. Be very disappointed with that one.
Stuart Bingham is at the table. Oh, and he's had a really surprising miss there on the 7.
It's amazing, Michael. I've got a little screen here where we can look, and every time I've looked, he's missed the ball. I've looked over 5 or 6 times, and he's probably only missed them balls in the whole match. It just seems to be when I look over.
It's another reason you're not going to become friends with him.
So I've got Gary Wilson, my best bud. He really enjoys being at these pool events, Gary. He's enjoying the challenge. So's David Lilly. He's a snooker player as well. Is he on the tour, Michael, David Lilly?
Well, David Lilly's been a winner at the Crucible, actually. He won the World Seniors Championship not so long ago. And he is currently on the tour. He did drop off for a while, but he's on it at the moment.
It's been a match for Sullivan Clark to forget about. I wonder, with the likes of David Lilly, who is obviously coming to the end of his snooker career, he's not getting any younger, I wonder if he'd be the type of person where they would commit full time to the 9-ball, especially now there's more tournaments, there's going to be more opportunities. You know, everyone in the sporting world from England know Matchroom are getting involved with the pool, and they're going to build this tour.
Yeah, you say he's coming near the end of his career, and he's actually only been a pro since 2019. He was a top amateur for a long time and pursued other things outside of the game. Eventually decided to go pro 2019. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I think if he was to come to one of these events and have a really good run at it, that might give him the encouragement to think, okay, let's try and go full time here.
Yeah, he's late 40s, right?
Yeah, 47.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to set the snooker world alight, is he? Let's be honest. So the fact that there is a global tour happening right now, and tournaments just keep getting added to the calendar. Literally, we could be sat here today, and tomorrow there's another tournament added to the World 9-ball tour.
Anyway, as you'll have seen while we were chatting there, Stuart Bingham finished off a resounding victory over Sullivan Clark. So what a day it's been for him. He is certainly going to be someone no one will want to face in this tournament. Hasn't been scraping through his matches. He's been playing really well. Yes, he's had a few surprising missed balls along the way. He's through to winners qualification, and he will take on the winner of this match.
Yeah, it's going to be one snooker player over to another snooker player on table 2. Tony Drago's entered the arena for his little practice session. I think he's playing So-Soa.
Yeah.
The other female player I forgot about. I do apologise,
Yeah.
So-Soa. Very good player.
Even aside from that, I think there are maybe 1 or 2 others in the field as well. But yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Obviously, Tony Drago over the years. Once he fell off the tour, the snooker tour, he was a full-time pool player. And he's won the World Masters 1 year, he's won other things. Always a dangerous player, still a great player to watch. You know, if you're sitting on the fence and you don't really have a favourite player, if you watch Tony Drago play, I'm sure he would become your favourite player.
Well, the thing about So-Soa, she's so young, she's probably never seen Tony Drago play, and it'll be quite a shock for her if she's not aware of just how fast he is.
Yeah, this is a funny spot Skylar's in. Do you play thin off it? Very difficult to play thin. You could easily stick this ball up. Or does he go for the bank? Does he go for the treble? Does he go for the treble? He's fluked it. He didn't play it. There's the hand. There's the apology.
And maybe a little bit of justice there. I know you love to talk about the pool gods, and maybe that's a little bit of payback for his honesty in the opening rack.
Well, they did foul Michael.
I know, but nobody else saw it. Anyway, nothing lucky about the 9 that followed, so Skylar Woodward has opened his account. It's 2-1 in favour of Damien Massey. Now, we were talking about that Chris Melling match against Cledio Caci. Let's have a look now at how that deciding rack finished.
Well, I said Chris Melling wins a lot of deciders. And that is going to help Cledio Caci miss the bank in the middle pocket. And this is what he left the shot maker Melling.
And this, the clinching ball. So that was a real nip and tuck contest. Two players from completely different ages of the pool spectrum. Chris Melling, the winner. He advances to winners' qualification. There he will play Kien Salim, who pulled off a real upset earlier, beating Ko Ping Chung. Well, his first break of the match was dry. His second, I've seen him pop 3 balls. It doesn't look like it's going to get him anywhere.
He nearly missed the 1 ball, eh? Hit it that thin. Sky will openly admit that the break's not his strongest point. Very inconsistent with the break. But it's been doing him okay. Back-to-back semi-finals in the last 2 Open events.
Yeah, semis at both the UK Open and the Spanish Open.
There's only one shot you can play here. You just bank the 3 ball back up to top of the table, put the cue ball in behind the purple 5. Well, he felt like he could pot it. Fair enough. He felt like he could pot it, but it wasn't easy. He wasn't guaranteed anything with the cue ball either. I think he missed a little bit of a trick there. Keep the pressure on your opponent. Here comes the cue ball, nicely for the pink 4. Good angle to get back down for the purple 5. This rack looks like it should be over. Just one good shot to play here.
And he hasn't produced it.
Yeah, this is worrying, just not quite there at the minute.
I just wonder if that little incident in the opening rack has gotten his head a bit. Looked to be coasting into a 1-0 lead, then had that foul that he owned up to that nobody else spotted. just a little bit frustrated with himself over that. Well, you said, Carl, that Skylar Woodward just needed one more good shot and he'd probably win the rack. Massey is in a position now where he can win it and doesn't really have to do much.
Massey's got to start believing he can win this match. Forget that you're playing Woodward in the main arena. You've got 2 balls to go, 3-1 up. Oh, that is not good. That is not good at all. That is worrying how poorly he has struck the cue ball. I mean, didn't even hit the jaw.
You wouldn't have thought it was possible for a player at anything like this sort of level to miss that ball by that margin. And somehow Skylar Woodward has ended up winning that rack, and from 2-0 down, he's drawn level at 2 apiece. We heard a burst of applause there a few moments ago. May well have been for Rafael Val, the local man. 6-1 now against Fabian Negline on the loser's side. If he gets through that, tough one next against Si Cha Chen, who was an 8-1 winner a short time ago against Sambor Stakowiak of Poland. The match we're watching here is in the second round. They're playing for places in winners' qualification, which will be tomorrow. 3-3 between Peter Urban and Spanish Open runner-up Mark Bijsterbosch. Tyler Steyer going really well. Sometimes struggles to kill off matches in close finishes, but it looks as though he might avoid the close finish against Ko Ping Han. It's 7-1 there now. Sanyan Pelovanovic leading 4-1 against JJ Fall of South Africa. Simon Kural of Poland flying 5-0 up now against Billy Thorpe, former American Mosconi Cup player. Winner of that plays David Al-Kadi. Yanni Uski is 2-0 up on Typhon Tabor. Robbie Capito on the hill, 8-4 over Daniel Guttenberger. Oliver Shonocki with a 5-0 lead against Nick Vandenberg. And Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, world champion and world number 1, has taken the first 2 racks against Giuseppe Iacobucci.
I think the previous mistake from Massey is going to cost him the match. I firmly believe it. I think when you have chances like that against these players who have achieved stuff in the game, I think it's so hard for you to come back from it.
Yeah, that might sound like a massive call so early in the match, but I know exactly what you mean. And you see it so often. You've got to take every single opportunity that comes your way. And we've even seen it here in this tournament already. Guys who go out there, start off the match looking okay, and then they miss 1 or 2, and they just never recover from it. So I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a little bit like, if you cast your mind back yesterday, Fedor Gorst 8-2 down. When some sort of player who can play, but they're unknown and they've not done, they've not won a big tournament in pool, I think when the better player, the champion, the world champion, whatever, I think when they start to come back in a match like Fedor did, I think that's when you see them, they just always seem to win the match, don't they? And I think this is the instance here. Massey got off to a good start. Skylar was struggling, looking like going to go 3-1 for all the world, and then Skylar will probably relax into the match now.
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it? No matter how much it affects Damien Massey in this instance, it also sends a message to the guy who's the favourite in the match. Just underlines the golfing experience and shows someone like Woodward that the chance is there to take advantage of that. And this is not the 9-ball he would have had in mind.
No, this is not easy. Far from easy. Here's a better look. Usually when the player misses this ball, they fire it into the short rail, the bottom rail. Right on cue, just like that. Got away with it though. Massey will be happy though, because he's made an awful mistake in the previous rack. So the fact that he's got some form of a shot, I think that type of shot, when you put a quick one in, so you deliver the cue too quickly, you must just fire the 9 to the bottom rail. Because so many times that's where we see the ball missed. It must just be today, Michael. No one's playing well on this table. Everyone's struggling.
That was the previous shot, wasn't it? Get into the cue ball properly and potting the 8. Left himself a testing 9 that he didn't need to. Oh, now what's happening here? What's happening here? Well, what a let-off for Skylar Woodward. So, for the second rack in a row, multiple balls down off the break. Wasn't straightforward from there in either of those racks. Woodward has taken them both. In fact, it's 3 in a row now, and he leads for the first time in the match at 3 racks to 2. Let's see what's going on elsewhere. 3-all, as I was saying, Peter Urban and Mark Beisterbosch. Tyler Steyer 7-1 up on Ko Ping Han. Billy Thorpe has at least managed to win a rack now, but 5-1 he trails Simon Corral. Jan Ioski 3-0 up on Typhoon Tabor. Jan van Lierop of the Netherlands leading Bizarre Spahu 5-3. Bobby Capito still looking for one more, leading Daniel Guttenberger 8-4. Oliver Scholnocki 5-1 in front against former World Cup finalist from the Netherlands, Nick Vandenberg. Emil Andre Gangflo of Norway has a 4-2 lead against Mustafa Alnar. Woodward looking for a 4-2 lead here.
It's not too bad. Can pot the blue 2. And it was a lot better break. You could see the cue ball come back into the stack. That's why the 1 ball went in the side. That's a lot better.
Is the break the difference for him, Carl? Is that the one area of the game that maybe he needs to improve to take that final step and become a big tournament winner? Or is there more to it than that?
I think there's a little bit more to it. He has his moments where he can clearly break well, and sometimes you don't need to break well. You know, a lot of people, you know, it's one of the, you know, when you were speaking about people say ballroom Bingham, it kind of winds him up a little bit. I feel a little bit the same where people talk about the break. It's not just the break shot. There's, you know, it's only one shot in the rack. At the end of the day, there's a lot more to it. I think the thing with Skylar, maybe when he gets that first win, he'll kick on. Maybe there's a hint of times in his career where he doesn't put as much effort in as other players. You know, Filler, Albin, SVB, Sanchez. They work hard on the game day after day. I think Skylar will admit there's times where he maybe doesn't practice as much. But he's definitely got the game, you know, he just needs to be a bit more consistent. It's like there, he's lost the cue ball a bit. Now things are starting to get a little bit difficult.
Of course, he has a son now, Draxton, and I was chatting to him in Spain. He was saying when he goes home, he just wants to spend time with him because, of course, he's on the road so much. That obviously is the priority, but at the same time doesn't make it any easier to put in that sort of preparation. We saw him playing for USA alongside Shane Van Boening at the World Cup. They've been to the final together. USA have only won it once. Van Boening was on the team then. Woodward wasn't. Breezed past South Korea in the first round, as we would have expected, but then lost to Japan in the last 16.
Seems to be a carbon copy this of the match we've just watched between Ortmann and Mario Heat, and I think that's another example as what we're talking about for Woodward to get to that next level, to become a champion, to become a winner of the big tournaments, you know, the tournaments where all the players are here. I think he's just got to find a bit more consistency, that's all. As I said before, he's got the game. He's got the shots. Massey's got a tricky one here though. Oh, he's played that well. He really has played that well there. Little tricky shots then.
Well, he's made his mistakes in this match, but a bit like Oliver Ortmann in that one you were referring to earlier, Carl. He's somehow managing to stay in there. Not Woodward's day so far. Damien Massey is giving him a real contest here, at least in score terms. It's 3-all. Let's look in on table 2. And this is Tony Drago, in his late 50s now, former World Snooker ranking event finalist, World Snooker Championship quarter-finalist and World Top 10 player, and also a former Mosconi Cup MVP and World Pool Masters winner. He was sent to the loser's side by Joshua Filler in that extraordinary match yesterday. Well, here he is playing So Soa, one of the top female players in the world from South Korea. Soa has won the first. She might win a few more if Drago keeps playing shots like that. It says race to 9 there. It's actually race to 8 on the loser's side.
Yeah, the only match race to 9 on the loser's side is loser's qualification round.
Yeah.
Don't know if the bank is available. Bank into the top right corner. That's what she's attempted. Well, maybe she didn't. The fact that she put the cue ball down there tells me she was playing safe. This explains what myself and my colleague Michael McMullen was talking about earlier, about how accessible the game of pool is. Former snooker legend and pool legend, Drago, 57. Playing So Soa, young lady. Who's flown all the way over here to compete the European Open. Just an incredible story, 21 years of age, So Soa.
Yeah, she was in the semi-finals of the Women's World Championship in Atlantic City. earlier in the year. She beat the defending champion Kelly Fisher to get to the last 4 and had a good lead against Chu Chi-yu. Ended up losing that one though, and Chu went on to win the title.
Yeah, she's from South Korea. She's come a long way. Tony Drago from Malta.
Well, she was part of that Korean team I was just talking about that played the USA in the World Cup. Yesterday, when Drago was playing Joshua Filler on the main table, Filler largely kept up with him in terms of pace. Now, he's a very fast player anyway, but I think because he was up against Drago, he was almost unconsciously being dragged along to play even quicker. Now, Soa is never going to be like that, and that might be a bit disconcerting for Drago.
Got to be a little bit careful here, Tony. He's got to show some respect because she's a very steady Eddie player. Don't worry about that. She can pot the ball, she can clear the table, and she'll grow in confidence.
Yeah, we saw more than a few glimpses of her ability when she was playing in the Premier League in Leicester back in March. Decent chance there for 2-0 as we return to the main table. 3-all.
Oh, that's a nice break. It is a nice break, and he's going to have a shot at this. This 2-ball goes into the top left corner. It's a tester, but it is on.
Heard a burst of applause and a little bit of cheering a few minutes ago. That may well have been coming from table 23. Rafael Val, local favourite, has won that match on the loser's side, 8-1 against Fabian Neglein.
That was a nice pot. Rolled it in nicely, middle of the pocket. Key shot in this rack is going to be to make sure he gets on the purple 5 from the 4-ball.
And he knew straight away he'd hit that just the way he wanted to. He was walking after it quickly, turning his thoughts to the next shot.
Anywhere centre table, he would get a look at the potting angle of the 5. Make sure you get out there. Anything short, and you won't be able to pot the ball. I think that's okay, the little flick. Watch outside pocket. Just okay. I say okay because it's still on the table, not okay because he's got to get on the 7-ball somehow. Don't think the 7-8 is a combo, so you might have to start ripping this ball in. Just get it ripped round off 2 rails back over towards the 7. That's what he's played. Here it comes. Needs to miss the 8. Needs a bit more pace. The flick has caused him a world of pain. So Soa is about to take rack 2 over on table 2. She's playing Tony Drago. That's a race to 8. Losers side action.
Yep, she made a straightforward 9, so leads 2-0 now. So how do you see this shot, Carl, that he's landed himself with?
Not fantastic, Michael. I mean, look at this. I mean, this could go viral if he pots this. What an attempt this is, by the way. He's having second thoughts. I don't think playing the jump shot is the move, because he's literally got to jump it over the 8. The 8 is so close to the 7. He's got to land the cue ball on the 7. This is low percentage. That's why it was never the shot, I'm afraid. And it's going to cost him this rack. Ball in hand for Woodward. Yeah, even if it doesn't go, he can play it into the top right corner, maybe one of the middle pockets, maybe even top left corner. He's got options, he's not quite thinking clearly at the minute. It's like you start to look for the problems. We've all done it, that's part of the game.
With the shot selection from Massey there, do you think he would have done that if there was a shot clock? Because sometimes when there's no time restriction, it gives you the opportunity to talk yourself into doing silly things.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
Another eventful rack. Goes the way of Skylar Woodward. The 9 wriggles in to give him a 4-3 advantage. Mark Meisterbosch was so close to winning the Spanish Open. He's looking to go one better here, but he's struggling a bit against Peter Urban, 5-3 down. Winner of that will play Romania's Andrei Ionescu, who got off to a fast start and went on from there to beat Fabian Bowler 9-3 a little earlier. Sanjin Pelovanovic from Bosnia-Herzegovina going along very well at 6-2 against JJ Fall. Billy Thorpe trying to battle back into it against Simon Corral. He's got it back to 6-2 behind. Janiuski has won all of the first 4 racks against Typhon Tabor. Jan van Lierop just needs a couple more. 7-3 against Bezar Spahiu. Oliver Sholnoki still looking good against Nick Vandenberg. The Hungarian leads 6-2. It's also 6-2 for Emil Andre Gangflow against Mustafa Alnar. And world champ Francisco Sanchez Ruiz looking pretty comfortable. 5-1. He leads Giuseppe Iacobucci. Talked about the consistent year Woodward has been having in these big matchroom events. He's been doing well generally. 3 times this year he's got to the final of a decent quality event in America and lost each time.
That's the shot that's going to spur him on. Drago with a full table bank. Where's the cue ball? He had a look. Soa had an easy finish in that rack. She didn't take it. That's why it's now 2-1. She still leads.
Drago finding his inner David Al-Qaedi to get himself back to 1 behind. Alan Woodward has not run out from the break yet in this match. just having the look in this rack of someone who's ready to start stepping things up a level. It's gone a little bit awry though. Not quite the 9 he would have had in mind, but shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, not quite Oliver Ortmann territory, but very similar.
Yeah, Oliver Ortmann in the match earlier on against Mario, he potted a 9, very similar to that. At a very key stage late on. And the cue ball ran in off. Stuart Bingham there, you may have noticed just walking past, he was with Hunter Lombardo, the American player. I know Hunter's been showing Stuart the ropes a bit. They share a coach in Chris Henry, because Hunter plays a bit of snooker and he's trying to improve at it, and Hunter's got to take a lot of credit for the job he's done there. They're both into winners qualification. Lombardo will be playing Alban Ocean tomorrow to try and get through to the single elimination stage. Back over on the other table, Drago in a spot of bother here. 2-1 down to Soa. Just a quick look in there as we return to the main table. Woodward, multiple racks in front now for the first time in the match. Can he press on from here? Get through.
Hiding the cue ball. This is where he does excel at though, Schuyler, for me. Very good safety player. Very good shot maker as well. We often see in the modern game players just go and grab the jump cue. He's trying to put it in the left centre, I believe, and he's missed it. But it's low percentage. I think a lot of the players need to start looking at playing the old school 9-ball, looking at the kick saves, trying to kick and get a safety shot. You know, try and stay in the rack a little longer. Now he's missed the ball. He's going to lose the rack really. Still work to do. Pink 4 to the purple 5 seems to be the key shot in rack number 9.
This is actually Woodward's first match because his scheduled opponent earlier today, Ragnar Grunston of Sweden, withdrew. To be playing so well at the Spanish Open, and so many of the big names going out early. I think there really was a feeling around the place in Lugo that maybe this was it, maybe his time had arrived. And Dang Jinhu took care of him in the semi-finals, and that was that. Catchy played so well against him at the UK Open.
A little short of pace. He's overdone it. He has overdone it. Luckily, the keyboard didn't scratch. And he's not left the pot. Just a little bit thin, this one. Massey's got to kick off the side rail and try and pop the 5 ball. He'll go close to this. Purely and simply because if you hit the 5, it's close to the pocket. Well, I said he'll go close to it. He didn't even hit the ball. At this level, it's not going to be good enough. No one's set the world alight yet in this tournament. Still early days. Day 2.
We see this story happen so often, don't we? Guys like this go out there. It's a big day for them. They're playing one of the big names and one of the show tables, and start off okay, and then things start to go against them, and then every time we see them going back to their chair, they're clearly fighting a psychological battle inside their own head.
So Soa takes rack number 4. She now leads Drago 3 racks to 1. Ball in hand. Look at the shot Woodward's just played. Didn't want to contact the green 6. Now he's got to come with a shot.
Well, it's all gone a bit ragged for Damien Massey. It's gone to Woodward. Certainly not at the top of his game by any means, but he is now 3 clear. He's won 3 racks in a row. He needs just 3 more now to advance. So Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the world number 1, has a 5-2 lead over Giuseppe Iacobucci. Emil Andre Gangflow could be his next opponent. He's leading 6-2 over Mustafa Alnar. Oliver Shalnocki has a 6-2 lead as well against Nick Vandenberg. Jan van Lierop now on the hill against Bezar Spahiu. That one is 8-3. Typhoon Tabor has won the 5th rack, but 4-1 down against Yanni Uski. Simon Kural 2 away from victory over Billy Thorpe. 7-3 in that one. Sanjin Pelovanovic is on the hill. 8-2 lead over the South African player JJ Fall. Peter Urban is just ahead of Mark Bijsterbosch. 5-4 to the player from the Czech Republic.
Amazing, isn't it? You can just see the difference in the break. The rest of it's out of your control. You don't know where the balls are going to finish. But just when you hit that sweet spot and that one goes in the side, just like so, that's just the break. That's what you've got to try and do.
Skylar Woodward, as we were saying earlier, is currently number 1 in the American Mosconi Cup standings. He stays there until the end of this week. He'll be guaranteed his place on the team. I think it's pretty certain he'll be there anyway, but he'd love to get there first, just ahead of Shane Van Boning, who he's played number 2 behind for so long in the American scene. Struggled with his early appearances in the Moscone. Back-to-back MVP.
Well, I'll tell you what, that is a fantastic shot. Forget the outcome, the fact that he could have played a push out and chose to kick at this ball. Look at this. Needs to kick another one in. Well, just keep kicking them in, Skylar. Back-to-back kick shots.
Kicking them in like Cristiano Ronaldo.
Just shows you, though, if you go out full attack mode, it can work well for you.
Yeah, and he's in a position now where he's got proper control of the match, really, for the first time, closing in on victory. Frees him up a bit to be a bit more expansive. Talk about him trying to win a big title like this. He's in a similar sort of situation where Francisco Sanchez Ruiz was about 18 months ago, and he went to the UK Open, didn't win it, but did get to the final, and he just seemed to be transformed by that. Gone from there to be part of the World Cup win for Spain, and now US Open and World Champion. Even being part of a big final like that against one of the best in the world, that would be a significant moment for him and give him something to really build on as he looks to move up to that next level. And this has been a quality rack, really, and some very good shots in here.
Yeah, he's just starting to loosen up.
And really, it looks like an extremely long road back now for Damien Massey. Was 2-0 in front, but Woodward has won 7 racks out of 8 since then, and is now just a couple of racks away from a place in the next round. Petter Urban has gone 2 clear of Mark Bijsterbosch at 6-4. Billy Thorpe clinging on, 7-3 down though against Simon Corral. Emil Andre Gangflow progressing to 7-2 against Mustafa Alnar. So winners qualification tomorrow. 32 players will come through that. The 32 losers will go straight to losers qualification. And they'll play the 32 players who've come through the earlier rounds in that. And then once we get to Friday, it's 64 players, 1 round in each session, straight knockout all the way to the finish line on Sunday night. It can be a slow starter generally, can't he, Carl? You were talking earlier about how he sometimes loses matches early on in tournaments. But even within matches, sometimes it can be a little bit lacking in focus, perhaps early on. But just saw him there as he stepped up to the table. And he's in this strong position and the end of the match is coming into view. Just seems to have a little extra edge of determination now. Another one on the board for Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, 6-2 now against Giuseppe Iacobucci.
Hard to see if he can attack this 2-ball, just because if he pots it in the bottom right, cue ball looks to be going close to the bottom left.
between Tony Drago and Soa. Drago battling back after a good start for the Korean player. Soa has left a chance there for Drago. No, I was having a look. As we return to the main table.
Don't know if he was looking at playing the 2 onto the 5 balls of plant, but that would not be wise. I think you could just float the 2 on the top rail and hook behind the 5. Yeah, he's tried to play that, has he? Maybe he did play that. Yeah, maybe he played to bank it up and down. Maybe the gap was there. It clearly was there because that's what he's played. Hasn't got the hook though. All the balls are in the open, so you would think one poor safety shot is going to give the other player the chance to win the rack. If Skylar wins it, it is match over, to be honest. He's on the hill. It would be 8-3. If Massey wins it, 7-4, he's hanging on in. Kind of like this instance, there's no value in getting a jump cue just because you're guaranteed to hit the 2, because there's no real option of you getting safe. He's better kicking off the right hand side rail and just nestle onto the 2 ball hits the rail, you stay in the rack. Going this bottom rail, there's not a big window of opportunity, so he's going to have to go off 2 rails, I think. The ball must hit the rail after contact. He's having second thoughts. Kicking off this right hand side rail, you should always really hit the 2. If you practice enough and you work out a few little systems, you should do. So he's playing it softish. He's missed it, you know. He's missed it by a long way and all. Missed it by about 3 balls.
Become an increasingly frustrating experience for Damien Massey, this. Frustrated by his own mistakes, frustrated by the situations Woodward is leaving him in at times. And here's another one of those. Just see Tony Drago over Damien Massey's shoulder there. He's now 4-3 in front against So Soa over on table 2. In many respects, So Soa is the absolute opposite of Drago. It's often been said that he plays a little too quickly for his own good. That's a matter of opinion. With So Soa, sometimes you feel she just labours the shot a bit too much and is down there for such a long time. Hard to describe her as quite a methodical player. And Massey here trying to find some sort of magic method to get himself out of this.
Trying to go 1, 2, 3 rails in between the gap, in between the purple 5 and the rail. Got to hit it hard. Oh, he's going to be happy with that hit. Unfortunate, he's left Skyler straight in as if he had ball in hand. Good chance to get on the hill now, this.
Yeah, that must only add to the frustration that he managed to make the hit, but in the end it didn't really do him any good at all. Certainly hasn't gone to plan. Wow, this is turning into quite an effort, this rack. Coming with some big shots late in the match.
Well, this is not ideal. This is not where he wanted to be on this 8 ball when he started to try and clear the table. Okay. Not sure if the attacking play was the move there. I suppose it's easy to say after the miss, but this was awfully difficult. Look at that, look how thin that was. That's not bad, that little bounce. He's okay for Damien. So this is for 7-4. He's just got to keep Skyler off the hill.
Great effort from Woodward in that rack. Battled pretty well to keep it going for as long as he did. And then the miss on the 8. Not unexpected, but costly. Damien Massey still in it, 7-4. Good battle going on between Petter Urban and Mark Bijsterbosch. It's 6-all in that one now. Tyler Steyer has completed a really good win over Ko Ping Han, 9-1. He'll now play Sanyan Pelovanovic, who's also won with much room to spare, 9-2 in his favour over JJ Fall. Just tidying up one or two other results. Kostas Koukiadakis, a 9-7 winner over John Mora. Now plays Dimitri Yungo. Elliot Sanderson is a 9-6 winner over Nick Malai to set up a meeting with Mario He, who we saw on the main table a little earlier. Simon Corral has now beaten Billy Thorpe, 9-3. Will now go through to face David O'Cady. Typhon Tabor is charging back against Yanni Uski, now only 4-3 down. Jan van Lierop still stuck on the hill against Bizarre Spahiu, who's just closed to 8-6. Oliver Sholnocki leads Nick Vandenberg 6-3. Emil Andre Gangflow on the hill at 8-3 against Mustafa Alnar. And Francisco Sanchez Ruiz with a 6-3 lead over Giuseppe Iacobucci as we return to the action here.
Yeah, that is not what Damien Massey wanted. Here's another look. The unlucky flick off the 9. You see that now and again. Straight into the side pocket. Surely this time Skyler's got a fancy getting to the hill here. Just looking at the split here. No clusters, no blockers, no real problems. Been known to have some very good tournaments after going to the loser's side early on. Seems unlikely to happen here now. And you wonder, maybe it might have been better for him to play that first match earlier today rather than have his opponent withdraw. Could have been more played in coming into this. Just when Damien Massey had given himself that little glimmer of hope, getting back to 7-4, scratched off the break, sat down for the rest of the rack. It's been a short one, and Skylar Woodward has won it to get to the hill at 8-4. So as this one heads seemingly for an imminent conclusion. Let's see what's going on next door. Remember, this is race to 8 on the loser's side, and Tony Drago looks to have started to take control of it. Leading 5-3 against Sosoa. You know, we were talking earlier about who was the oldest player in the tournament. We concluded it might be Ortmann, but Drago's older than him. It's hard to think of him being that age, you know. I still remember him in his early 20s and just suddenly breaking through to beat Jimmy White in a big snooker event. Been around for such a long time. Woodward, barely over half his age. He needs one more to go through. Well, nearly a carbon copy of Massey's break. Broke from the other side. Cue ball hit the 9, nearly went in the other middle. You can just see it come off this side rail, can't you? Hits just top side of the 9 and then goes near the middle. Tough, long pot. If he pots this and gets on the 3, he will fancy this match is over. Or is it that sweet? Absolutely sweet.
How often do we say this in the early rounds of these open events, Carl? Damien Massey will come away from this not so much disappointed that he's lost, not even that it's been quite comfortable in the end, but just the fact that he's had his opportunities, hasn't been able to settle. It's been a familiar story in another way, in the sense that early on he was doing some damage, looked good in the second rack after being gifted the first by Woodward's unseen foul. But once things started to go against him, he just seemed to cut an increasingly frustrated figure. And Woodward will have 2 bites at the cherry tomorrow to get through to single elimination. Well, maybe we can't say that quite yet.
He's a little bit like what we were speaking about yesterday, James Aramis. He can get the job done, but now and again he does this from nowhere. He's under no pressure. He's commanded the match. Damien Massey's not posed much threat. It's 8-4. How do you miss the 7? How do you not clear up to win the match? I don't understand, Michael.
You could maybe understand if it was something like 8-7 and there's a bit more pressure involved. But let's be fair, Massey's bungled that one a bit.
Yeah, because the cue ball's finished there, he's either got to jack right up there, you see him raise the butt end of the cue. He's got to draw the cue ball and maybe really hard stun it in.
Talked about Woodward's miss perhaps being a bit easier to explain if he was under a bit more pressure with the scoreline. Massey's under a lot here. He knows if this goes wrong, it's probably the end of the road. Well, a little bit of fortune with the flick on the 9, but credit to him really. It was a good shot. And so there's still a bit more pool to play. Damien Massey, who must have thought when Woodward had that chance a little earlier that it was all over for him, has somehow ended up winning that one. It's 8-5 to the American. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz now on the hill at 8-3 against Giuseppe Iacobucci. Emil Andre Gangflow also on the hill by the same score against Mustafa Alnar. The winners of those 2 matches will play each other in the winners' qualification round. Jan van Lierop still can't get off the hill. 8-6 now against Bizarre Spahiu. Oliver Sholnocki inching towards victory, it seems. 7-3, he leads Nick Vandenberg. And Peter Urban has got his nose back in front against Spanish Open finalist Mark Bijsterbosch. 7-6 in that one now. So Soa has closed to 1 behind against Tony Drago at 5-4. On the loser side, over on table 2, that one's a race to 8. Skylar Woodward is already on 8 here, but he still needs 1 more after unexpectedly losing that last rack. Damien Massey still punching here.
too hard to really see what he's faced with here. I don't know if he can kind of just get the cue ball stopping behind the purple 5 or not. Can he get the cue ball up towards the 6? Yeah, that's what he's tried. And he's left the pot.
You would look at it normally and say if Woodward produces one good shot here, that should be end of match. But given what we've seen throughout this contest, never more so than in the previous rack, can't quite say that. Still a big moment though.
Lost the cue ball though. Doesn't want to win this match, Skylar Woodward. He's going for the short cue. A little pop over the 5 ball. Try and pop that 4 in the corner. Cue ball should stay on the 5 ball, so if he makes this, he should gain position. Well, things look like it was just all going to be over, but things are going to start to get a little bit scary out there now. If Massey can clear the table, 8-6. 8-6 is... it's a close match.
Well, his shirt pays tribute to a horror movie. That's what it's turning into for Woodward. The omens not good at the moment. The US Mosconi Cup player. Ideally, Massey could look at this and just free himself up a bit and say, well, look, the match looked to be gone in the previous rack. It's a bonus I'm still out here at all. Of course, it's so easy to say that. Looks pretty freed up, though, in the way he's taking these. And that's 2 in a row. So Damien Massey is now back to 8-6. Just another result to recap on. I'm not sure we gave you the final outcome of this one. Robbie Capito from Hong Kong, someone we've been waiting to see a big breakthrough from for some time. 9-5 winner over Daniel Guttenberger. At the moment, it looks as though he's going to play Oliver Szolnocki, a Hungarian on the hill at 8-3 against Nick Vandenberg. Jan van Lierop can't get off the hill. Still, it's now 8-7 in his match against Bizarre Spahiu. Jan Uski 5-3 up on Typhon Tabor. 7-all in the match between Peter Urban and Mark Bijsterbosch. Of course, there was another player, Mike Massey, an American who was famous for his trick shots. I think it will go down as a bit of magic from Damien Massey if he can end up winning this match from the position he was in. Only 2 behind.
Lost the cue ball a little, but the main thing is he made the 1 ball. If you can't see the potting angle, there may be enough gap in between the rail and the 2 where he can play a good kick shot. It's tight, very tight.
Let's look in on table 2 where Soa chance to draw level against Tony Drago. Looking to get to 5-all. The last thing that could potentially go wrong for Soa. Certainly won't miss that 9, so that's going level.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the main table, Skylar tried a jump bank, got very close indeed, hit the top jaw, good effort. Massey with a chance here though, you can see this 2-ball. It's an easy hook behind the 7, send the 2 up table. Woodward would be in trouble. Wants to get the cue ball tight on the 7 though. That's not really good enough at this level. You learn that the more matches you play against the top players, you learn that cue ball has to be welded onto the brown ball. Some days he may get away with this, but other days you don't. And then you start thinking, why did I not get a better cue ball? Woodward's flying high. Yep, you see what I mean, Michael? If the cue ball was tighter on the 7, he couldn't play the jump shot, he couldn't get away with it. Massey's still at the table, I understand that, but could have had ball in hand.
So much tension and drama going on around the arena at the moment. 5 players currently on the hill. The matches which are remaining in this round. Woodward is one of them. Looked as though he was going to get off it about 10 minutes ago, and he's got another chance to do it here. Double kiss, leaving the chance, and it all goes back to that point that you made, Carl, about not getting tight enough in his previous shot. Six players on the hill now because Mark Boisterbosch has just gone 8-7 in front against Peter Urban. It's been such a tussle.
High regarded as a good banker of the ball. This is a prime example why. I know you might think it's easy, it's not the most difficult of banks, but you've still got to pot it, you've still got to make the shot. Needs a good cue ball here though. After potting the 3, where's the cue ball going to finish? It's going close to the 4, he needs a flick. So yet again, chance gone. Chance number 3, I believe.
Woodward must at least partly be thinking, how on earth am I still out here? Back to even the first rack where that looked to be in the bag, and then he had that foul that nobody else saw. Had the chance a couple of racks ago, an unexpected miss. Jan van Lierop has finally got the job done against Bezar Spahiu, winning 9-7. The Dutchman will play Konrad Yusashin in winners' qualification tomorrow. So we're looking to hit the front here. Chance to go 6-5 up on Tony Drago. I think one of the previous times we looked in it was 5-3, so that would be 3 in a row, but that shot's gone all wrong.
Yeah, now she's got to kick the 7 ball into the top left corner. Woodward is also kicking at the pink 4 ball. Woodward plays the game the right way though. He's not just hitting this ball, he's trying to do something to get safe. That's the pace he played, it's gone wrong. So I've played it firm. She needs this ball to stop. It hasn't, so Drago can cut it in the middle. He'll waste no time as well.
Yeah, that could be a very big juncture in that match. Soa had the chance to lead. Instead, it's Drago who's going to get within 2 of victory there, it would seem. But what has Massey done here?
Playing a cheeky bank. Probably more safety in mind as well, hence where the cue ball's finished.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the world champion, will be back here tomorrow to play in winners' qualification. He's just added the 13th rack to finish off Giuseppe Iacobucci, 9-4.
He's going to leave a shot here, I think, unless he finds the back rail. It's all about the pace. Oh, and it has. Got to be happy with that. That's all they could do, really. Use the 3 balls. Okay, things for Skylar Woodward could start to get scary. Kicking here, he's trying to pot it. Trying to pot it, he's missed it, but again, he'll be happy where that's ended up.
Told you a few minutes ago, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is through. That's going to be FSR against EAG, because Emil Andre Gangflo of Norway, looking to back up his really good run at the Spanish Open, has also won 9-4 against Mustafa Alnar. Well, looks as though he's left the 5 on. How do you get to the 6?
Yeah, just a few shots in this rack where Skyler's got away with it. He just always felt like he was going to get a chance to win the match in this rack. If he gets this one right, it's a big chance. How's the pace? Needs to slow down. It's a little strong. Yeah, now the cue ball's going to be running into the 9-ball. Drago's on the hill, 7-5 up over so. May even pot the 9 in the right centre. It'll go towards that direction. Oh, where's the cue ball going to go? He's gone in. Look at this. Skyler Woodward was 8-4 up. Damien Massey looked like it was done. The match was over. He just can't get across the finish line.
Someone who has is Oliver Szolnocki. The winner's really flying in now. He's added his name to the next round. 9-3, he's beaten Nick Vandenberg. And he'll play Robbie Capito in winner's qualification.
Well, he's won the last 3 racks, Michael. From 8-4 to 8-7, he can still win this match.
Yeah, not just 8-4, but a few balls away from losing 9-4, and Woodward just somehow let him back in. What a story this is turning into. So just a few places left now to be decided in the winner's qualification round. This and 2 others still out there. Jani Uski is leading Typhoon Tabor 6-4. And Mark Beisterbosch is still on the hill, 8-7 against Peter Urban. So won the 13th rack to get back to 7-6 against Tony Drago, which has made the 1 off the break in the next rack, but doesn't seem to have anything exciting with which to proceed from there. Losers round 2, Rainer Lahr of Estonia level at 2-all with Eric Kohler. Wen Kong Tan of Vietnam 5-3 up on So Shaw. Jim Telfer and Fitim Haradinaj, who beat Sanchez Ruiz earlier in the year. That one's 2-all. Pius Labutis, a recent Matchroom Open event semi-finalist, 4-1 up on Gabriel Valasash of Romania. All eyes, though, on the main table. Massey, somehow, back to 8-7.
Well, for a minute there, I knew it was going to be dry, and I thought he might just get away with it, not leave a pot. But that bump, the 1 ball on the 7, has knocked it into a potable position. But can Woodward get out? This is the problem. 2 rails round into centre table for the blue 2 in the right centre. They're going clean. because of that, he has hooked himself again, trying to find the gap. Cue ball should have been nowhere near the pink. This has just unfolded from nowhere though. Started off a little slow. Middle of the match looked good. This is Skylar's game though. You said he had a walkover in round 1, so this is his first game. He really likes to play himself into tournaments. He's not done that just yet. Kicking one rail. Oh, what a fluke that is. What a fluke that is. You could never envision this. You would never call this in a month of Sundays. I'm surprised the 6 even went in. Just purely the pace.
The late afternoon flurry of winners here in Fulda continues with victory for Mark Bijsterbosch. He's finally managed to shake off Petr Urban by 9 racks to 7. And will now play Andrei Ionescu of Romania for a place in the single elimination stage.
I think if Damien does go on to lose this match, he's not really going to moan about the fluke, because he's had chances, kind of all got a bit lost beginning to the middle of the match. Skylar kind of helped him get 7 racks in the end. He will know this.
Won't be the end of his campaign, whatever happens. If he loses, he'll go over to the loser's side. Play Christian Surdea of Romania. Janioski getting closer to victory now, 7-4 against Typhon Tabor. The only other match still going in this round. Well, I started summing up this match and what it all meant, giving it a bit of context, probably about half an hour ago now, so I'm going to fall into that trap again.
Well, it's important he gets good on the 9. Don't want to leave the cue ball short. Make sure you get good on the 9, and that is what he's done. That's more than good enough. So finally, he got to match ball. This for the win.
Well, it was a good start for Damien Massey. He led 2-0. Skylar Woodward started to turn it around, but Massey had so many chances after that, and he was really let back into the match when Woodward passed up the chance to win 9-4. It did get back to 8-7. Skylar Woodward, though, has closed it out in rack 16, and he will now play former world snooker champion Stuart Bingham for a place in the final 64. Next up on this table, we're over to the loser's side. Chang Yulong against Kien. Phil Yates and Jeremy Jones will describe the action in a few minutes' time.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set, Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Welcome back, everyone, and with impeccable timing, we join Tony Drago against CCO at the most important stage imaginable. It is hill, just 4 balls left. Xiao had a little bit of luck on that previous positional shot. She just about got past the 9-ball with the cue ball and left herself that 6. She was 7-5 down. The woman from South Korea. Now though, 3 pots away from a notable scalp. There's lots of pressure out there, Jeremy Jones, but I think she can cope.
Yeah, she doesn't really quiver. Sticks to her guns, and that's what makes her a great player and getting better every day.
Remember, this is on the loser's side, so whoever is defeated will be eliminated from the tournament. And it looks like being Tony Drago. Sioa wins by 8 racks to 7, having been 2 down with 3 to play. That was some clearance, it really was. So she retains her place in the tournament. I'm afraid Tony Drago is out. We've had 5 matches now on table 2 today. Koping Chung and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz got off to flying starts, completing whitewashes. Then Victor Zielinski wasted no time in overcoming Kristina Zlateva 9-2. Stuart Bingham impressive against Sullivan Clark. And we've just seen in that race to 8, Sioa from Korea defeating Tony Drago. 1 more match to go there. As for table 1 though, it's been slower going. We saw Wong Kwok Hwang easily beat his compatriot Win 9-2 first up. Then Stuart Bingham I thought played very nicely, especially in the second half of the match, to defeat Lo Ho Sum, last year's World Masters runner-up from Hong Kong. Mario He and Oliver Ortmann, that was a match low on quality. He delighted to scrape through 9-6. And then Skylar Woodward almost threw the match away against Damien Massey. In the end, relief was the prevailing emotion as he won 9-7. So there's only 1 more winner's side match going on right now in the arena. Yoni Uski on the hill against Tayfun Tabor at 8-4. The rest of the day, we will see loser's side pool and match 5 on table 1. It is Chang Yulong against Do Thie Kien. Chinese Taipei against Vietnam. And Chang, having won the lag, breaks off. Again, on the loser's side, it is a race to 8. I think you have to make Chang favourite, although Kien has had some good results. Got to the quarter-final of the 2019 World 9-Ball Championship.
Well, that's an impressive feat, Phil, but like you said, not his best match in the opener for Chang, taking a loss, and got a match with a win under his belt on the 1-loss side. Now I would have to consider him a favorite.
This is Do Thie Kien. When he got to the quarter-final of that World 9-Ball in 2019, in the 3 matches preceding that round, he beat David Al-Kadi, Chris Melling and Waleed Majid.
Well, those are quality wins, and got to consider that run to that quarterfinal not much of a fluke with 3 wins like that. And now you can see Chang a little worried about being next to that brown 7, and can he really get at the 2 ball? He can get at the right side for the safety. He was trying to get for that cross side bank, and I think the 7 had him cut off.
One other thing about that 2019 World 9-Ball Championship for Do Kien, Chang beat him in the quarterfinals, but all of the other wins we mentioned, they were all races to 11, so meaningful distances.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I'll tell you something about 9-ball. Once you get some confidence, it's amazing how much easier the game becomes. And it's definitely a very mental game. Any stationary sport, always going to be something that plays with the positive and the negative. Odd kick here. He's got to maybe draw the ball a hair. Try and get underneath this blue 2. It looks like he can hit just past the side. Maybe slide the cue ball towards the purple.
So the first attacking opening falls to Chang. We saw him on table 1 yesterday, losing 9-4 to Woo Kun Lin in a brutal match for both of them in the first round. That was a cruel draw, but he rebounded on the one-loss side, beating David Hopkin 8-2. So 1-1 for him. Also 1-1 for Do Kien. He started off with a win, beating Marco Dorenberg 9-5, but then lost heavily 9-1 to Jonas Suto Camino, the prospect from Spain.
Yeah, and you never know on those kind of matches, especially with Suto. He can really get going, sit you down in the chair for some time. And good to see Chang back out playing. And started to talk about it a little bit yesterday, how he stands up off the ball, and well, he's going to hate that. A big mistake. And I think the slick table got him a little bit yesterday, and maybe a little bit there as well. But really an effortless motion, moving the cue ball easily, and possesses a lot of power. I'm wondering if that more upright stance leans towards getting power a little easier. A little bit of a sweater there coming down the table with the cue ball, but he'll take it. Oh, what a big win for the young lady from Korea, South Korea. So over Tony Drago, but and fun to watch, but hate to see Tony exit the tournament. Always exciting and a pleasure to watch play the game.
Well, Chang Yulung won the tactical battle at the start of this rack. And then reaped the rewards by winning the opener. He leads 1-0. I can tell you, winner's side pool for the day is over. The last match completed, Jani Uski from Finland beating Tayfun Tabor 9-4. So there's still plenty of action out there, but it's now all on the loser's side. And that means all of the matches from here on in to the end of the day are race to 8s. It's much more agreeable to be on the winner's side, Jeremy, when you've got that safety net. These guys, they know if they lose, it's to the airport.
Yes, it is. And, you know, that's how the game's evolving, where every match is so much pressure. It means so much, you know, points, ranking points, getting into more events in the future, specialty events. So much evolving in the game. And of course, these players, they're set up just to try and play their best pool, and that's what we all want to see.
The winner of this match in the next losers side round will play either Gabriel Vasilacci of Romania or more likely Pius Labutis of Lithuania. Labutis leading 7-3 on the hill.
Great break off there. Anytime, you know, the one exits into the sides so quickly and you get such good spreads, that means the timing was really good. Not really delivering the thump on the balls like a SVB or a Kachi, but still getting great results. I'll tell you, Chang was a player that I watched a lot whenever he came to the States, and it would only be for the bigger events, the US Open, maybe some type of big event in Vegas, something like that. And I would say at the moment, not saying he was an arrogant or kind of cocky player at all, but definitely had a little swagger about him, and I don't think he's quite got that back just yet. Needs a few more matches under his belt, gain a little more confidence. But when he gets going, a very, very incredible player that, again, possesses a lot of power and pockets the balls, usually with ease.
Glad you said usually.
Well, you know, kind of subbed that in for the commentator's curse, that usually, but now a great opportunity for Vietnam's Kien. Not quite as smooth as what we're used to seeing from, of course, the Vietnamese players, all the Asian contingent, real flowing strokes for the most part. Much outside pocket.
You're absolutely right, Jeremy, as always. That delivery is not smooth. It's staccato, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the type of delivery that, you know, sometimes when nerves are really high and it can affect you. But at the same time, when we see strokes like this, it's the type that when it gets going, it can be very effective, kind of like maybe that run he made in that World Championships just a few years ago.
So when Chang missed the ball he should have potted, he must have anticipated being punished, and he most certainly was. It's 1 each. Another Vietnamese player taking shape over on table 15 in a match against Pia Philler. It's 4-4 between Philler and Phuong Nam Pham. Marcus Martin has taken the first rack against Adrian Pollard. Patrick Mountain 2-1 down to Mats Shetner of Norway. Christian Reimering and Ian Pikeniak 2-2. Benjamin Belhassan from France 3-0 up on Michael Yednak. Kalin Varbanov 5-0 up on Lawrence Thomason. Roman Heebler back in action after that devastating defeat yesterday against Johan Chua when he was 8-4 ahead and had chances. Eventually lost 9-8. Well, he's back on the horse and he's won the first rack against Sebastian Batkovsky. Snooker player David Lilly 3-0 upon Anthony Brabin of Cyprus. In a match more advanced, Benji Buckley 6-4 upon Robert Braga. And Yuma Dormer from Germany is on the hill against Miguel Silva at 7-2. Well, I think that's as close to a scratch as you can get without actually doing so.
Yeah, I caught the one, what looked like maybe a little thick. Actually looked like he had a little inside spin. Don't see that a ton. Maybe some of the players putting just a touch on there, but that seemed to have a bit more. No real choice here but to attack. Going over the brown 7.
The first and paramount requirement with that shot, make contact.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he did have a rollout choice, a push-out choice. Not a ton of places to go, but he felt good about it. Very easy. That's the long-distance jump. Hard to believe that you could actually curve the cue ball with the jump and any miss hit on the cue ball. Okay, funny little position shot. Coming 2 rails most likely. Across for the blue 2 in the lower right corner. Could come all the way for the side. All right, he's going to play with a lot more angles, so maybe he's going to come down below the pink for the blue 2 in the left middle. May even use the 3rd rail, that being the bottom cushion. It's going to be perfect speed, it looks like.
While we're in the early stages of this match, Jeremy, must ask you, yes, we commentated on Stuart Bingham earlier, then he followed up with that comprehensive win over Sullivan Clark. He's made a very good impression, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just like his opponents, I think it's easy to see that, you know, that most of the shots are there and maybe some more that you normally don't see. We saw some safeties in his first match that from some difficult situations. You're kind of wondering what he's going to come up with, and every time it was pretty effective, and it was more of a grinding kind of mentality as well. Wasn't always a snooker. Sometimes it's just leaving the long shot, making it tough on his opponent. But once the match got going, you saw him start to move the cue ball pretty easily and really made sense of most situations. The other one that's doesn't seem to be as much of a problem as it is for others that cross over like that is the break shot. Okay. Looks like he may have gotten just ideal here on the purple. Be able to pinch back a little bit, take a little bit of a cut on the green 6. May get a hair movement off the 8. You see, even though it's a quick kind of moving stroke, it looks pretty straight overall. Okay, he's going to have a big stretch here and possibly the rest coming out. I'll tell you, that type of technique, that type of movement on the cue stick doesn't always, you know, bode so well for for having the best touch or shooting some of the lighter shots, especially under pressure, but it's looked good so far.
Should be a routine 9-ball, if there is such a thing. And it goes. Do Tae Kien has recovered from the loss of the first rack to lead by 2 racks to 1. Now, we were just talking about Stuart Bingham and his progress today. Well, his next opponent tomorrow in winners' qualification will be Skylar Woodward, who we caught up with after his last match, centre stage.
Skylar, you made hard work for yourself there, but eventually you got the job done.
Yeah, you know, I feel honestly kind of fortunate to get through. I know he's a good player, and I definitely didn't play my best, but yeah, I just feel good to get through.
We talked about it there recently when you've gone deep in tournaments. You've done it from the one-loss side, but on this occasion you're into winners' qualification round, and you seem to be picking up a bit of steam.
Yeah, I'm getting better every tournament. What was it? UK Open, I lose first round, come through. Then I lose second round the next tournament, and I come through. So, shoot, I'm just happy to win my first 2 this time, you know, and be through the winner's qualification now. So, it feels good to actually, you know, be on the winner's side.
We've seen you using a new bit of gear as well at the table. Bit of getting used to trying to take from Q-Tech, but obviously it seems to be putting you in good stead with a few nice kicks in that last match.
Yeah, for sure. I got new Q and plays great. I mean, it's great, honestly, the new one.
Well, for you, it means you've got one more match to reach the last 64. We know that your Moscone Cup place is more or less secured, but how much would it mean to you to do that by snapping up the first match through major?
You know, just making the Moscone Cup is amazing, but if I can win this tournament and like really seal it and get the win, it would mean actually the world to me.
Interesting thoughts from Skylar Woodward, who no doubt gets better as tournaments go on, so I don't think we should read too much into his last performance. And you know, Q-Tech are going to play a big part in that match because Stuart Bingham's break cue is also provided by Q-Tech.
Yeah, actually the cue he's playing with is Q-Tech. He switched, you know, got to practicing with it, liked it.
What I'm going to do as this match goes on, I will let you know the winners' qualification draw in its entirety. There are some gems in there.
Yeah, of course, every match means something in these events, whether it be, you know, a great player getting a, you know, soft draw at the beginning, something they deserve because of their seeding and, you know, getting the arm going, getting used to the table, and others trying to improve, getting used to conditions, maybe their first matchroom event. But once we start to get to the third days when the matches really start to heat up and we see some score lines and some excitement that really makes these events and sets up the rest of the days left. Little draw stroke here. Tell you what, he's been pretty solid. And, you know, we talked about his technique, but I think it's a little bit of a fooler, you know, if you watch. The pre-strokes when he first gets down are pretty quick, but then he starts to settle them as he makes more of them. And it seems like as balls go in, the stroke is settling as well.
Has to be remembered also, he didn't lose the first rack as the result of an offensive mistake. He was out-dueled tactically. So he's not missing. He's another one, Do Kien, who will no doubt be greatly looking forward to the Asian Open in his home country in October.
A little bit of a decel there. And I wouldn't say decel, that's maybe the wrong way to say it, but just not a real release of the cue. And that's what the quicker kind of pre-stroke sometimes leads to, a quicker backswing, which is usually about the only way we don't get through the ball exactly how we want it. I think he still attacks here on the cut if he feels like he could beat the side pockets going back and forth with the cue ball. Now this is the type of shot where, again, the technique makes a difference, because if you get a little quick, sometimes that side spin doesn't catch as quick as you want, and both middle side pockets come into play. Oh, he hit that really nice. Probably got more out of it than he expected, trying to avoid those side pockets.
And although he didn't want to make contact with the brown 7, at least by going into the middle of the table, that provides quite a wall to hide behind.
Yeah, I'm not sure how easily he can reach it. I think pretty easily, but he should shave this 6. He's close enough to it to be accurate. Just move it over and go up the table with the cue ball. Looks like he's going to put it on the side rail along with the cue ball on the opposite side rail. Yeah, that's the shot I like. Now he hit it a bit thicker than he wanted. Left a 2-rail kick here on the 6, I believe, between the 7-8. Interesting, he's elevating here. Maybe having to swerve the ball touch with English. Not going to leave anything easy, and that's half the battle. Looks like a high ball. He can play the 6 to the upper right, catching the long rail on the left, the top rail. And kind of drift the cue ball back down table on the right side for the 7 in the lower left. Big shot here early.
Jeremy, what a peach. The best shot of the match. Okay, it's a small sample size, but nevertheless, that was excellent.
Well, he's shown us all. The cue ball's been nice when he gets in position. He keeps it nice, and now coming with the long one. And I don't know if you could tell there, but the stroke's starting to smooth out a little bit.
Yes, and he wins the rack maybe a couple of shots early by chipping in the 9-ball. That was the little bonus there as he knocked in the 7. It was always a likelihood. And so 3 racks in succession now for Do Kien. He leads Chang 3-1. Let me give you this winner's qualification round. I won't be able to do it all in the break between this rack and the next, but I'll give it a start. It begins at 11:30 local time tomorrow. Albin Auschen defending champion against Hunter Lombardo. Duong Kwakwang against Daniel Massey. Wojciech Shevchik up against Georgi Georgiev. Mark Bosch against Andrei Ionescu. Kopin Yi, Omar Al-Shaheen. Naoki Oi, Matthias Snigotsky. Petri Makinen, Alexa Pachelch. Francesco Candela faces Max Lepner. What about this one? Jason Shaw against Johan Chur. Mouth-watering. Aloysius Yap, Moritz Neuhausen. Imran Majid, he plays Dennis Graber. And I will give you the rest after this rack. Well, given the quality of the 6-ball in the last rack, plus the way he's played in winning the last 3, he must be feeling confident.
Yeah, that last 6-ball, the last game, a lot of players can learn from that. Kind of smooth the ball around the table, and that's what you have to do out here. Trust the bed. Get to hitting at the ball, over-hitting at the pocket becomes a little smaller, and really you start to lose cue ball control. And this 2-ball must be awfully tight for him not to be really considering attacking. Made a nice similar shot in the last rack. On the 5-ball, was it? So, all right, if he's cueing downward, no, he's cueing kind of middle of the ball, so maybe back and forth, cutting this ball in. Oh, he's going to play the safety. He may have left the gap here. No, he's gotten enough on it.
We've talked about Do Tae Kien's achievements. Chang Yulung, 41 years of age. He's won the China Open twice, 2010 and 2014. Beat Jeff Ignacio in the final in 2014. Chang Junlin in the semi-finals. 2 wonderful titles to capture.
All right, wanting to knock the 2 around table and hold the cue ball. Really something special there.
Yeah, he's got the moves, hasn't he?
Yes, he does. And again, I don't quite see the confidence I'm used to seeing just yet. But again, back on this World Nineball Tour stage, and it's going to take a little bit.
Chang was 5th in the US Open in 2016, beating Carlo Biardo 11-4 before losing to Dennis Acolio. And in 2019, made the semi-final of the US Open.
Well, that's the place where I watched him the most. He's made so many US Opens. Played him a couple times in the US Open as well. Hit would go a long ways here. Lots of congestion out and about, and I mean, maybe not congestion, but little groups to where you could hide the cue ball or the 2.
Valiant effort, but with the table open and no obvious clusters, no obvious stumbling blocks. Chang, having forced the mistake, or forced the foul at least, now should cut the deficit in half.
Yeah, and that 2-rail kick on the, the TV tables, we call it, the main tables, seems to be a common theme. Not getting enough spin off that second rail. Oh, this may have gone a little hard here if this lays on the rail. And like I said, just not quite himself yet.
With ball in hand, that was really clumsy.
Well, especially because you didn't have to get the premium angle with such an open bottom half of the table. He could have put a lot of places for the 3 and just worked the cue ball back for the 4.
Do Tae Kien will be very surprised to be back at the table so early.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there he just didn't make a real decision with the cue ball. Just decided, let me make the ball and run the cue ball. And when you don't put it all together, that's where misses can really kind of step in. Okay, kind of forced to take on Not an easy 3 being on the rail. Wow, he's going to jack up here instead of going forward. This is maybe a little bit of a mental mistake. Well, he didn't do either. Didn't draw the ball. Still played the short side position. Just wanted to be a little closer to the pink. And you got to appreciate the accuracy there, Phil, elevating the cue.
Now firing the ping 4 down the left-hand side. Long rail. Like what I'm saying here. I will not be second-guessing his technique anymore.
No, a pretty straight delivery, and again, when the nerves are flowing, maybe everyone gets a little quicker, but it's definitely settling in. And a bit more technique like his other countryman, Kien, is it? We saw, or at least I first saw him at the Premier League this year.
One has to say, though, here, although it's been a good run out, Chang's been the architect of his own downfall. Ball in hand, knocked in one, and this to the next.
And I'll tell you, the real problem for Chang, besides what's going to be a 4-1 deficit in this race to 8, it being a one-loss side match as well. So his opponent doesn't look like he's going to give much back.
Yeah, Do Tae Kien, halfway to victory, leading by 4-1. Now I'll continue on with this winners' qualification draw. Radislav Babica takes on Fedor Gorsht. Dimitris Lukatos faces Niels Fine. It's Thomas Kaplan against Mieszko Fortunski in an all-Polish battle. Antonios Kakaris will face Wu Kunlin. Karol Skaversky has the task of trying to stop the progress of Joshua Filler. James Aronas faces Shane Van Boning. Carl Naderberg is up against Jonas Suto Camino. It's Chris Melling against Khan Salim, the conqueror of Koping Chung today. Tobias Bongers will meet Mohamed Sufi. Skylar Woodward takes on Stuart Bingham. Tyler Steyer against Sanyan Pilavanovic. Dimitri Jungo, Kostas Kukiadakis. Elliot Sanderson will play Mario He. Michael Schneider, Victor Zielinski. Simon Corral up against David Al-Kadi. Chang Junlin, Yoni Uski. From Greece, Alexander Kazakis has the task of trying to blunt the edge of snooker player Gary Wilson. Konrad Yuzhushin against Jan van Lierop. The pride of Hungary, Oliver Sholnocki against Robbie Capito. How about this one? Ralph Suke against Torsten Homan. They're good friends. They've been travelling companions for years. Both world champions, and they go head-to-head on home soil. And then finally, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the World Nineball Tour rankings #1 and World Nineball champion, will take on Emil Andre Gangflow. I'm sure you'll agree that round, just to get to the last 64, is full of gems.
Yeah, that's why you want to win your first 2. You're going to have to play a tough match in the third, but you get to that position, you just have to win 1 out of 2 matches. Get 2 stabs at it to make that final 64, or start single elimination.
Now on the loser's side here, give you some scores. Pia Filler, the wife of Joshua Filler, 6-5 up on Phong Nam Pham of Vietnam. Marcus Martin has made a good start against Adrian Pollard, leading 4-0. Matt Shetner on the hill against Patrick Mountain at 7-1. So I suppose you could say Patrick's got a mountain to climb. Senarip Azar 3-1 up on Sergio Lagunas. And Christian Reimering is 6-2 up on Ian Pekinyak. One to the centre. Path through to the 2, although not exactly ideal. Not a bad break.
No, and nothing obvious on the 2, but looks like with those clusters there, he can play a cross-side bank in a somewhat free manner. Trying to hold position below the red 3, while also playing, like I said, the two-way shot, the safety and the offense at the same time.
An abundance of cover. Got some results for you. Jaspal Singh Bamotra of India has beaten James Devlin 8-2. Jose Alberto Delgado, former semi-finalist in one of these major matchroom ranking events, he's through 8-3 over Patrick Lee Kiao. Yuma Dormer, how about this for a result, considering how well Miguel Silva played in Spain. Dormer's won 8-2. And Benji Buckley, very knowledgeable player from the UK, he's doubled up on Robert Braga, winning 8-4.
And I believe it was here last year where Delgado made that deep run.
As for Chang, he's just getting deeper into trouble, although the 4 nestling up to the 3 there might help his cause, might save his bacon.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the 3 goes to the lower left. That's a good camera angle there telling me. If it does, you have to be just perfect with the cue ball. And he's going to play the safety. And I wonder, excuse me, Phil, I wonder, I guess he's going to cut the 2 down below the 4-3 and kind of just subtly try to go 1 rail behind the 8 with the cue ball.
Now that's a proper cluster and a real headache for Chang.
Yeah, the ball's laid kind of awkwardly to get, you know, the cue ball froze to the 8. So it was going to be hard to totally cut him off. Chang, who missed his last kick, still a favorite to hit this one. But now he's on 2 fouls, and I'll tell you, when you're on 2 fouls like there's a lot of ways with congestion to maybe eliminate a kick completely. Like you might bump the 2 behind the 7 and just narrow, you know, just move the cue ball an inch up behind the 3. A lot of little ways to go at it. This is where you want to keep the 2 ball near another object ball, trying to cut off, you know, different sides of the 2 ball to kick at. Could try to run out as well. Yeah, I like my first shot, really. Anyways, I don't know. Now, he could just try to run out, shoot the 2, draw off the 3, open the 3 for the same pocket. Maybe play a 5-9 combination to end the rack. Don't want to hit this too hard, though. Just a little nip draw. And even though Chang missed his last 2 kicks and is on 2 fouls, you know, unless the ball's laid in a special position, Kien realizes that Chang's going to probably be a favorite to hit any kick shot. So why not try and put it in your own hands to clear the table and take a 5-1 lead? Have to consider the combo here. Looks like he actually can play short side for the 5 in the left middle pretty easily. Looks like if he came above, though, 5-9 combination, not difficult.
Knocking in balls with efficiency, keeping control of the cue ball. Very much the superior player in this match. Yeah, a little bit of a la Efren Reyes there. If you notice, I noticed that the last few shots, he kind of takes his pause at the cue ball and then takes one more pump into the stroke. Normally that's a scenario where a player that started at a very young age and just kind of got used to do that. See that right there? One more pump after the pause. Efren Reyes is known for that. Well, the good chip Chang Yu Lung needs a pump because right now it's taking on water and sailing to victory, it seems, is Do Tae Kien. 5-1 ahead. Referee Scott McMillan just having a word there. Don't know what that's about. What I do know is that Kien has been really good value for this lead.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It looked like he pointed towards maybe out of the arena, and Kien just kind of moved his jacket quickly from that position. So maybe some obstructing view of some sort.
Few results to tell you about in this losers round 2. On table 11, Eric Kohler has defeated Raina La from Estonia 8-3. Armin Mahmoudi and Tayfun Tabor are 2 each. Noel Ben Said 5-3 upon Florian Vogler. Fitim Haridanaj from here in Germany, good player, has beaten Jim Telfer 8-6. The winner of this match will play Piers Labutis because the Lithuanian overcame Gabriel Vasilashi 8-4.
I'll tell you what, fortunate for Chang, that 7 ball, the brown 7 got in the way, a 2-9 combination. It wouldn't have been easy, but he was certainly shot at it. He liked his chances. Yeah, an awkward safety coming out. Don't really see much I like. Maybe try and come back on the 9 with the cue ball, just kind of moving the 2 subtly. I guess he announced push out. Didn't like anything, just shooting directly at it.
I've received news of our next match on the main table. It will be Kledio Kaci of Albania, the younger brother of Eklund Kaci, up against, from right here in Germany, Alexander Uzbek.
Yeah, just everything getting away from him. Not a difficult safety there at all. A little surprising, actually, where Kien pushed out too, but there wasn't a whole lot of choices. But laying the cue ball down behind the 6, normally for Chang, not a big deal there, but again, got away.
You could never call that a glaring error, but it was a misjudgment and a mistake that Chang badly needed to see.
Yeah, one I didn't expect at all. Not an easy shot by any means, having to put a little draw stroke from some distance. But like you said, now Chang's got to get going. Got a little funny here. Don't know if he can put enough inside spin to get left of the 9. May have to just come above the 9 a little bit and take a bit of a cut on the pink. The 6 is handy, so position not hard.
I'll tell you what, this is not the display you expect from a former US Open semi-finalist. In fact, only 4 years removed from that. Not the display you expect at all.
Yeah, but to be fair, we've seen some struggles from a lot of players that had to take some time off from the bigger events via pandemic. But after getting a win yesterday, and kind of felt like even though the first match wasn't his best, he would start to settle in. It just hadn't happened.
Chang reprieved. It wasn't an easy 4-ball. Seemed to mistime that a little using the rest, but he's just about made the journey up for the 9. Not greatly convincing. It was his second bite of the cherry. He continues to grab that shoulder. I wonder whether that's a problem. Certainly the scoreline is, but at least he's got a rack back. Chang Yu Lung now trails 5-2. Some results coming in on table 25. Mickey Kraus, very comfortable winner over Sander Kont of Estonia, winning 8-1. Talal Al-Blushi, he's beaten Marco Dorenberg 8-6. Chris Alexander leads Ruben Omar de Campo 6-3. David Lilly 4-3 up on Anthony Brabin. And if you remember yesterday, we were all feeling a little sorry for Roman Hebler after blowing that match against Johan Chur. Well, Hebler's now on the hill against Sebastian Batkovsky at 7-2. Another winner, Mats Shetner, has beaten Patrick Mountain 8-2.
Well, sometimes, of course, the break shot can get you going. It's good starters and whatnot. And a good starter here on the blue, too, but a lot of traffic trying to get back for the red 3 on the bottom of your screen and the bottom rail. There's a route between the 5 and 7 off of 2 cushions, but does that really get you anywhere coming back across with the 9 and the 6 there? You may have to gamble with a little speed on the cue ball here.
Rather like driving in a big city. Couldn't avoid the congestion.
Yeah, he was trying to, he put more extra speed there, anticipating a kiss off of another ball and just hoping the kiss worked out for him and drew a little better position on the red 3. Again, he could shave this if he wanted. Go up the table. Could go behind the purple with the cue ball somewhat, bringing the 3 up the right side. Oh, he went behind the 6, kept it simple. Probably left a little easier kick than he anticipated, but don't think the edge of the 3 is there.
With a little bit of right-hand side, if he can't get through to the 3, the kick and stick is most certainly an option. Thinking here he can see this.
I agree, especially the way he was warming up to get down on the ball. Really nice and a big shot after a couple misses we really haven't seen from Kien the entire match.
All true, but the safety from Chang left an awful lot to be desired, didn't it?
Yeah, it's almost like he simplified the safety because he was worried about not executing, you know, a couple other options that were maybe a hair more difficult, but definitely doable. All right, little top left English coming out of the top left corner, 2 rails to the center of the table, playing the pink in the right middle. All right, no reason to come across, out to the center. Play from above the 6, the 7 over the right middle. And this should get him to 6 games and another 4-game deficit.
given the gulf in standard between these two in this match, I think a 6-2 scoreline is entirely reflective. And 6-2 it is in favour of Do Tae Kien. Scores around the arena here at the Hotel Esperanto Conference Centre in Fulda, Germany. Pia Filler 6, Phuong Nam Pham 5. Marcus Martin 6-2 up on Adrian Pollard. Senarip Azar from Sweden on the hill against Sergio Lagunis at 7-1. Christian Weimereng and Ian Pikignac 6-6. Pikignac on the comeback trail there. Benjamin Belhassan 6-2 up on Michael Jednak. And Roman Hiebler has won. He goes into day 3 after an 8-2 win over Sebastian Batkowski, who performed with distinction at the World Nineball Championship in Poland. If my memory serves me correct, I think he was the last surviving Pole in the tournament, so a really good win for Hiebler there. David Lilly, his lead over Anthony Brabin reduced to 5-4. As Doe breaks off, needing just 2 more racks for victory.
Yeah, just inches from the blue 2, making the 1 on the side, but I believe the 8 has got the corner pocket cut off. So awkward queuing, and another situation just a few games ago, he could see the 2 just a foot or so away, 2 feet away from it, decided to push out just because there wasn't much there, and we may see something similar here. All right, is he going to try and push the 2 past the 8? Come down to the bottom rail and maybe just try and get a 1-ball snooker. It's not, you know, the most friendly feeling shot to shoot at, because you know you're not leaving anything, or at best you're leaving a very easy kick shot in return, and maybe even more. Is he trying to come up on the 8 with a little spin? Difficult shot here. Okay, like I said, he just kept it simple. The good thing is he executed the snooker, even though the kick shot shouldn't be too difficult to get a return snooker, or at least leave him something tough. May try to kick this in, Phil, in the side, and just kind of hold the ball right there, understanding that if it hits a little short, it'll come across above the 4-5 on the left side of the table, like that. See how it's coming across above the 4-5? A lot of cover there. And you can take a chance at making that kick shot as well. And I tell you, being near the rail with the cue ball, may have to elevate a little bit here. Yeah, and he sees that he needs to hold the line, not let it spread on him. It's the type these players make a bit more often than you would anticipate.
I think the most important thing there in terms of the word make was make contact. What a gift.
Yeah, Chang needs to do a little better with ball in hand than he did earlier, getting from the same 2 to the 3. And he ended up quite a bit short. Well, did roll out decently. Now he's just got to worry about if he slides over a bit, no awkward cueing over the green 6. Can't get much closer to the pink.
You might have heard some applause there. It emanated from table 17, where Senari Pazar has comfortably defeated Sergio Lagunas 8-1.
Okay, a little flat here on the purple. Green 6 does not go by the 9, so he's got to get to the short side or back side, if you will. 6 doesn't go by the 8 either, so it's got to be below it. And this is going to leave a tester. This cue ball is going to travel this rail, and from nowhere, nothing easy. And I'll tell you, what's he do with the cue ball to hold position for the brown 7, let alone make a difficult shot on the green 6?
And just couldn't hide his irritation there. He's playing to a standard which is well below what he would normally expect from himself. And in cue sports, that's tough to take, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to leave it behind, and he's got to kind of roll this as well, unless he's going to try and bump the 7 off of 1 cushion. Wow, he was trying to go 3 cushions to the center.
Chang's return to the world stage, so far at least, in times running out, has not been good. Anthony Raga of the Philippines is taking on Ingo Alamberti of Germany over on table 2. That's the 6th match of the day over there.
Yeah, Raga, another big name in the making from the Philippines. A little chink in the armor there from Kien, and Raga, like so many, and you know, got to get used to the setting out here in the World Nineball Tour, playing with the best players in the world under these tournament conditions. Now, we've had a lot more of that in the Philippines, and that's going to bode well for the young man, but I've heard nothing but great things. Only got to see him play a little bit, and of course a little bit online. But
tell you what, even though Chang is really toiling, though Kien doesn't want to take his foot off the gas. Dangerous, that.
yeah, especially because the break shot really hasn't been that bad for Chang. It's been some other things that have been definitely subpar.
He's certainly got a modicum of hope now at 6-3. Might well have been looking at a big deficit with his opponent on the hill. Two players are simultaneously on the hill on table 10. Christian Reimering and Ian Pikignac. It is 7-7. Marcus Martin has beaten Adrian Pollard 8-2. And while we're in between racks here, let's just take another closer look at table 2. I, like Jeremy, interested to see Anthony Raga. When you hail from the Philippines, Jeremy, and you've got a good reputation, doesn't matter what age it is, you know that you can play the game.
Yeah, I don't, you know, we have some players in the event that are taking advantage of playing with the best in the world, and you know, win matches is nice, and you know, maybe cash here and there. But the Philippines, they're not letting anyone come enter these events without them being a very, very, very good player, and that's what we see again from another young one here, in Anthony Raga.
As for Chang's break, nothing doing apart from angst.
And where's the push out here? And the problem with this is, you know, leaving something to attack with, maybe on the cross corner bank. But the worry I would have is putting myself in a position to where I get it back, and I'm taking way the worst of it.
Can't tell you, Chang's celebrated fellow countryman, Ko Ping-chung, has just started out on table 23 against Kalin Felix Stefanov of Bulgaria, and Ko has won the first rack. Remember that defeat by a Turkish opponent earlier on today. Means that Ko is battling away on the one-loss side, which is unaccustomed for him.
Yeah, you say Turkish and maybe Turkish descent, but a player that was raised here in Germany and a very, very good player in Kien. Came to the States a few years ago. Wow, what a role that may turn some things around. That's what I was afraid of for Chang, putting himself in a position where he was a huge underdog from this push-out situation. But Kien can play, and can't remember exactly how deep he ran here last year, but he almost 100%. He made the final 64, maybe the final 32.
Yes, in many respects, he's playing on home soil, feels entirely comfortable here. As we said, he is representing Turkey, but Germany, the home base.
Yeah, I think he resides about 4 hours away, 3 to 4 hours away from Fulda. Okay, a lot going on here. Did get that angle, and the 6 does pass the 8, but with an impeding 9 ball, he's got to get good position here on the 6 to get back to the 7. Yeah, that looked more like the effortless stroke and used to seeing from Chang.
He has been a world-class player. Not showing it in this match, but he's been there at the business end of massive tournaments. You don't want to give him any quarter, any encouragement.
Two balls away from 6-4, and it seems like the match shouldn't have been that close through 10 games. Just the feeling I would get, but like you said, Phil, it doesn't take much, and it doesn't take much for Chang to get the proper feeling in the stroke and a little more confidence to maybe make this comeback.
Yeah, just 2 racks in it now. Chang's deficit only a couple at 6-4. Pierre Fuller on the hill against Phuong Nam Pham at 7-5. Benjamin Belhassan also on the hill against Michael Jednak at 7-2. David Lilly and Anthony Brabin locked together at 5-5. Bartos, Roz, Vadovsky. That was the one that caused me all the problems this morning. He's 6-4 up on Ricardo Goodjar. Yuri Plistlov, who gave a really good account of himself against Fedor Gorst yesterday. He's won the first rack against Jan Smeels of Holland. Chris Alexander of the UK, he's a winner, 8-4 over Ruben Omar de Campo of Argentina. Ko Ping-chung now 2-0 up on Stefanov of Bulgaria. Noel Ben Said 6-5 on Florian Vogler. Christian Sadea of Romania 2-0 up on Damien Massey, who is back on the table shortly after that disappointing defeat by Skylar Woodward. And Ko Ping Han, the younger of the 3 Ko brothers, 5-0 up on Elio Samarini. One other very interesting score before we concentrate on this one. The youngster Mika van Berkel has taken 2 of the first 3 racks from John Morrow.
Well, Van Berkel, he gets on with it and knocks the balls in nicely, and if you get opportunity, and just like here with a nice break off and a good look at the 1, you get the opportunity, you get the arm going. You don't have to be, the favorite to win these matches.
I did say we'd concentrate on this one, but I have to give you this result. Table 15, Pia Fuller has defeated Phong Nam Pham 8-5.
Yeah, Pia's a battler. Doesn't give in 1 inch. All right, looks like he's starting to settle in a little bit. And I tell you, again, we're in such a good spot. Me and Phil, Michael, and Carl, we get to see both tables, different screens and whatnot. And watching Raga break the balls, he's another one of those that can really unload on the rack, and that's a great asset to have.
I must be honest, when he was 6-2 down, I didn't give Chang any chance whatsoever. I thought he was playing far too poorly. I thought, though, that Kien was light years ahead. Not so now.
Yeah, and I think as much as Chang has been struggling, just how good Kien's played, you know, with opportunity. We didn't expect any mistakes, and they weren't glaring. A couple long missed 6 balls, though, after a mistake from Chang got him back to the table. And now the best pull we've seen from him this match and maybe the tournament.
It's the mark of a champion, or at least one of the marks of a champion, that you can win playing nowhere near your best. I'm not going to say Chang is in the driver's seat yet. He isn't. But trailing only 6-5, though Tae Kien has got unexpected issues. I think he's just left the arena as well, so that gives us the chance to run down all of the scores at the moment. It's still a very busy arena. Losers round 2 going on right now. Tim de Ruyter 3-1 up on Giuseppe Iacobucci. Flavian Glont 1-0 up on Mustafa Alner. If you don't know the Flavian Glont story, which we've told you on numerous occasions, but just in case, he was a winner of Romania's Got Talent, the TV show, because he is an absolute wizard with a Rubik's Cube. Nick Vandenberg and Thomas Kirsch, they've shared the first 2 racks. We talked about Anthony Raga making that fast start on table 2 to lead Ingo Lamberti 2-0. Armin Matmugadi 5-4 up on Tayfun Tabor. Adam Stankowski has taken the first rack against Dan Christia of Romania. Lots of Romanians here in this tournament. Good to see that. Michael Tarkovsky 1-0 upon João Grillo. Kristina Zlateva has taken the first rack against GJ Orengoren from the UK. Ashik Nathwani 1-0 up on Oliver Ortmann. Mika van Berkel still 2-1 up on John Morra. Ko Ping Han handed a defeat by Tyler Steyer, bouncing back brilliantly. 6-0 up on Elio Samarini. It's 1-1 Paul Taylor and Sullivan Clark. Christian Sadea 3-0 up on Damien Massey. Florian Vergler 7-6 up on Noel Ben Said, who has been in front for most of that match. Still 2-0 for Ko Ping Chung over Kalin Felix Stefanov. Yuri Pliskov 1-0 up on Jan Smeels, as I said a little while ago. And now David Lilly has fallen behind against Anthony Brabin at 6-5. The toilet break over. How about this break? Oh, all momentum dissipated.
Yeah, it's one of the things about sending it below the rack. Balls flying everywhere. You usually get more kisses, and of course these two corner pockets on the bottom of the table. I'll tell you though, there's some work here. The 2, 3, 4 shouldn't be a problem, but then back for the 5. Getting to an awkward 6 ball that lays just above the 9. Our referee will be over shortly to remove the template, but certainly Kien does not have to wait on that.
Yes, each official is in charge of racking the balls on 4 tables, so at times when racks finish simultaneously, they can be rushed off their feet.
Yeah, it needs to get, you know, probably somewhat heavy on the pink 4, somewhat straight for a draw stroke to get to the 5. Maybe a little short of his mark, but he's okay.
After seeing Chang win the last 3 racks, Kien wants to make the most of this, and it looks as though he might have come up a little straight.
Yeah, and straight's a big issue. I don't know if the 6 goes by the 9 in the lower left. It certainly doesn't pass the 8 in the lower right. And a little angle on the purple 5 wouldn't have been a problem to get, you know, for the green in the one of the middle side pockets, but now may have to really force the work on the cue ball and take much more of a shot on the green 6. I'm guessing it does go to the lower left by the 9. Just kind of creeping towards that rail. So again, that was the work in the rack, and it's led to more work in the rack now, falling on the rail with the cue ball.
Under pressure, trying to stave off a 5-back. This is just the kind of shot you don't want.
Yeah, he's been pretty aggressive with the strokes most of the time, and don't mean really overhitting the ball, but just staying very confident, right? So no time to try and baby one in. Is he going to elevate the cue again? No. Okay.
The reason for Chang's recovery, unreliability from distance, has crept into Kien's game in the second half of the match.
You gotta like watching him play. Very confident player, and he's put a lot together and shown a lot in this match. Gonna be another one come October that all the eyes of Vietnam and Hanoi City are gonna be on, along with many others.
Right now, Doe on the hill at 7-5, and that was a really good run out given the circumstances. Jonas Kornmesser has just started out against Bernd Janker on table 17. Kornmesser winning the first rack. Benjamin Belhassen still on the hill against Michael Jednak at 7-3. Ian Pikinyak has come back to beat Christian Reimering 8-7. Still on the hill, Anthony Brabin from Cyprus over David Lilly at 7-5. Bartosz Rozwadowski 6-4 upon Ricardo Gudjar. Yuri Pistlov 2-0 now over Jan Smeals. Tom Stabley has won the first rack against Tommy Tokov. Or Tokov, actually, to be given his correct pronunciation. And Koping Chung, as expected, going nicely against Kalin Felix Stefanov at 3-0.
Not his best break off as far as the results and the congestion that has been left, but did get the one down. Maybe has the corner pocket, but if he doesn't, all this type of congestion, you got to figure there's some type of way to play a pretty nifty safety, whether it be play the blue 2 into the left long rail, kind of let it just softly bank towards the purple, maybe run the cue ball into the 6 just with a rolling ball. Just from that look he made there, I think that's kind of the shot he's recognizing. Very natural again, just with a rolling ball. Cut the 2 into the side rail, a little above the middle diamond. Let it just kind of roll over off the side rail between the 5 and the pink 4, and then just roll forward into the 6 with the cue ball. This isn't going to be enough. He decided to go at the 9, and that was okay as well.
Did well there, just swerving the cue ball slightly, and the side he got on the cue ball actually aided in terms of position on the 3.
Got a little thinner on the pink 4 than he wanted. Played a rail first shot nicely, but wanting to get the cue ball off the rail, and now can he control going into the 7 and hold for the purple? I don't know about that. May have to draw kind of off the 7 and the purple. I don't know. Now he's hitting a high ball, so must feel good about going into the brown.
It looked like a very complex rack. All of a sudden, it's wide open.
Is he checking the stun into the 9 just lightly here? I think he could go forward by the 9. Didn't cause any problems for the black 8.
One thing's for sure, Chang Yulung has got stickability. When he was 6-2 down, making mistakes all over the place, we thought it was going to be a swift conclusion. Now he's one rack away from making it hill-hill. Dote Kien's lead reduced to 7-6. In matches less advanced, Tim de Ruyter leads Giuseppe Iacobucci 3-2. Flavian Glant 2-1 upon Mustafa Alner. Same score Nick Vandenberg over Thomas Kirsch. Anthony Raga over on table 2. You can see that one on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. As with all of the table 2 matches, he's very swiftly 5-0 up on Ingo Lamberti. Armin Mahmoudi on the hill against Tayfun Tabor at 7-4. Christoph Reichers, who won the World Cup with Joshua Filler a few years back, he's 1-0 up on Andreas Daniel. Michael Tarkowski and Zhao Griot 2-2. And Oliver Ortmann, a star of yesteryear, he's 2-1 down to Ashik Nathwani.
Nineball heading towards the pocket. This is pretty unlucky. It looks like the brown 7 has really got him cut off this blue 2. I don't even know if he has a swerve with the rail first, maybe. Blue 2 also kept the 9-ball from going in and seeing a golden break.
Two more quick results. Ko Ping Han, no problem beating Elio Samarini 8-0. Florian Vogler defeating Noel Ben Said 8-6 after Ben Said led for the majority of the match.
Looks like the 5 may play by the 8 in the lower right corner. That being the purple 5. That's what he's playing for. Could be a little tight. And amazingly, we're just 5 balls away from a hill-hill match. Still doesn't feel like it should be that close. It definitely feels like it should be closer, but
well, I think it's testament to Chang's experience, and also one has to say he's been given a helping hand by a couple of mistakes from Do when he was very much in command.
Cue ball needs to settle just a little bit, so maybe in a little bit of a stretch here. Anytime you're coming out of the corner, no reason to power up and go back and forth here. You can handle a lot on the cue ball.
Prefers left-handed to the bridge. That's why. all on one single rack. Who would have thought this when Do Kien led so impressively at 6-2? Chang, extraordinary comeback. He's dug so deep without having any of the top gears available. And of course, he's now favoured because he gets to break in the decider. Just to repeat, Jeremy, you didn't see this at 6-2, did you?
No, not at all. And for a couple reasons, you know, Chang struggling like he was, and Kien really putting on a performance that was easy to watch, and just didn't anticipate many mistakes, really, or any mistakes from Kien. And he had a couple to get things going for Chang. And now he's got to wait to see if he gets to the table.
And just to reiterate, this is losers' side pool, so consequently, there are no safety nets. Whoever loses this rack is out of the tournament. The winner of the rack will go through to play Piers Labutis of Lithuania in losers round 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, nothing easy there. Labutis coming off his biggest result in a major event, getting to the semifinal of the Spanish Open. And sure fun to watch him perform, and lost an incredible match there to Mark Bijsterbosch.
Just asking for one thunderous break and one pleasing result.
Cue ball got kissed downward. He's made 2 on the break. Is he gonna get a pocket for the 3? Getting the brown 7 kind of making things a little more difficult than they should, and maybe the brown 7 giving Kien a lot of hope to get to the table on this rack. Interesting what we'll see here and what he decides. Could come off the right side. His right side of the 3. Let the cue ball roam up behind the 8-9. Maybe try and control the 3 where it hits the side rail and kind of hovers behind the brown 7. Again, this is the type of shot you can play both balls, that being the object ball and the cue ball. Don't want to come up on that 8-9 off the back rail with the cue ball. Just behind it will do. Oh, this is a big miss. Really bad miss there. And he tried to play the 3 into the 7, which I kind of felt like would leave a jump shot a lot more. I thought he would just kind of chip the 3. Not really trying to move the brown 7 at all.
Always good to see matches go close. We had a hill thriller yesterday, Chua against Hebler, and now around the same time of the day, here's another. Must be happy with that one.
Yeah, he may have left a sliver, but if he did, it's not much. And again, a smart play. Always that rail speed with the cue ball. That's what you want to look for. And maybe this overhead tells me there's a bit of a 3 ball there for Chang. Don't think he can really afford, even if he can make it, to play it at a slow enough speed to hold position for the pink. I think he has to play more of the safety speed, maybe coming back behind the purple with the cue ball. Oh, he's hit it thick. This is going to hurt. Had to swerve it a bit. That's why he caught the thick hit.
Now, after letting that substantial lead slip, Can Kien do the business here? It's all about conquering nerve.
And really all about this first shot. Gets it down and gets position on the ping 4. You can see the 5 very near, the 7 in the side, the 8, 9 up the table a bit, but not a problem. Looks bad for the former semifinalist in the US Open, 2-time China Open champion. But again, he's got to get back out here, get those feet wet. We'll certainly see him back in form, and a guy that usually doesn't play many poor matches. Doesn't always win, of course, but usually there's quality. Former World Cup of Pool champion as well.
Yeah, 2015 in partnership with Ko Pin-Yi. He's been there, done that. I think in this match, though, you have to say Kien has been the better player, but will he have something to show for it? He's 3 balls away from breathing one hefty sigh of relief.
Yeah, perfect angle here, not too much, but enough to move the cue ball easily, just over for a natural 8 to the 9.
I think Chang knows the game, the tournament is up. Kien was 6-2 ahead. In the end, he's mightily relieved to get the win by just a single rack. He defeats Chang Yulung 8-7. One more match to come today here on Table 1. It is Kledio Kachi against Alexander Uzbek. That's coming up in around 5 minutes' time.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
And welcome back to Fulda, where we're moving towards the end of an eventful second day in this second staging of the European Open. Albin Ocean defending his title here. We'll see him in the winners' qualification round tomorrow. Action on the loser's side dominating for the rest of today's play, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But Carl Boyce has been over to the practice tables.
Well, I'm back up in the practice area. There's 4 tables behind me. It's very busy up here. It's day 2 at the European Open. There's a lot of talent behind me. The Cole brothers, Wilcober Pool playing partners, the winners, the Filipinos. Even Anton Raga's here from the Philippines. Stuart Bingham is practicing right at the back. And practicing just next to me, just missed the ball actually, Jason Shaw. Jason, quick chat.
Hey.
2 from 2. You're playing tomorrow, just warming up?
Yeah, I'm just trying to hit some balls and get my arm going. Playing pretty good, enjoying myself and ready to play.
Not seen you on the main tables just yet. Obviously, I'm sure that will change. How's your game?
Yeah, I've been practicing hard. You know, just trying to come here in good form and, you know, try and go deep, try and get to the last 16. That's my goal, and then from there, just one match at a time.
You got to the last 16 of this event last year. Do you remember the match against Fulda?
Yeah, it was a funny start to the match. I think we made like 3 9s on the break. But yeah, obviously I played well last year, so hopefully I can come this year and go one deeper.
How desperate are you to get to the last stages of one of these big 2, 5, 6 Open events?
I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm due it right. It'll come. You know, I just have to keep working hard and, you know, practicing hard, and it'll come.
We're getting to the business end of the season now, where obviously Mosconi Cup places, Sanchez Ruiz has just been called up. US Open's not far away. You've got a tournament ranking event at your club.
Yeah, I think there's 2 ranking events before, one in New York and then one at my club. So we'll have a lot of good players coming there. It's going to be fun, and then straight to the US Open. So there's a lot of pool to be played, and yeah, I'm just going to try and stay in the moment and do the damage when I need to.
Right, Jay, you better get back to practice. You got a match tomorrow and a tournament to win. Good luck.
Thank you.
There are so many absolute belters being lined up in that round tomorrow. You've got Van Bonin against Uranus. Skylar Woodward against Stuart Bingham is intriguing as well. And Jason Shaw against Johan Chua certainly falls into that category. That will be among the fare on offer on what promises to be a wonderful Thursday here in Fulda. Here's what's happened so far on Wednesday. In Table 2, the action began with whitewashes for Ko Ping Chung, although he was later sent to the loser's side, and for Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who's safely through to tomorrow's play. Victor Zielinski lost the opening rack to Kristina Zlateva, but then won 9 of the next 10. Stuart Bingham with his second win of the day, so he's through to tomorrow's play. So Soa ending the campaign of Tony Drago. 8-7. And Anthony Raga, who we've been talking so much about, coasting past Ingo Lamberti by 8 racks to 0. There's an additional match there now. Billy Thorpe, former American Mosconi Cup player, starting out shortly against Saki Kanatlar. Table 1, Glong Kwok Hwang started the day's proceedings by winning the All-Vietnamese clash. Stuart Bingham with the first of those 2 wins came against Lo Ho Sum. Remember Bingham, the former world snooker champion, making his 9-ball debut here. A real slog between Mario He and Oliver Ortmann. Ortmann, a former world champion 28 years ago, returning to the big stage here in his home country. But neither he nor Mario He could find any sort of form at all. It was Mario He who got the job done in the end, though. Not too different in the match between Skylar Woodward and Damien Massey. Woodward was in a strong position, couldn't get it killed off. Massey missed so many chances throughout that match. Woodward squeaking through 9-7. And just a few minutes ago, we saw Do Tae Kien of Vietnam edging out Chang Yu Long in a hill-hill finish. So last on Table 1 today is young Cledio Kachi against Germany's own Alexander Uzbek. So this is all on the loser side now, the action for what's left of today's play. And that man was a serial winner over the last 12 to 18 months, including that US Open win for Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in Atlantic City late last year. And we'll be back there at the same venue for the last 6 days of September. FSR looking to retain that title. Such a long-established event, goes all the way back to 1976. It's become a matchroom event within the last few years. Things got off to a great start in Las Vegas in 2019, and then because of COVID, it was 2.5 years before the next staging. That one by Carlo Beato. He put in a very strong title defence, and FSR walked off with the big prize. And so we come to Claudio Cacci against Alexander Uzbek. Before we get this match underway, Claudio, of course, is the younger brother of Eklund Cacci, but you were telling us earlier today, Carl, he's had a tough time recently, Eklund.
Yeah, he's had an off-road car accident about 3 weeks ago. I believe he's only just got out of hospital as well. He's had operations on his arm. I think it's his right arm as well, so the arm that holds the cue. So he is out of action. Luckily he's okay, which is the main thing. So I don't think we'll be seeing Cacci for a good couple of months. We know how high he was on the race to Moscone list, so it's going to be an interesting end of the year when he gets back to playing the game.
Yeah, Cacci, this year's UK Open winner. And with Sanchez Ruiz already confirmed in the team, Cacci is effectively #1 in the race for the second automatic spot. He can't really add any more points to it unless he makes a miraculous return for the US Open. Anyway, that's the older Cacci, the younger one. Got us underway in this match, albeit not in the style he would have hoped.
Okay, Alexander Uzbek from Germany. This will give us an indication of where his game is at. Ball in hand, all the balls are sat in good positions. Well, that's not the best of starts. Ball in hand and missed the 2-ball. That is not going to make you feel good in your chair. Very rarely do you see that.
Well, he's much the older man, Alexander Uzbek, 47 years of age, but very much the outsider. And as we always say, when you're in that position, got to really make the most of all the opportunities that come your way, especially early on in the match. Show the favourite that you're here to compete.
Second chance though, I can only think Claudio was trying to cut the ball in.
Wow, these are very disturbing indications if you're an Alexander Uzbek supporter in this one. Claudio Cacci's third match today. He beat Marcus Pfistermuller 9-4 earlier on, and was then involved in a generational clash with Britain's Chris Melling. A real close tussle all the way. Melling won at 9-8, which is why Cacci is here on the loser's side. Had an incredible debut on the international stage. The Spanish Open, when he got to the last 16.
This has been a little bit more like it from Claudio. Just got to make sure he avoids cannoning the 9-ball here with the cue ball. This needs to bounce. This needs to bounce. Okay, so he's left a little thin one. A lot thinner than he would have wanted, but he's not messing about, is he?
So one rack in, and already Alexander Uzbek has produced two fairly shocking misses. Claudio Cacci leads 1-0. Christoph Reinches, who was a World Cup winner alongside Joshua Filler with Germany in 2021, is leading 4-1 in the all-German clash with Andreas Daniel. Oliver Ortmann, who we saw on the main table earlier, 4-3 behind against Indian Ashik Nathwani. John Morra in danger of going out at the hands of Mika van Berkel, young Dutch player leading 6-4 in that one. Sullivan Clark, who was heavily beaten by Stuart Bingham earlier today, 5-1 up on Paul Taylor. Damien Massey, who we saw play Skylar Woodward, trailing 5-2 now against Christian Surdea. Remember, in this round, if you lose, that's it, you are out. To rack two here. This, at the moment, looks like being another quick kill. Cacci started off in that Spanish Open. An absolute flyer. Beat Mohamed Soufi, World Championship runner-up this year. A couple of other decent wins against Cheng Zhao Huai and Badr Alawadi to get through to single elimination. And there he added wins over Christos Papageorgiou. And very notably, the American Mosconi Cup player Tyler Steyer. There's another American, Skylar Woodward, who finally ended his campaign in the last 16, 10-5. At one stage, we were looking at the prospect of a Cacci brothers semi-final, which is what would have happened if they both got that far. Eklund Cacci did go one round further, but was comfortably beaten in the quarters by the eventual winner, Dang Jinhu.
Tricky shot coming up here. It doesn't look like there's an obvious safety shot on. I wonder if he's going to have a swipe or a long bank shot. The 8-ball, cue ball could go behind the 8-ball. That's an option off the left side. Oh, he's gone for the bank. It's close, you know. It's close. And it's there. Good shot. Just lost the cue ball a little bit. But all the same, look at this bank shot.
Uzbek hasn't actually played today. He was beaten by Miguel Silva 9-4 yesterday, and then played Jalo Kotonurmi of Finland on the loser side, won that 8-3. Well, this was looking like being a fairly efficient second rack for Claudio Cacci, but Alexander Uzbek is still in it and arguably has a chance to win it here.
Yeah, he's got to be a little bit careful in the sense of don't take this match for granted. In a race to 8, things can start to get a little bit sketchy in no time.
Well, a bit of a shocker in the first rack, but much better in the second for Alexander Uzbek. He is sure to feel infinitely more comfortable now after levelling at 1-1. Nick Vandenberg, former World Cup runner-up with the Netherlands, leads Thomas Kirch 6-2. Remember, it's race to 8 in this round. Bazar Spahiu, another Albanian, leading 3-0 against Christos Papageorgiou. João Griot, Portuguese player who went well at the Spanish Open, leading 6-4 over Mikhail Turkovsky. Kristina Zlateva of Bulgaria now leads Britain's GJ Oyengoran 6-1. Nick Malai has a 3-2 lead over Andre Vansner. So a lot of quite familiar names involved in this round, including Ko Ping Chung, who was surprisingly sent over to the loser's side earlier today. And Ko Ping Chung has won 8-1 against Kalin Felix Stefanov. And now awaits the winner of this match. Trying to get through to round 3 of the loser's side. If you get through that, you need one more win to make it to single elimination. 1-1 here.
That's unlucky. There's nothing you can do about that in the game of 9-ball. Random ball kicking the cue ball. Well, it didn't actually. I thought it was a ball. It spun off the rail. Quite unusual, though. It was still a little bit lucky, mind.
Paddy Okachi, until recently, was primarily known as a snooker player. Started playing in international events 6 years ago at a very young age. And last year he was in the quarterfinals of the WSF Junior Open. And that's a very tough tournament, I can tell you. He had a win there against Ben Mertens, a highly rated young Belgian who's making waves on the pro circuit. Also got to the quarterfinals of the European Championships at under 16 and under 21 level last year. And was in the last 32 of the European Amateur Championship in Malta back in the spring of this year. He is the current Albanian snooker champion, came from 2-0 down to beat his brother 3-2 in the semis and then had a 3-0 win against Bazar Spahiu in the final. He had been runner-up to Ekland previously in the Albanian Championship. So it seemed as though he was perhaps heading for a career in snooker, but there may be a rethink now after the events of recent months on the pool table.
Yeah, that's good to see. If you're not quite comfortable on the shot, no matter how easy it is, just get back up, reset. It's another mistake.
Oh, we didn't see this coming, did we? Back to those two awful misses Uzbek had in the opening rack. Kachi looked like he was going to very swiftly take the second. And now, in a few moments, in all probability, Uzbek is going to be leading 2-1. That's exactly what's happened. Tim de Ruyter of the Netherlands has won 8-4 against Giuseppe Iacobucci. So de Ruyter now 2 wins away from making single elimination. Another Dutch player, Nick van den Berg, on the hill at 7-2 against Thomas Kirch. Billy Thorpe has taken the opener against Saki Kanatlar. Nick Malai 3-2 up on Andre Vansner. John Morra has won the 11th rack, but 6-5 down against Mika van Berkel. Sullivan Clark of New Zealand going well, 6-1 against Britain's Paul Taylor. Another British player, Damien Massey, also trailing, but just a couple behind against Christian Surdea at 5-3. Welshman Marcel Price leading Ramazan Akdag 2-1. And Jonas Kornmesser of Austria has a 6-1 lead against Bernd Janka. Alexander Uzbek has a surprise 2-1 lead here.
Okay, Claudio's back at the table. He's got to focus here. I've seen many a match start to get away from you, and then you've got to battle back, and it can really start to get a bit sketchy. That was a good effort. Draws the cue ball right back. Looked like the cue ball was going to be perfect. It got bumped to where it is now, but I think he can still maybe jack the cue up and pot this ball, or he could maybe cut it in, and if it's a lot thinner than it seems, maybe use that top rail to bounce back down for the red 3. Good to see Billy Thorpe back on the pool table at the WNT events. He's playing over on table 2. He's 1-0 up at the moment.
Talking earlier about Claudio Cacci's reputation in snooker. He's been doing well in pool on a more local level for a number of years now. Won the Pristina Open a couple of years ago, beating Eklund in the final. And earlier this year he won the Balkan Championship, and there were players from a number of countries in that region: Greece, Serbia, Bulgaria, Kosovo, North Macedonia. Field of 73 players, and he won it undefeated. 7 wins out of 7. His performance at the Spanish Open wasn't entirely out of nowhere.
That's a little gap he's looking at there. You can't overrun the cue ball because he won't be able to pot it because of the 8, and he's got to make sure he gets past this 7 on the right hand side. Good shot.
From what we've seen of him in recent times, Carl, is there any aspect of Claudio Cacci's game that you feel stands out as something he needs to improve on if he's to become a top player?
Probably just time on the table, getting in this type of competition, this situation. Obviously he can play with his brother and all, and he's back to full health. Having watched him in Spain and just these opening 3 racks, just a few decisions here and there, but obviously these younger players, that's kind of what you do when you're young, don't you? You're a bit raw with the experience. There always seems to be a right shot and a wrong shot. But he's a very good potter. He's a very good cueist as well. So if you often when you're a very good cueist, if you have a look here how still he stays on the shot, that's usually a good indication of the type of level a player can reach. Eklund Kachi did big things at a young age. He only played in one major, Cledio. Got to the last 16, so he's following suit.
And he's drawn level at 2-all here against Alexander Uzbek. Nick Vandenberg, very experienced Dutch player, has won 8-2 against Thomas Kirch. Bizar Spahiu, who we were mentioning there in an Albanian context, now leads 5-0 over Christos Papageorgiou. Adam Stankovic just ahead of Dan Cristeo of Romania. 5-4 to the pole there. Saki Kanatlar has levelled at 1-all with Billy Thorpe. Close finishing prospect between Zhao Grio and Michael Turkovsky. That's 6-all. Kristina Zlateva on the hill at 7-1 over GJ Oyen-Goran. Former world champion in 1995, Oliver Ortmann 5-4 down to Ashik Nathwani. Nick Malai leading Andre Vansner 4-2. 6-all between Mika van Berkel and John Mora. British player John Chapman 5-3 up on Alex Montpellier. And another British player, Marcel Price, now level at 2 each with Ramazan Akdag. Jonas Kornmesser on the hill at 7-1 against Bernd Janka. What are your thoughts on his breaking technique overall?
Well, he breaks a lot softer than his brother Kachi, one of the hardest breakers on the circuit. That's Eklund Kachi, but Cledio proved that in Spain as well. He was breaking at full speed. I think it all depends on, is he going to continue with pool, or is he going to try and chance his arm at getting on the World Snooker Tour? Because both games are just so different. No one's going to master both. It's impossible. There's not enough time on the calendar to do that, never mind. Even if he wanted to attempt it. So he's got to pick one. I think obviously the fact he's not on the Snooker Tour, he's not qualified, that's why he's probably playing some of the pool events. But as you said before, Michael, decisions are going to have to be made.
And if he's going to look at it and say, right, I got to the last 16 of a big event and beat some really good players at the first time of asking, it would make a lot more sense to stick to the pool. A few years ago, if you had any chance of getting on the Snooker Tour, I think you would have gone for that, but there's so much more opportunity in pool now, it becomes a more viable alternative.
Yeah, obviously the tour growing, the more events we've got, the more money. Still at the early stages, let's not get too giddy at the minute. Things are just changing drastically every week, aren't they, Michael? So, like you say, if there's a big pot of gold there in Nineball, well, you might not need to chance your arm at getting on the Snooker Tour.
And ultimately, whatever you do, you want to become a top player. He's much closer to that in pool than he is in snooker. I spoke about some of the results he's had in international amateur snooker events. And even with all that, the distance he still has to travel to become a genuine top recognised snooker player and get anywhere near the upper reaches of the rankings in that is immense. Already made huge progress in that regard in pool.
Yeah, it didn't look good upon cue ball hitting object ball. Don't know if it was a slightly heavy contact. Usually don't affect things too much in pool. But it's gone in, that's all matters for the young man.
And it's the first break and run of the match from either player. It takes Cledio Kachi back into the lead at 3-2. now 5-1 in favour of Bezar Spahiu against Christos Papageorgiou. A fairly short rack, so not much change in the other matches since I last updated you. South African JJ Fall is level at 5 each with Germany's own Holger Grease. And Sullivan Clark on the hill now at 7-1 against Paul Taylor.
Making the 1 ball again. Obviously the cue ball's gone in. He made quite a lot of balls in all. 3 balls, was it? Yeah, 3 balls plus the cue ball.
Two scratches now from his 4 breaks so far. Okay, so another opportunity for Uzbek.
Yeah, also Uzbek scratched as well on one of his breaks, so... Last time he had ball in hand and he tried to pop this 2 ball in this middle, he missed. I don't expect that to happen again. It's very rare. Probably the biggest story of the day, Chang Yulong has been beaten twice this week. He's out of this year's European Open.
Yeah, it's been a good day for stories. I think Stuart Bingham's success is in there as well, and maybe you could argue Soa, such a young player, beating the very experienced Tony Drago.
Yeah, Tony Drago's gone as well. He's out of the tournament. So this is loser's side action tomorrow, though. Wow, what a lineup tomorrow is. There's some big matches in winners qualification round. And if you want to see the draw, just head over to matchroompool.com. You'll find the bracket on there.
Yeah, and there are quite a few matches actually, apart from those heavyweight clashes that you're alluding to there, where there are players who are at that level where they're just trying to prove themselves and show that they might have what it takes to become top level players. A number of guys in that category are up against big names tomorrow. That's all part of the narrative as well.
Yeah, one standout match I'm looking forward to tomorrow, I think it's at 11:30 AM, is Jason Shaw versus Johan Chua. What a match that promises to be. Two German legends will battle it out. Ralph Souquet plays Thorsten Holman.
Joshua Filler playing Karol Skaversky, who's really come back onto the scene a lot over the last year. A number of matches there as we go down through it where you see younger players who are coming up against each other. Just below that very elite level, the likes of, say, Tyler Steyer against Sanjin Pelovanovic. So, scratch off the break from Kledio Kachi, but he ended up winning the rack anyway. And for the first time in the match, there's more than one in it. It's now 4-2 in favour of the Albanian teenager. So looking at some of the scores then of the other matches going on. Former world champion Oliver Ortmann just one behind at 5-4 against Ashik Nathwani. John Morris turned it round against Mika van Berkel. He's on the hill now. Morris leading 7-6. Damien Massey, who was on the main table today, level at 5-all against Christian Surdea.
It's been a match of scratches from Kepchi, but this time it's a lot better. I don't think he can chase the 9-ball. If he does, he's got to hit the 2 onto the 9 very thin. Maybe tempted if that is there, because the 2-ball may go towards the right centre. Could even go off the pink 4. It could flick the pink 4 ball and still go in the right centre. Only he knows if he tried to play it off the edge of the 9 or if he tried to just go straight for the pot. It was never going to be easy regardless.
Marcel Eckhart, one of the best known referees in the game, knows Alexander Uzbek well. In fact, they've played each other a number of times back in Germany. Marcel reliably informs me he has beaten Uzbek.
He's been bragging, has he, Marcel?
Oh, that wouldn't be his style. This is Billy Thorpe and Saki Kanatlar. Kanatlar at the table, 2-all. Thorpe steadily trying to make his way back into prominence on the international stage. Talk about the Americans looking for more top-class players. If we're going to see breakthroughs, Billy Thorpe would be one of the most likely, you would think.
Yeah, he had a spell of being in the Mosconi Cup, quite regular.
And as I say, last couple of years he's been less present for various reasons. If you are looking for someone who might become the next American to be regular at the business end of events, he'd be up near the top of contention.
Well, that is a nice roll. Nearly fluked the 9. Well, he's having a good look as he left the potting angle. You can definitely see a piece of the 3-ball. But can he see enough to pot it in the top left corner?
Just that story about Marcel saying that he's beaten Alexander Uzbek, reminiscent of the well-known snooker referee Laurie Annandale, who beat Stephen Hendry when Hendry was only a kid, and then despite many requests refused to ever play him again so that he could hold on to his lifetime 100% record.
Good safety shot there from Alexander, spinning the cue ball round to hook your opponent. This is a loser's side match, so that means it's a race to 8. And if you wonder what that means, we start with 256 players. We're playing double elimination until we have 64 players left. 32 players will come through undefeated, and 32 players will come through with 1 loss. And then we simply do a redraw. The undefeated play the 1 loss, but it's still the last 64 single elim, and that's how it all works out. It's got a feel of 3 stages, this competition, because once we get to the final 64, it's single elim, but players are desperate to get to the final 16 because that's when the bright lights, the cameras, we go live on TV.
Hill finish going on table 3. Mustafa Alnar of Cyprus has just made it 7-all against the Romanian Flavian Glont.
Yeah, Flavian Glont. He's a well-known Romanian, but not for his pool, Michael.
Oh yes, remind me, you told me this. Is he a magician? Something like that?
No, but...
Close?
Yes, them type of lines, yeah.
Go on.
Can't believe I've got you with something. He won Romania's Got Talent.
Oh, right.
For speed, Rubik's cubing.
Of all the skills that people have in life, the Rubik's Cube is the one I can't get my head around. I was actually only doing it a couple of weeks ago, and it's just impossible.
Well, he can do it blindfolded in about 20 seconds.
Well, to be fair, if you enter a talent competition and you can do that, it's going to take something very spectacular to beat you. But can he win the decider against Mustafa Alnar? We'll find out shortly.
I think he's fluked it. Yes, he has.
Saki Kanatlar has won that 5th rack that we were looking in on against Billy Thorpe. So he now leads 3-2.
Well, what about this for a shot? I know he fluked the previous one, but he has come with a beauty there.
He has played a couple of iffy shots apart from that opening rack, but at times it's been hard to believe it's the same player we were watching at the start of the match. Fearing for his prospects of making any impact on the contest at all. And there you see, though, that tendency hasn't left him entirely. He's mixed the good stuff that he's produced in the last few racks with moments like that.
Yeah, it's just very bizarre because the previous shot was wonderful and then that was dreadful.
Well, that feels like a big moment in this match. Every chance to get back. Only one behind and still very much in it. Instead of which, it's going to go 5-2 to Claudio Cacci and in a race to 8. That's a handsome advantage to enjoy. Kristina Zlateva has won. She's beaten GJ Oyengoran 8-1 and will now play João Griot in the next round on the loser's side. Griot coming through 8-6 against Michael Turkovsky, so the winner of that match between Griot and Zlateva will be one away from single elimination. Saki Kanatlar back at the table in the next rack against Billy Thorpe. Sullivan Clark still looking for one more. Paul Taylor hanging on, but a long way back for the British player. He trails 7-2. Another British player, Damien Massey, is just levelled at 6-all against Christian Serdea on table 5. And Jonas Kornmesser has won. The Austrian coming through 8-3 against Bernd Janka will now take on Pia Filler after her win over Pong Nam Pam by 8 racks to 5 a little earlier.
Billy Thorpe's under a little bit of pressure here. Playing to stay in the event. He's got a long 4-ball. Good pot. Didn't quite get the cue ball back. We'll keep you posted how that match unfolds. It's going to be a push out. Can't see enough of the 2-ball. Here comes the push out. Looks like he's rolling the cue ball there. If you can see enough of that ball. I think he's got to play this ball regardless. Even the kick shot off the back rail looks quite inviting. He could get the 2-ball back up table. And there's a lot of balls, but it actually looks like you can see enough of the ball to pot. Yeah, he could. It was a strange old push out from Claudio. Yeah, he's not on the 3-ball. But why would you leave that shot?
News of another winner for you. Canadian John Morra. Struggling for a while against the young Dutch player, Mika van Berkel. He's turned it round. Morra, who we saw playing for Canada at the recent World Cup, has beaten van Berkel 8-6.
Looks very tight if you can see an edge. I think he's trying to cut this ball off the left rail and just get it on the bottom rail. Hello, where's this going? It's no good.
Given the inconsistent nature of Uzbek's performance so far, you have to feel if Kachi takes this opportunity to go 6-2 in front and only 2 away from victory, it would be almost impossible to see any other outcome than a Kachi win.
Not sure that's how he played to get on the 4, but it's actually worked out okay. Billy Thorpe's under pressure. He's now 4-2 down. Loser of that match is out.
Yeah, winner of it likely to play Adam Stankovic, who's on the hill at 7-4 against Romanian Dan Cristea.
Just wants to be a bit careful here. These are always a little bit thinner than that camera angle tells you. Very easy to hit the near jaw. He'll send the cue ball round the table for the green 6. We've all done it, Claudio. We've all done it. Yeah, that's a better angle. Look how thin that is into that tight side pocket.
So just as I was saying, there was a chance there for Kachi to move himself close to the brink of victory. Suddenly Uzbek has another opportunity. Put himself right back in contention. He's lost 4 racks in a row since he was 2-1 up. Back to Rubik's Cube practice for Flavian Gaunt because he's out of the tournament. Lost that deciding rack to Mustafa Alnar, who will now play the Dutchman Tim de Ruyter in losers round 3.
This could be tricky as well. It's not easy to get the cue ball down for the 9. Yeah, so he's done okay actually. He's left himself a shot. But he has proved to us that he misses a few balls.
And I have it on good authority. He has a reputation in Germany for missing important 9 balls. Hasn't missed that one though. He's still hanging on in this match. He could easily have slipped away from him there. Would have been very hard to see him coming back from 6-2. But only 2 adrift now at 5-3. Let's have a look in on table 2. Billy Thorpe battling to stay in the European Open. And he's got a good chance here to close to only 1 behind. Former Mosconi Cup player. Elsewhere, Nick Malai closing in on victory, 6-3 up on Andre Vansner. Oliver Ortmann has work to do to stay in the tournament. 6-5 he trails Ashik Nathwani. JJ Fall is on the hill now, 7-5 over Holger Grease. And a close finish between Christian Surdea and Damien Massey. That one is 6-all. Billy Thorpe does indeed get back to only 1 behind. Alexander Uzbek has the opportunity to do that if he can take this rack. He's still battling away. 5-3 down.
Well, that was very thin. Actually lucky to make the ball there. Look, just look at the purple 5 ball all alone up top. Watch the cue ball there, way too thin. Often when you hit it that thin, the balls stay down the bottom of the table. It's a bit of a miss hit. And he can actually go rail first here. He'll definitely attack this ball. Looks like if he does pot the 2 going off the rail, cue ball will go into the 8 ball. So he's going to need a little bit of luck there somehow. I'm certain he'll have a go at this one though. Jeremy Jones is sat front row watching Billy Thorpe, I think. Skylar Woodward's there as well. And Skylar Woodward was definitely there.
Yeah, great pals those two, Skylar and Billy. Remember how much fun they've had playing together in Mosconi's past.
And there's the rail first. These are the shots you sort of want to go for into the top right corner. You can get the cue ball bouncing off that right hand side rail, back over for the pink 4. Is he having a go? It's close. Maybe back in the day. Not now, buddy. 4-inch pockets, they just don't go in anymore. That would have gone in though back in the day. That wasn't that far away. Here's another look. Yeah, that only just grazed the rail.
We were writing him off at a very early stage in the match, some of those early shots he played, but he's showing his capability since then, Uzbek. Just peppering it with too many unforced errors. That one doesn't fall into that category, though. Oh, this looks nice, Carl.
Yeah, well controlled. Had to get the cue ball back down table. Wasn't a case of just pot the ball. Needed to get position. And I'm with you, Michael. I thought this was going to be completely one-sided. Cledio's not been clinical, but this is a big rack for him now. A little bit straight, that. If the 6 ball doesn't go past the 9, let's just walk round to see if it will go in the bottom left pocket. Yeah, it's not over yet, this one. Needs a good positional shot. It's short of pace, this. Yeah, rightfully getting the magic rack removed. When you're practicing, you just leave it on the table. It never really affects a shot. But in a match, for some reason, you always have to get it removed. It's just something about that match environment.
It's just maybe a tiny distraction you could do without.
Yeah, I think because he can only hit an edge of the 6 ball. He is concerned. Now, what's going on here, Michael? I'm a bit... I don't know.
I think so Scott put in the marker so that he could remove the 7 to facilitate taking the rack away. Yeah, everything seems to be in order now, so I'm not really sure what the problem was.
Okay. It seems to have gone back where it was to me. I don't think he could pot the 6. I think he's playing safe. Well, he could pot the 6, okay. Maybe Cledio was thinking that he'd not quite put the marker where it was because the pot was very tight, but anyway, it's all history now, it doesn't matter. He's made a good pot. Needs another good controlled positional shot off this one. The position's gone wrong. I think that's a prime example of inexperience. A lot of the top players would have drawn the cue ball off the side rail and gone past the 8 ball. You can put a firmer stroke on that type of shot. Decent enough safety, but he's let Alexander back to the table. He's already made one good bank in this match. Is he going to go for another?
Thorpe still going well. He's levelled now at 4-all against Saki Kanatlar. Over on table 2.
He's having a good old think about this. I'm not really sure what there is to think about. It's not like you've got 50 options, is it? You're either playing the bank shot into one of the corner pockets, or you're playing safe. And there's not loads of safety options. I think he's forced into the bank shot, into the top right corner. Oh no, oh no. That is not what he wanted.
And even with some of the unexpected things we've seen in this match, I think we can pretty much mark it down as 6-3 from here. So Claudio Cacci does indeed move to within a couple of racks of a place in the next round. Sullivan Clark is already there. It's all over in his match against Britain's Paul Taylor. Clark putting his heavy defeat to Stuart Bingham behind him with an 8-2 win over Taylor. And they'll now play either Christian Surdea or Damien Massey. They're level at 6-all in their match. Let's have a look in on table 2. I told you Billy Thorpe has got it back to level now at 4-all against Saki Kanatlar. Looking at some of the other matches, Nick Malai has a 6-5 lead now over Andre Vansner. It's gone hill-hill in the Anglo-French clash between John Chapman and Alex Montpellier. Another British player, but from Wales, Marcel Price, level at 4-all against Ramazan Akhdag.
Needs the 2-ball to keep running. He's got to get past the side. It has done.
So still close going there. Back here on the main table, Claudio Cacci is within sight of the finish line. He now leads 6-3. Almost at the end of day 2, Carl, and I've not seen a golden break yet. Have you seen one anywhere?
That's a very good question. Don't believe I have.
I mean, we've been commentating on all the same matches, but I've not even seen one out there in the arena. Just wondering if you had. It's unusual to get to the end of day 2. Still not have one.
Yeah, it's just something you can't really account for. I remember World Pool Masters Max Lechner, I think he had 3 out of 4 or 5 breaks at one point. It was insane.
And it was a real theme for the week, that. Across all players, or most of them anyway.
What a chance this is to get on the hill. Claudio knows it's not been an ultra solid performance, but we say it a lot, it's just about getting the win. Get through to tomorrow, regroup, and come back, try and qualify for the final 64.
Different experience for him to some extent compared to what he had in Lugo. It was all an adventure there. All very new, first time playing in a tournament like that. Comes here now. There's a bit of a name. Not one of the top stars or anything like it, but someone who has a reputation now at this level. But of course, that's all in other people's perception. He may well be able to shrug that off and continue to play with the same mindset that he showed in Spain. Looks like being the second break and run of the contest for Cacci.
Always makes you feel very relieved when you get yourself on the hill.
Yeah, he's been ahead for most of the match, but this is his biggest lead yet. Claudio Cacci leads 7-3. No further progress to report from table 2. Still in the relatively early stages of rack 9 between Billy Thorpe and Saki Kanatlar. 4-all in that. Daniel Guttenberger of Austria just needs a couple more racks to set up a meeting with Nick Vandenberg. Guttenberger 6-1 ahead of Patrick Munjuri of Romania. 6-all now between Ashik Nathwani and Oliver Ortmann. Pretty close as well on table 15, where Nick Malai is 6-5 in front on Andre Vansner. Cacci needs one more.
Small chance. It's not a fantastic chance, but he can cut the 2-ball in. But how do you get on the red 3-ball? Cue ball would have to travel up towards the brown 7, so it may cannon that. May play safe, I wouldn't blame him. Yeah, he's had a go. This is not bad actually. I don't really know if he played it that way, but it's okay. This is going to be one of his strengths. We were talking about his game before, Michael. The fact that he's a very good cue, he stays very still. Potting of the ball, he's always going to be high up there. Just stroked it in with ease.
Up an absolutely top drawer from Claudio Cacci. And I was just about to say, if he can complete the job here, he'll come away from the match feeling he's put in a strong finish. But as I was about to say that, he's gone wrong on the 5. Just looking over onto table 2, Saki Kanatlar looks to have given away rack 9 against Billy Thorpe. He was angled by the points of the middle pocket. I think he actually put himself in that position. Couldn't make contact with the 8 coming round the houses. Billy Thorpe with ball in hand, looking set for a 5-4 lead there. Will be going over to that match once this one concludes.
Well, ball in hand, one good shot now from Claudio. Just get on the 6th ball and you're through to tomorrow.
A pretty horrible way for Uzbek's campaign to end. His big adventure playing here on one of the main tables, failing to make contact at all when he wasn't hooked. A different level of challenge for Claudio Cacci tomorrow. He plays Ko Ping Chung, one of the men in form. And as I was saying, Cacci beat some pretty established names during that exciting run in Lugo. In any case, he's not through to play Ko Ping Chung just yet. Still just the slightest bit of hope then for Uzbek.
very thin to cut this ball in. It's actually achievable, but he never seemed to attempt it in a match, although he has, and he's done well. What a shot that is. Can't tell you how thin he's hit that. Staying alive is Alexander Uzbek.
Well, don't forget earlier today, the last match that you and I did, Carl, when Skylar Woodward looked like he was going to win 9-4 against Damien Massey. Missed his chance to kill it off unexpectedly. Ended up losing not only that rack, a couple more before getting the job done. So Alexander Uzbek is still here and still punching away. Back to 7-4.
Yeah, this match should be over. Claudio Cacci ball in hand. Very easy table layout. Didn't get out. Now he's got to sit and wait to see if he gets another chance.
6-all between Ashok Nathwani and Oliver Ortmann. Nick Malai on the brink of going out. He trails Andre Vansener 7-6. It's gone hill-hill between Britain's Damien Massey and the Romanian player Christian Surdea. Tom Stavely on the hill, 7-5 against Tommy Tokop of the US. Also hill-hill between John Chapman and Alex Montpellier. Still no outcome to that. Marcel Price, the Welsh player, 5-4 down against Ramazan Akdag. These are the matches going on as we move towards the very end of this second day. I thought we were heading for the end of this match, but an unexpected reprieve for Alexander Uzbek. He took it to close to 7-4 down.
Dry break, straight back out the chair for Claudio.
Well, what a way for it to finish. A rather abrupt conclusion to it. So Claudio Cacci led for most of the match. Looked like he was going to finish it off in the previous rack. And look at that, the 9 going down to complete an 8-4 win for Claudio Cacci. And we'll see him again tomorrow when he will play Ko Ping Chung. So I believe we're going over to table 2 now, where Billy Thorpe is at the table, looking to go 6-4 up on Saki Kanatlar.
Yeah, this is the situation we are at. This has been a little bit of a back and forth match, but it's America's Billy Thorpe who has a chance to open up a 2-rack lead. Also a race to 8. Loser's side action. A couple of ways of playing this. Some players like to float it in and use 2 rails with the cue ball. Some players like to fly it around the table off 4 rails. Let's see what Billy Thorpe chooses to do. Yeah, he's going 4 and he's forgot to pot the ball. Didn't hit that good at all. Look where the cue ball finished. Nowhere near hard enough. perfect. Saki knew it was a hair hard, wanted the 7 tight on the rail. This is thin though. He's just missed an easier shot, Billy, so got to regroup. It's a thin one. Well, he's overdone it. Where's the cue ball? Wow, this has been a nightmare rack. 2 chances gone. It's amazing, isn't it? He's at the table, he's played a good rack to go 6-4 up, will have been sat in his chair, waiting to break, feeling good. Now it's looking like it's going to be 5-5 with Saki to break. Needs to get on the 9-ball though. How's this? Well, it's sort of okay, but you want to be straighter.
Bit of a ragged rack from Billy Thorpe, and he's ended up losing it. So Saki Kanatlar of Turkey levels at 5-all in this race to ace. Down to the last few matches to finish now. Daniel Guttenberger is on the hill, 7-1 against Patrick Munjuri. Winner to play Nick Vandenberg. Ashik Nathwani, 7-6 up on Oliver Ortmann. Andre Vansner leading 7-6 over Nick Malai. So it could be quite a few finishes in the next few minutes. Germany's Boris Ivanovsky level at 5-all with Roberto Bartol of Croatia. Still playing that deciding rack between Christian Surdea and Damian Massey. Tom Stavely still looking for one more against Tommy Tokov. Ramazan Akdag with a 6-4 lead against Marcel Price. So they are the only matches still going on this second day of the European Open. Which of these men will still be here for day 3?
Like that break. He won't like the result though. Can't pop the 2-ball. If he can hit it full, he'll stop the cue ball in a similar area to the 2. Send the 2 around the table and hopefully use that 8-ball to hook his opponent. He's down quick, so that tells me that shot is on. Oh, he's back up. Well, he needs a bit of luck here. We will see what he's left when he moves. Well, he's left the world. Didn't really agree with his shot choice.
Billy Thorpe will be 27 later this month. Best known, I think, for his Mosconi Cup exploits. Made his debut in 2017. Proved to be the start of a run of 4 in a row, and of course that meant he was on the winning teams in 2018 and 19. Part of the American team, which was unsuccessful in its bid to make it 3 in a row in Coventry in the COVID Mosconi in late 2020. It hasn't been back involved since.
I didn't realise he was that young, Michael. He's only 26.
Yeah, 1996 he was born.
Well, that shot might add a few more years. Not going to get position on the 5. If it holds up, he might play the bank shot. That's not available.
Fair to say Thorpe's progress has stalled a bit for various reasons in recent years. Started winning decent levels of tournaments on a fairly regular basis about 5 or 6 years ago, most notably the Turning Stone Classic in 2018. He was among the top 10 money winners in the world the year after that.
Kicking this hard off the top rail. Cue ball towards the brown 7. 5 ball needs to hit a rail, so it does. If the 5 ball would not have reached the rail, it would have been a foul after contact. A ball, any ball must hit a rail unless you pot the ball. Could have a go at this one. Send the cue ball back up and back down. Yeah, he has. Oh, that's a little bit unfortunate. Neither player in this rack can just control the cue ball.
Saki Kanatlar has been around on the European scene for a decade or so. A few matches here and there. Made any major impact.
Wow, he's cutting balls in from all over the show. It's a great shot.
Yeah, and overall, with his demeanour, he looks pretty comfortable being out there playing an established name in front of cameras. Couldn't cut that one in though.
He's in shock. How have I missed that one? Just potted 2 harder balls before that. Does Billy Thorpe need to send the cue ball off the bottom rail, then back up off the top rail, so the 2 short rails? Well, he's actually digging down on this. So is he trying to draw across? Gotta watch the scratch. Well, the 7 wobbled in. I think we must be the curse, Michael. Everyone's played poor when we've commentated today.
Maybe the quality of the play is in relation to the quality of the commentary, Carl, in which case we need to up our game.
Well, speak for yourself. And when a match does go like this, this is the type of shot where you're not 100% convinced he's going to make it. Well, that looks like rack is over. The cue ball is absolutely plumb on this 9-ball.
Yeah, deserves to win the rack after that shot. That was a tester, under a bit of pressure. So Saki Kanatlar leads once again at 6-5. Disappointing end to an eventful day for Damien Massey, who was out on the main table earlier. He's been beaten in that hill finish by Christian Serdea, so the Romanian is through to play Sullivan Clark in round 3 on the loser's side. Daniel Guttenberger still can't get off the hill. 7-2 against Patrick Munjuri. Ashak Nathwani has won though. So Oliver Ortmann's return to this level of tournament play is over. Nathwani winning 8-6 there. Nick Malai has also won 8-7 against Andre Vansner. Nathwani will now play Malai tomorrow. Tom Staveley has got the rack he needed. British player beating Tommy Tokov 8-5.
Well, he can't pot it, but I think he can hit that rail and then hit the 1 ball to make it. And then does the 2 ball combination onto the 8 ball, which is over the pocket. I think this is a little chance, you know. Cue ball needs to slow up quick, needs to slow up. He's missed a trick there. That 2 ball could have comboed onto the 8, so he could have landed way short. Didn't need to get close to the 2 ball. News of another winner, Daniel Guttenberger of Austria, has finally got the 1 more he needed to finish off Patrick Munjuri. 8-2 that one. And he'll play Nick Vandenberg tomorrow. Well, it's gone from a great chance to an absolute disaster. Look at the safety shot he's played, he's left it open. No one wants to win this match by the looks of it. Didn't want to cannon the 3 ball. Yeah, as Billy was walking back to his chair, they'd think the 4 ball's going close. I don't know if it just slightly pulled on the cloth a little bit, which helped it fall. But he's just missed a more difficult 3 ball than this one. That was a better shot. Lucky to have that shot, of course, because of the fluke.
I don't think he even saw the 4 going in, just heard the little click of it dropping into the pocket. Made a couple of good shots since, though. Needs another one here. You feel if this one goes right, that should be 6-all. He was always highly probable to be on the 7. So had a bit of good fortune. But to be fair, he's played well the last few shots to make it really count. So it's a close finish late on day 2 of the European Open. Billy Thorpe draws level with Saki Kanatlar once again at 6-all. There's only 2 other matches still going on. Roberto Bartol of Croatia is now on the hill against Germany's Boris Ivanovski. That one is 7-6. Playing for the right to meet the excellent Canadian player John Morra in the next round. And a close finish on table 10. Welshman Marcel Price against Ramazan Akdag. Another Turkish player. That one is 6-all. Britain's John Chapman awaits the winner. So a little bit of the crowd still here. It was much busier earlier in the day, but good to see some have stayed right to the end, as have we, to bring you the conclusion of this. It's 6-all.
That's a nice break. Yeah, just when you're struggling, when you've missed opportunities, missed balls, when it's been one of them type of matches, these are the things that happen. You just don't get road maps. You don't get easy finishes. It looked like he was going to have a shot at the 2-ball. The green 6 kisses the purple ball, and now he's hooked. Well, he's hooked from potting the ball anyway. Got to be very careful here, the referee.
Yeah, his head seemed to get scrambled a bit when we saw him doing this a little earlier. Still got it right, of course. If you've never actually held one of those little racking devices, it's impossible to explain to someone just how incredibly thin it is, and that's why it doesn't affect the roll of the balls.
He's just going to rub the 7, yeah, onto the 4. But he has left the pot. Try and pot this, just get the cue ball back down for the 3 and then see what you're faced with. This little flick will help.
Doesn't feel like the sort of match where someone's going to light it up and make an impressive dash for the line. Or just a slog for every shot, every ball, and hope you fall over the line. The fact that nearly all the other tables have stopped playing now adds a nice sense of tension to this setting.
Yeah, I think other than the table we're watching, there's maybe 2, 3 tables.
Two others, yeah.
2, yeah.
3 matches still going, including this one. Okay, should be happy enough with that.
Yeah, smart shot, bumps the 4 ball away from the rail, knowing that if he did leave the potting angle, the 7 ball would be a blocker. Nice shot there, good cue ball. Billy Thorpe's got the short stick. He's trying to jump over the 8, pop the 4 in the side.
Yeah, big shot this if he makes it. Looking at all the balls really out in the middle of the table. Good chance to get to the hill, equally so. The classic case of if he misses it, could leave it all on.
What a beautiful shot at this stage of the match. The way the match has been going, Billy Thorpe comes with a short stick, fires the jump shot in to give himself a chance to get on the hill.
Yeah, good shot, but still a little bit of work to do. No problem potting the 5, but position not guaranteed on the 6. If he can get it though, should be his rack.
From one shot to give yourself a chance to another shot to make life difficult.
This is what we were saying earlier. Doesn't look like someone's going to make an inspired dash for the line. Jump shot that Billy Thorpe played was the sort of shot that might start something like that, but didn't get ideal position. So a couple of shots later has run aground.
Cue ball might end up okay here. Let's see where it finishes. Well, it didn't. I only said it because we knew the 9 and the 7 was in that corner. The 7 ball does not pot, but I wonder if he can get the cue ball near where the racking area is. Can he play a little billiard shot off the edge of the 7? Use the cue ball to pot the 9. We're about to find out. That's what he's looking at. That's exactly the shot he's playing. So it's this carom to finally get on the hill for Billy Thorpe.
And he's pulled it off. Feels like every rack is so hard to come by at the moment. Billy Thorpe had to work very hard for that one. But now that he's won it, he's on the hill at 7-6. Roberto Bartol of Croatia is the latest winner. He's beaten Boris Ivanovski by 8 racks to 6. Now faces a formidable task in the next round against Canada's John Mora. So apart from the match we're watching here, the only other one still going is out on table 10. And that involves a Turkish player as well, Ramazan Akdag. But unlike this match, it's the Turkish player who's made it to the hill first at 7-6 against Welshman Marcel Price. One more needed for Thorpe. Oh, and this has come up tasty. Talked about his Mosconi Cup past. He could have a Mosconi Cup near future as well. He's currently 4th in the American standings. He has won a counting event, albeit a smaller one, but still a decent number of points for us. A big week here. Set him on the path back onto that US team.
Yeah, we all have these matches. Doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter how good you are, how bad you are. We all have matches where you've got to play your B game. It's about getting the win, getting the victory. And this is exactly what Billy Thorpe's done in this match. So even though there's been mistakes, he's showed fighting qualities. He's never give up. He's battled to the very end. And just 4 balls to go, and he will be back tomorrow.
Well, it was such an eventful 13th rack that got him into this position. And a nice break. Couldn't have asked for the balls to fall better, and it looks as though he's going to finish with a break and run. Billy Thorpe does end up getting back into that American Moscone Cup team. Or even if he just has a good run in this event, he'll well find himself looking back on the way he had to dig in and get the job done here against Saki Kanatlar. Every win carries so much significance. And from 6-5 down, Billy Thorpe has won 3 in a row to claim the win here. He's beaten Saki Kanatlar by 8 racks to 6. Billy Thorpe will be back tomorrow to play Adam Stankovic in the next round on the loser's side. And that concludes the Table 2 action. Ko Ping Chung and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz got the day off and running with back-to-back 9-0 wins. Viktor Zielinski pretty dominant against Kristina Zlateva, winning 9-2 there. Stuart Bingham with his second win of the day. He's through to winners qualification tomorrow. Soa ended the campaign of Tony Drago. Anthony Raga adding to his growing reputation with an 8-0 win against Ingo Lamberti. And we've just seen success for Billy Thorpe. In Table 1, Duong Quoc Hoang won the All-Vietnamese clash. Stuart Bingham had the first of those 2 wins against Lo Ho Sum. What a debut it's been for Bingham in the world of 9-ball. Mario He really didn't play well at all, but still beat Oliver Ortmann, who couldn't settle really back into the big stage. But good to see him back here, and hopefully there'll be more tournaments for him in the future. Skylar Woodward took a long time to get that last clinching rack against Damien Massey. Dote Kien winning in a hill finish, and Claudio Cacci found the going a bit tougher than he might have expected, but played well at times in his 8-4 win over Alexander Uzbek. So, we've been on air since 10 o'clock local time this morning. It's now 9 o'clock at night. There is still one match going on. Ramazan Akhdag leading Marcel Price 7-6. That one will finish up shortly, and we will be back here at 10 o'clock local time tomorrow for day 3 of the European Open. Thanks for your company today. For now, it's good night.